You thought we were done. No, baby, we're still going. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion-Relegation. I am your host, Elizabeth, and we're not done. We may have crowned our Stage 3 champions, TSM. We love them very much, but we still have some work to do with promo relegation. I'm going to bring my favorite analyst over, Dryad, into the picture with me because she'll be sharing the analyst desk with me today. And look at her. Oh my god, new hair just for promo relegation. I love it.
Just for promo
just
relegation.
For
Isn't that crazy? I was like, I have a show. I have to dye my hair just for this. Just for you, Liz, actually.
For me? Oh my god, I love the purple. The purple looks so good.
It doesn't look good. It's fine. I'm not crushing out. This is cool.
No, everyone's saying chat right now the purple looks very, very good, and because Dryad is one of the most beautiful humans on Earth. But we have business to get down to, everyone, because if you are just joining this stream today, not the other streams today, you don't know about promo relegation, but we've had plenty of teams participating in promotion relegation this year. We've been doing it the entire year, but for Stage 3, right now we have, well, I think we'll put it on the screen, we have Shopify Rebellion Gold, we have Burger Boys, we have Prosperity, we have SAD Esports. Remember, it stands for Supply and Demand Esports, not like SAD Esports. Did you know that, Dan?
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, that's what it means. It means supply and demand.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I knew that it was for something. It was not just sad.
No, it's supply and demand. I
learned something today. I really had no idea. I had no idea.
I'm a little fun fact machine, but these are the teams, among others, that have been joining us all around promo relegation, fighting for their spot in Challengers. And I mean, Dan, these are teams that I think, you know, you wait a while, you watch the Stage 3 playoffs, you know, happen, you watch TSM win, take down NV, and then all of a sudden, it's your turn to fight for survival.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, you look at a team like Burger Boys, for example, that when we saw in Stage 2, they made it pretty far into playoffs. They made it into the top 3. And then things change a little bit. Now they're facing that promo relegation. Of course, we've been seeing a little bit of the things that have gone down as of recently. And yesterday and the day before it, both SAT and Burger Boys were able to take their wins. So this is the match that we're going to be seeing today. They're the favorite teams. They look pretty good. And they should be good for promotion as well.
Yes, and it was a round robin style, so these teams were facing each other. I'm sure if you looked on VLR, you can see the head-to-head look very, very recent and very similar to one another because of the round robin style. But it was a very clean 2-0 for both Burg Boys and SAD Esports, putting them at first and second respectively, and then Prosperity Esports and Shopify Rebellion Gold, both 0-2 at third and fourth respectively. I think, you know, these are teams that I think are just such like Challengers mainstays. Dan, like I feel like when you think of like Challengers and you think of just the orgs that are here, it is quintessential that these orgs appear. I not only in Challengers, but you know, kind of the tenacity to fight for their spot in Challengers.
Yeah, I mean, for the matches that happened in the past 2 days, it was actually very close. Both SAD and Burger Boys, they got those wins against Prosperity and Shopify Rebellion Gold. But for all 4 of those matches that took place, it was a 2-1. It was very close. It was back and forth. It was a sad comeback in that map of Lotus. It was a lot of, a little bit of momentum that they were able to carry, but also matches where you actually didn't know who was going to get the win. It was very, very insane.
Yeah, I think I don't want people to like knock on promo relegation because, you know, maybe we lose an analyst or maybe it's because, you know, we've already crowned our Stage 3 champions. No, these teams are like hungry for the win. These are teams that are practicing so much outside the server, doing every single other event that they can to make sure that they have their skills, you know, as toned and tight as possible. But today's first match, I hope you're excited because I'm certainly excited. It is SAD Esports against Supply and Demand Esports versus Burger Boys.
Oh, no, please no. Just SAD. Just SAD.
We're just SAD here. But it is SAD. It's just SAD versus Burger Boys with a Z, and don't forget it. I think you were talking about it, Dan. Like, these are 2 teams that we saw, you know, really kind of have amazing moments in the regular season for Challengers, and you know, them meeting each other in the end with these close matches in promo relegation is fitting at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a SAD, for example, that has been really, really good as of recent, and in the matches that we were able to see. I feel like they have amazing players. I mean, I think of Bao, for example, that was playing for Amadi. He was my favorite player in Challengers to watch. And when Amadi was doing good, when the team was still together, and then when things changed, then he goes to this team of SAD, and he still has a massive amount of impact. I feel like in these teams and playing promo relegation, sometimes it does come down to the individuals and what they're able to do, and Bao, for example, has been a massive standout for me.
I've always loved watching Bao stream because he's doing Pro City right now, and he is such a treat to watch in his stream, so go check it out. But we're going to talk about SAD Esports first today, just SAD Esports. It is a roster that I don't know if the watch party is going on right now, but I know there's been watch parties going on since the beginning of Challengers. They are a team that I think are quintessentially, I say quintessential a lot, but genuinely what Challengers is about. This is a team that has fought for their spot in here and has fought and really improved as time has gone on, coming up with, like people like Sean who we will be highlighting later, proving, just when you put in the work and you put in the effort, you can really improve and have these incredible moments and maybe get picked up for a partner program later on, as many Challengers players have started. But let's talk about yesterday's and the day before's matches, Dan, because I mean this was a SAD Esports who had a point to prove.
Absolutely, and especially in this map of Lotus, I feel like they have a lot of interesting things that they have been doing. Even looking at them on the attack side, in that map, they were able to come back. You look at the things they're doing on the attack when they were 0-7 to start off, and it actually looked pretty good. They were playing either these 4-1s, playing Bio by himself towards A just to get that information. They were playing this 5-man C hits over and over again, and a lot of the things, it was a lot of different layers that they had to what the pace was going to be for the series, and ultimately they were able to catch up to those rounds, make a comeback happen, and show the result that we felt like it was happening on the screen, but they were not able to close out the rounds that we wanted to.
Yes, and of course they have one more chance to prove themselves today against Burger Boys, the team they'll be facing against for our first match today. Burger Boys has been a personal favorite Challengers team of mine to watch. They have these incredible moments, like standout moments, which one, their name is funny, but two, that just has such a kind of gritty sort of style of playing Valorant that is so much fun to watch, Dan. I think, these two teams head-to-head, especially Burger Boys, I want our audience to expect a very, kind of, very brawly kind of match, Dan.
I think that's a good description of the things that could happen today for Burger Boys. Again, they also had some insane moments when they were playing Prosperity. I feel like in that map of mine, they really showed some of the things they've been working on this map. I feel like the duelists are going to be a massive highlight with what we're going to be seeing today. The way that they're holding U-Haul as well, the way that you have to be ready for the short fights every single time. I feel like that was a massive highlight for me. And also when we go into Abyss, I mean, of course, Bonnie and Retro, the way that they're playing together towards B, I feel like this Jet and this KO combination has been really good, has been very consistent, allowed them to get some early rounds in the defense, and it's just a lot of little things that have been working out as a team that turns into the wins that they've been able to get. And again, it has been close. It's been 2-1, 2-1 that they were able to get in the past few days, but it's the small little signs of life that you want to see from the teams that are playing Promo-Relegation to make sure that when they go into Challengers, it's not just a team that's losing every single match, but they can actually compete against everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anytime we show maybe a result line doesn't exactly show how close these rounds were or how kind of what happened in these rounds to make the scoreline or match line happen. But Bonnie is someone we have continually highlighted in the regular season of Challengers when I was on the desk because he is just that dang good and he is so much fun to watch. Nanners is also fun to watch. I mean, every single person on this team just has these sort of standout moments that just makes this team so much fun to watch, Dan. And eventually we'll be highlighting Shondex on coming up soon, which I know Zoe, one of our casters, spoiler, I guess, coming up, they were like, we have to talk about Shondex, Dan, because they were such a standout player, along with, the Bonnies, the Nanners, the Retros, etc.
The reason why, by the way, is because Shondex in the match against Prosperity plus 43. That was insane. 81 kills in a best of 3. That's the kind of numbers that you get in a best of 5 for some teams. So it is honestly insane the things that he was doing. He was able to get an ace on Sunset. In Lotus, what I was talking about for that match against Prosperity is that they started 0-7. They could not get anything going. He was able to get that first round, help a little bit in that first round, and when they went into the second half, when they went into the defense, he was doing it all. He ends up with 30 kills there. The Vice is incredible. Of course, in the defense, we know how strong he can be towards that C side, also a little bit of that utility that you can put towards B, and then on top of you have that player that we talked about, Bao, that is able to be there and support him when that side hit is coming through for the side of Prosperity. It was honestly incredible, and we can also talk about some of the things that we've seen in the chamber as well, but I think overall it's just an insane day to have as a player, and I hope that he can keep it up today because it was so cool.
I love when players make Chamber look cool. You know, because I feel like Chamber had such like a glow up and then just like an absolute like fall off. But then it is genuinely, it is so good to see the players make Chamber look viable in my ranked games, which they are not. But we do have a head-to-head we want to show you guys, and it is with Jerwin and Bonnie. Like I said, Bonnie is such a treat to watch. But Jerwin as well, Dan, is someone I want the audience to keep their eye on.
When we went into this year of... Wait, your 0 time? Oh, no. That really distracted me. I'm like, wait a second.
That's also my stat line. For your 0 times.
Me too. For Jerwin and Bonnie, it's pretty interesting because when I thought about Jerwin at the beginning of Challengers, at the beginning of this year, I was definitely looking at his Euro performance a lot. But then it turned for both of them to be really incredible on the race. And now we're going into a meta where you have the possibility to see a Jet more in Abyss, for example, and Bonnie got the chance to show that and shine a lot because of that yesterday. So you're forced into this meta when it comes to the maps that is forcing them to show more flexibility. Even though I still love the maps of mine where they're playing the race, maps where German can play the Euro. I feel like there's a lot of possibilities to work here in this head-to-head.
I feel like anytime you do head-to-heads or whatever, or whatever it may be, it is always kind of hard to choose players, you know, because like, oh, everyone has these standout moments, they're incredible, but I think these two players I definitely want our audience to keep their eye on because they're just such treats to watch. And they've been kind of having these moments, especially, this weekend, which I think will prove a treat for our audience who has joined us on this lovely Saturday. It's Saturday, right? It is. Wow, beautiful. But just had to check my phone real quick to make sure I knew what day it is because I only knew it was Promo-Relegation Day. That was the only thing that mattered to me. But Dan, moving into today's game, I think this, we have a day of Promo-Relegation tomorrow, and we've had 2 days to kind of set the tone and set the standard going into this. I'm going to ask you if you could describe kind of in like a sentence or 2 sentences of like what tone has been set by each of the teams going into today.
No, honestly, I feel like we've seen a lot of promo relegation this year, but when we see it, I feel like you see the differences between the teams that have to face promo relegation and the teams in Challengers. I feel like you do see a couple of the things lacking when it comes to some of the calling on the attack side, some of the ideas that they have on the defense, keeping things a little bit more creative. But for the teams and what I got the chance to see in the past 2 days, I feel like I'm really impressed. Like I said, they're going for different approaches to this attack side. All of the teams, we know, for example, Shopify and Gold has always been good at the macro and has a really good understanding of it, but you also see it from Burger Boys, you see it from Prosperity, you also see it from SAD. So it's a really good relegation. It's probably the best one in terms of the skill that we've seen yet.
Absolutely, which is what made our predictions extremely hard because we were asked to do them pretty quickly, and I took a while to answer, or at least I thought it took a while to answer, which we will see later, but we'll be heading into map selection first. I think I heard Zobi get excited with these bans, again, a little spoiler for the casters later, but we're going into Lotus, Ascent, and then Corrode. Dan, anything that stands out to you? Anything that makes you nervous or excited?
I think we should all favor SAT a little bit more into this matchup, but I honestly feel like Burger Boys has a really good chance on this first map of Lotus, not only based on the overtime that they lost for SAT against Prosperity, but also in terms of the composition. I feel like even though it feels like it's a little bit outdated to play with this Breach, the Breach and Fade that Burger Boys have been playing together alongside with obviously a Bonnie on the Neon is great to take control of Rubble, is great to take control of Mound early into the rounds, and I feel like that makes for something that you're not so used to seeing as of recent, but it works out so well for them. Not every single team can run the Neon and the Breach and get away with it, but I feel like Bonnie and Tillo have been amazing at it and could turn things around a little bit for today. So if Burger Boys can get this first win of Lotus, I feel like things can go the distance all the way to Corrode.
I love a good little stolen map pick, but like I said, we have those predictions that we were talking about earlier, and I actually can't remember my prediction, if I'm being super duper honest. Do you remember your prediction, Dan?
I think I put supply and demand esports getting
That's right! But I don't know who our casters chose as well, and I think I always say this when we talk about predictions. They're always a little tricky to do because our kind of how we get to predictions doesn't show exactly why we decided them. And I think both teams, specifically Sad and Burger Boys, have made it pretty difficult to come up with a kind of binary decision about which team you favor in this situation. And I think when you don't see the map bans when you do your predictions, you don't see how the aging comps are going to be, which I think me and Dan have had many moments of just, oh, that's what we're doing, instead when our predictions are made earlier in the day. But heading into our predictions today, I actually don't know what Keg or Zobi did, if I'm being super duper honest. I think Keg may have gone the other way. I think Keg may have gone Burger Boys and Prosperity. If I had to guess, if a girl had to guess, I would say that. I think I went Sad and SRG, but I'm trying to think of Zobi.
Yeah, we have the same one. I think we all have the same except for Keg.
Oh, Keg, what are you doing? Keg, you gotta hop in. But again, I think I'm sure the casters will talk about when we hand the game over to when the game starts and we hand the broadcast over to them. These are hard decisions to come to, and especially I think we don't talk about kind of like the pressure and what happens when you are in kind of this do or die moment, the adrenaline, the kind of flow state you get into. I know people say flow state is a joke, but it is like a genuine thing. You kind of turn into this, very like tunnel vision monster that kind of goes crazy. And I think it is really important to note, like, maybe this is fluctuating, this is dynamic, right? And so you could see, we can come back after map 1 and Dan and I could be like, actually, we're like the biggest Burger Boy stands there ever was. But so far, I believe, I believe I went Sad. Yeah, I went Sad, SRG, Sad, Burger, Sad. So Keg was the only person who went Burger Boys, which I'm sure he will explain while he is casting. But I think that just, again, goes to show how tricky these decisions can be. But, I would love to see in the chat, because I have you guys on the other side, what you're thinking about the team, what teams, who you're going to predict, who you think is going to come out on top today. If you wouldn't mind putting in chat before. Oh my god, interaction, we love to see it, because again, this is promo relegation. Like I said before, things are tense, things get tight, things get crazy a little bit, and so it's important to have a little bit of tenacity with that, Dan. But I think you said earlier you were expecting this to go to the distance with the map picks, correct? Like you were like, oh, like with the maps moving forward. Why? I would like to do a little bit more in depth about that. I think because you're talking about the Asian comps or anything like that. Just talk again a little bit more about that.
Yeah, a little bit into, I just really like the composition with the Neon. I feel like teams have opted to maybe not play the Neon as much as of recent. You're playing either the Raze, the Yoru, that also brings a lot of value, but just the Neon I feel like it's pretty insane, and especially in the hands of Bonnie. Last time that we saw these two teams face each other, it was a sad win, but things have changed a lot since then when it comes to a little bit of the rosters, but also when it comes to the compositions. What I think is going to set us up for a very chaotic series is the fact that both of these teams, they're 2-0, they're chilling, they're in the green bar when it comes to promotion. So that just sets you up for it. You have nothing to lose. You can run it down. You can be crazy. You can try these strats that you have been planning. You have been running in scrims, and you are a little questioning and if it's going to work out or not. You run it today, and maybe you have a different chance. I feel like, yeah, even though most of us put this out of Sad to win, Lotus can be a different story, so I'm excited to see it.
How many times have we seen Lotus and we're like, oh, it's such an attacker-sided map, and the defense gets like 9 rounds, right? Like, it's like one of those maps where, like, if you have a good plan, it's just kind of an iron wall. You can't get past it. But something we did not mention about SAD Esports, and you might have caught it when you put it on the rosters, is that Doggo will not be playing with SAD Esports today. In fact, Style will be stepping in, who is their coach, who I learned their name is Ryan Briggs, so SAD Esports gained RR, technically, because, like, his initials are RR. And so, like, I thought that was
zoned
good.
Out for a second, and my brain zones back in when you're saying this.
I thought it was pretty clever. No,
yeah.
Listen, they all want to be me at the end of the day. But I think, Dan, you're coming in with your coach, and we've seen plenty of times throughout just like Valorant and esports in general, the coach having to step in last minute and play for their teammates. Joshua P is an excellent example when they were at the guard a couple of years ago. Do we see a new comp? Does Styles fit right in? How is this going to work?
especially for the coaches when they sub in, because it has happened actually a few times in Challengers, even at the VCT level. You don't want to change anything too much. You want to keep things the same, so you just have to fill the role of the player that is not going to be there.
And of course, we will be heading into Agent Select to see if it is just going to be a simple slot in, easy as pie, easy as cake, whatever the saying is. Heading into Lotus, which was Sad Esports pick of, and we're heading, I believe, right? It was Sad Esports pick, correct?
Yep.
Yes, yes. And then we're heading into Agent Select. I mean, no surprise with the Neon on with Bonnie. We see that Breach over there, Dan. So nothing. What do you think?
Things are a little different. So Retro, instead of playing that Vice, is going to be on the Fade instead. And then Tilo, who I was talking about, the Breach is actually keeping it the same. So I feel like the only change is when it comes to the agents of the things that they're going to be playing. I can't tell if I'm just reading this wrong. It might just be exactly the same as last time. And then the little shiny thing is trolling me a little bit. Actually, everything is the same, at least in the terms of the compositions. It doesn't seem like there are any changes, even though we've talked about how this coach is going to be filling in. And it's a great composition with the Neon and the Breach. I already talked about it just a few times. And also for Jerwin on the race, this is his best agent in my opinion, so I'm excited to see it.
This journey was someone we highlighted in the head-to-head, if you guys can remember. It was Joa and Sherwin we wanted to highlight moving over. I'm a big fan of the Breach, especially when you have a Neon like Bonnie Dan that can just go kind of crazy. And it's something I definitely want to keep our audience having eyes on. But friends, I'm done yapping. Dan and I are done yapping. We're going to send it over to our casters, Keg and Zobi. Friends, take it away.
So much Liz and Dryad. Now, Zobi, I'll be honest with you, I did not know SAD stood for supply and demand.
I did not either, but you know, this team, if we add economics to their list and that understanding, it's not another surprise. They just are the team to beat right now in promotion relegation.
Well, you know what's funny is that we're going to Lotus, and let me tell you, between these two teams, there's a lot of supply and a lot of demand. This is their most played map between both teams the entire stage.
Absolutely, and what's interesting about that is SAD has 2 losses. One was against Shopify Rebellion Black, the head-to-head that put them in promotion relegation, and the other was yesterday up against Prosperity Esports. So them picking into it here as we jump into the pistol, as we jump into the action, will determine the stakes of the game.
Ooh, speaking of stakes of the game, let's see how this first round plays out. It's a sneak mission from Burger Boys to start things off. There is a defensive Viper wall dividing out near the small door, but it's yet to come up. All the while, though, it's Welly. The face check away on A site. A simple Prowler will give the plot away, but Welly's able to survive for at least one. Nanners is gone, and on the attack, no smokes for the post plant. That's not a good start for Burger Boys. Oh, but look at this though. That was able to continue it on forwards. As the spike goes down, things will continue on forward. 3 left alive for the defenders as things continue to heat up. But all of SAD, they have to continue to rotate. They're just waiting for Burger Boys to make their next move.
Oh, plant goes down, and that move's immediate here, Keg.
Oh, but it continues on forwards. Jerwin again, we're looking at his raise, one of the best of his arsenal. Leaves it down to Sean Dex, a monster from yesterday, to see if this pistol can finally go in SAD's favor to start off this best of 3, but unfortunately doesn't.
Yeah, Bonnie sliding in fast there, confident to take the engagement, doesn't even worry about the pistol round plants until after the fact, and that is going to be the Burger Boys' initial round. And honestly, it's settling into that A fight, no real shocker, no real surprise there. We're going to see that time and time again, buy or not, out of both of these teams. So a great way just to set the standard, like, hey, we're going to be using our Breach, we're going to be using our Neon to get up in your face, but coming into the buy, no surprises here either. No Stinger Forces, no antics, it's just your Outlaw, your Bulldog, and confidence to roll up towards this C exec.
I really like on this map how we've seen more Neon just rock the Outlaw for rounds 2 and 3. You get that extra slide chase, you are able to get so much extra distance, and if you're Bonnie, you get the opening pick. That C side completely unlocked outside of Style. No smokes have come up just yet. Style is seemingly willing to give away the entirety of site.
I mean, you have to. You want to play with numbers. You don't want Style getting overwhelmed here. And you have the pop ready out of Waterfall immediately as well.
Well, we've seen how retakes at this level can go on C site. They always go pretty well. But with a body down, make that 2. A weapon disadvantage heavily against Sad. At least one left alive, and that's Jerwin, but not for much longer, Zobi.
Absolutely, and I watched a little VCT content piece where they're asking who's worse, Odin abusers or Outlaw abusers, and we've jotted another tally down, I'm sure, for the Sad players after what Bonnie brought into that round. 3 kills found. Just, again, I think Sad couldn't have played that better from the eco perspective, but this is where things start to matter. Welly, this Odin, lethal. Getting this full buy through, important, because we mentioned, I think Jaya did on the desk, that 0-7 start they had against Prosperity. They turned around their act real quick thanks to Styles timeouts, but it was too late to come back, and they lost that in that over T12-14. So get on the right track now. They're good, they're golden, and we'll be set. But that's the question mark that we have, and that's where we look towards players to try and open like Welly, but it's actually Bonnie to shatter the silence through stairs. No smokes.
Okay. Sure, why not? And you mentioned Team Odin abuse versus Team Outlaw abuse. We get a healthy dose of both into this round. Welly tries to assassinate Bonnie, but it's Val to save the day. This insurgence directly onto the site has not gone well for Burger Boys just yet, but of course, I may have yapped a little too early. Retro Q is looking fantastic. Leaves it down to just the coach. The last one left on a full rifle round. This is not the round you want to lose. Plenty of rifles can be picked up now by Burger Boys.
Now, the coach in the hot seat. 1v3 here. Still open in hand, and they didn't overaggress too much. Just Welly's Odin being handed over, but this Brachio till so oppressive.
Style has come in as the last-second replacement from yesterday. It was Doggo instead that took on the Omen role. Style, though, nearly good for one. Okay. Gave me a mini heart attack. Lost 10 years of my life. But Style, on the other hand, good at dividing out the 1v1s. Retro Q is playing for the delay. A Seize is out. And the Odin finally makes its appearance. A 3K for Retro Q. And Burger Boys are looking pretty dang good going to this attack.
Yeah, I said that was the round you did not want to lose if you were SAD Esports, and losing an impactful player like Jerwin handing over the Odin. And if you notice, they never took an unsupported util fight on the side of Burger Boys, and that's where a player like Tillo is going to shine. They were the highest rated player on this team just because of the support utility they brought in. And they were instrumental as well in shutting down Shopify Rebellion Gold specifically on this map, because they couldn't get that position, the movement that they wanted. It shuts down players like Jerwin, and it ultimately is what put them ahead in that round. So now, I mean, yeah, you've broken the economy. Carry the Outlaw forward if you're Bonnie yet again, and go towards the site that's even harder to retake with a weapon differential. It's just slow seaside lean, respect any eco play that may be attempted at a SAD, but otherwise resume standard operations.
And this is the side that you would think SAD would dominate on the most. They have the stall from the Omen, you have Sean Dex's utility, a Viper wall at that, and yet Burger Boys have been great at capitalizing these opening fights.
A little slower approach. Style here with those heroic kills does sport the stinger by, trying to force up off Thorns. Sure, nobody made it in on that wall, getting triggered. But in the meantime, it's actually a revolving door play to re-clear B main. They just spray down the box, they spray down Bao, and now they fake the B rotate, and we're expecting a late C pop.
Now keep in mind too, Burger Boys, they should be somewhat aware, but they don't know exactly how bad the economy is for SAD. The best weapon this team has is a Stinger going into this defense. And yet we go to B-side again, Styles left on an island. It's gonna be up to now Jerwin to maybe make some heroics happen, but as I say that, a spray through the smoke and Nanners takes that upper level space. It's a lockout for SAD.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge kill to find with Bao. No toxic screen on the B site, so like them occupying the space, and this feels like a die to the spike and go play exits out of SAD right now. And the difficult part is that your coach is in the game, right?
Yes.
So they don't have that outside perspective. They can't be the one to pull that emergency stop button, and we're definitely entering emergency territory. Bonnie is trying to clean up the loose ends alongside Tillo. It should be done and dusted.
Well, that's
oh,
hello, Welly, okay. But that's the big question, right, going into this. Now that you have your coach actively playing in the server with you, they still have that macro idea about how these teams play. Are we going to see a quicker timeout, or are the timeouts going to be much more delayed than they normally would be?
I will say, in both the SRG game, where, I mean, you had, like, extensive OT, I think 30-round game on Corrode, we had a close double digits Lotus. The timeouts from Style were slow and in between. I think Welly even stepped in at one point to call one for the team. So I think they already are kind of more reserved in that environment, trusting in SAD's development in the calls. And again, it came too late, and that's where I feel like we're trending towards here, and despite it being SAD's pick. So I'm hoping we'll get one soon. If they lose this rifle round, it has to be now.
Yeah, if this rifle round doesn't go well for Sad, it makes it a little bit more of a doomsday scenario for the defense. But look how lock and key this defense should be for C-Site. Shondex has made sure this should be impenetrable. But if we've seen how someone like Jerwin likes to approach a site and just does not care about what utility's in the way, that might be tough to see. You have to shut down Bonnie, who's on the attacking side. He slides right on in without any troubles in the world. A Nightfall comes in right away. Shondex is there to shut down Bonnie and get a wealth of information in the process. Fortunately, though, not long for this world. It's another retake for Sad that they need to accomplish on this rifle round, if they even get that far. The spike has not gone down yet, and yet with 2 left alive, only inside Waterfall, Welly has to keep this rifle alive. But with a triple swing available now, still no spike in the ground. I'm not sure if Welly will even have the opportunity to survive if he wants to.
Ooh. And I liked the Nightfall, I liked the reflood attempt. Unfortunately, kills don't go your way. You get a bit fragmented, and it's all down on this player. Ugh. And that's where, again, Sted has to be on the same page. They need to be ready to invest these ultimates, take those dives, and that's where Burger Boy is. I mean, you've already got the fast food and delivery chain in quick sync, and that comes out of this team never taking a break, right? Because they only got 1 win in a season, because they were eliminated so early. They spent all that downtime playing your fun havers, your shark attacks, and I think that's what's showing right here, right now. No timeout for Sad just yet. I'm hoping that we don't see an overinvestment of the Steel Garden or the Showstopper into this round unless they're, you know, many percentage chance of winning. In the meantime, Burger Boys, they look unstoppable, and opening towards A, opening towards C, it does not matter. And this time it might. A 4-stack? Well, taking early contact?
Oh, it's a big fight outside Rubble. Sad, the best weapon on the team outside of Jerwin with the Vandal investment, already falls. Viperwall's up above. Burger Boys taking their time, but with a spray through that wall, it's nothing to Practo. That's the 2 best weapons on Sad gone.
They wait for the toxic screen cycle to go through. They wait to respond to Sad's movement and see the pop out of the smoke.
Okay, Val, making sure this is no longer a flawless round from Burger Boys. Shondex is the last one left. Not only is this a dub for Burger Boys, but it'd be a gigantic one if they can somehow panic invest the Steel Garden in the process.
No.
Won't be the case though, thankfully, but 0-6 for Burger Boys. This is such a tempo setter.
Absolutely, and this is where Sad should be taking that timeout because, honestly, yeah, attacks, I did 3-site map, Copium and all, but again, it was 0-7 that they struggled to come back. They had to push it to OT, and that did come out of some heroic rounds, and that's where my question goes to, okay, what side did they start on up against Prosperity on Lotus? And that was the attack keg. Now they're having a slow start on the defense.
I have the spike.
Yeah, kind of like, it's the opposite of what the desk was talking about, right? Like, we've seen a lot of teams just dominate on this defensive side. We saw struggles with it yesterday from every team that played Lotus. It was those choke points. That was the biggest ordeal. But Sad, they're willing to give these choke points away to Burger Boys, but the problem in doing that is that they need to rely on those retakes, and they just have not been able to win their 1v1s.
Absolutely. Bonnie, they're highlighted in the duelist head-to-head, just has not gotten shut down, and that's your coin toss consistency player as well when Burger Boy has the support players that step up in his stead, and even now, just challenge the Vice Domain head-on, realizing they have a gap through water.
Oh! All right, Shondex. That's what I like to see. That's Bonnie gone. Your way of fast introing into a site's no longer available. Burger Boys might have to bring themselves back and audition a different site. Hilo seems to be looking the B site to do with us. Oh, and Jerwin's gone. No more Showstopper to worry about. And guess what? It just continues on forwards. There's a Steel Garden now. Nanners uses this as a distraction to get on the C site. But all the while, though, a 3v3. Finally now, this is an even game. But Shondex, having used his ult already, needs to hide away and rely on Welly's cover fire to maybe gain some extra space. Retro Q gets that spike into the ground.
Players again, Fragment and Nanners, you mentioned, they're the one that entry. They also are getting offensive, getting active, pushing through, and just insult to injury to make sure Shondex doesn't get the 1v3 clutch. You're going to invest Practo's Steel Garden as well, and ultimately, it just feels like Sad Esports is running into a brick wall. They look like they haven't made any adjustments. Even that round, right? Yeah, I'll say it's a little, I'd say out of the ordinary for Tillo, your breach to be lurking, but I'm kind of with it because you can still support from that far away. Fall line extends, and number two, because you saw the breach, because you took that engagement against German, you're able to bait out the entire steel garden from Shondex on the opposite site, right? That radius does not cover C, and that's exactly when Burger Boys took the opportunity to scale up. So again, they're never repeating the same sites. They're always keeping it fresh, so that SAD also cannot make that much needed adjustment. And when they do, they finally head towards A. Status, luckily, position Shondex, that player we highlighted as make or break for SAD, gonna get tested once again.
Viper wall comes up. Welly infests the haunt. That's the only scan info utility that SAD has to offer. A lockdown, or so it would seem, with Shondex's utility on A site. Nothing but sheriffs though. SAD are banded together. Everyone not on A site taking a forward position, looking for a fight. Welly spraying through the door, hoping to at least get some sort of chip damage.
Once they hit the go button though, it could be lethal, right? Overdrive online, if they even need it. Already getting through both Vice Thorns as well. Only having to rely on his Narc Bros and a reclear off the Fade util, and even then, they're just waiting out all these pieces of util underneath it.
Oh, relay bolt into Bonnie doing Bonnie things. It's a meltdown once more. A Phantom available. Bonnie on a tear is waiting. He is looking for that fight. And Bao has to play this so carefully. Jerwin and Bao, a dynamic duo, clear away A site. But there's still one more left. That was the not so lurking Tillo. And finally, a defuse.
I don't know if Jerwin DC'd there with the round and we're good to go anyways. A handoff to defuse because he just invested the showstopper off of a Thrifty. SAD Esports will be able to get there first. And honestly, I think the scales tipped as soon as Bao got a timing out of that stairs smoke, right? You overwhelm the one player while the rest are execing. When we saw that coordination between Bonnie and between Practo to clear out backside, you cleared out Welly, you cleared out Jerwin, and I think that gun that was handed over, you drew eyes and the showstop. It was gorgeous, we'll say. That's the coordination, the sync up that we needed to see out of them, and sometimes it does come out of, you know, the scrappiest situations. So signs of life for the time being, but a lot of work to be done if they want a close half one they can turn around once they're on the attack, and they've gotten the confidence back, fighting heavily off this season for towards A main.
The problem though is that SAD had a lot of supply and strangely demand on A side too for Burger Boys to push into them. If Burger Boys just retract and explore C and B side, they might face a lot more difficulties getting back a retake.
This is an interesting switch up from Burger Boys as well. Not as gun-ho, as not as pedal to the metal, claiming space early on. And on a buy round, I'll say. Ecos, they did their due diligence. They weeded out any aggressive pop plays, say mound, say B pillar, B main. But now they kind of were shut it over towards A. They've gotten the deposit that SAD Esports likes to have, style this case, over towards Rubble. My question is, when does the reclear come through? We're already sub a minute here, Keg, and I don't see any inkling of a direction yet.
No, very important ping on the map. Welly bought out a Prowler. It was pinged down on B site. He's forced to rotate. Do you think they're just waiting for Welly to use all of his utility and go to the opposite site?
They almost had the soul read there. Haunt comes back online and they don't use that to reclear A main either, so all they have to rely upon is style in this jump peek, and now that Nightfall feels too far away to counter the site take. I'm worried Jerwin and Style could get overwhelmed here.
Practo's still on C site. He's on the opposite side of the world. Razorvine destroyed. A Haunt brought out on B side. Seemingly no one on SAD has any idea where the attack's going to come in from. Suddenly though, Bonnie brings up a wall. No one can see a dang thing on the site. Nightfall's brought out but does not capture Bonnie. Welly has his Odin. He's got a spray and most certainly pray to find some sort of impact. And yet through it all, Spike is still ticking away. But SAD, they're biding their time. They're waiting to push in. Welly's looking for a jump peek opportunity, and while Viper brings down her pit directly onto the site to cover the spike, Nanders is there to shut down everyone from Baby Door. And through it all, SAD, they haven't found a way to get on site yet. They've invested so much, and through it all, not a single fight was won.
What? And now it's just Shondex again, tucking tail, maybe buying in the save as the time is going to expire here momentarily, and well, he gets his, that's all he'll bring down to the grave with him. An 8th round for Burger Boys, a substantial lead now, nearly guaranteed unless we get another back-to-back thrifty out of SAD Esports, and like you mentioned, they invested everything they had On the other hand, Burger Boys look like they're on easy mode, stockpiling these ultimates, and they second-guess themselves, right? I look back to Welly, had the right call on the A main space, had the Nightfall ready, rotates over, and then he still uses it late once 3 players are already out on site. It only catches off Nanners, which didn't have much impact because they waited so long that Sad didn't get to clear Blue Room, and we saw how that went, completely mowed down in terms of numbers. It's just really, really rough, and to me, hey, Thrifties can get the job done with kills like that.
Look at that change of pace. That's what I want to see. Welly, there we go. There is Sad. They finally woken up. And we saw this yesterday too. A very slow first half for this team on Lotus. And when they were awake, my God, were they up. Nanners, though, is going to shut down Style, but a trade does nullify it. 2v1. Back in it, baby.
Some little duo coordination there between Shondex and Bao. I like to see it. Little high-low. She couldn't get the trade schedule through the clutch for Burger Boys. And yeah, 8-4 is kind of the minimum I think you want in this situation if you're SAD Esports after a start like that. And again, you might get a German Showstopper, you might get a Shondex Steel Garden if you're lucky by the end of this half if they pop off, but you're entering this half's grand finale for Burger Boys as well. Bonnie, have we seen an overdrive this half? I think he's had that since like round 2 or 3 out of his outlaw. He hasn't.
You're saving it for Nico.
Exactly, and I mean, at this point, I'm expecting them just use this tooth and nail to fight into the ace site, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting the B exec to maybe use that overdrive, but at that point, it's like, well, we'll just save it for when we need it. The problem is, though, Burger Boys have just looked so confident they haven't needed it. Derwin's already taken so much damage. He's forced to back away. He can't take that forward fight.
Really nice Haunt did give them super early information, though. I think 3 players got pinged out, so Sad has the hefty rotation. Even the Vice here, right, away from their C-site stronghold. So as soon as this one Thunder's gone, they're going to be fighting back immediately, but that's why they're taking deep space, deep fights, Keg.
Oh, but Zobi, Burger Boys have only lost on A site, and yet they're taking this opening fight, not removing German, who's still at 20 HP. This forward aggression has looked good from Bonnie and co. They've been able to play around and make sure some of that util's been gone. Practo's gone as well. This has been Bao's time to shine. He's been a retake demon here on A, but now finally the overdrive makes an appearance. It's just a matter of seeing, can Bao work his magic again? No, but Jerwin's there to save it just a little bit. 20 HP, met with a high-low. It's Burger Boys to secure their 9th.
Burger Boys, I previously praised them never taking a fight unsupported by utility. Now it's never unsupported by your teammates, except for the Bonnie show. That's the exception. They're your duelists. They can go just kill W key at the opponent, especially with that overdrive online. So again, incalculable room for error there in who can fight and when. And the speed in which they aggressed drop and then also got back once they realized, okay, we're losing the turf war. We need to play this together. Super, super effective there in the post-plant calling. So all this to say, Burger Boys get up to 9. That ideal minimum for Sad now lost, and all they can hope for. Wasn't it a 3-9 Copium that got them to overtime last time, Keg?
I think so.
Against PRS? Yeah.
And look, the Bonnie channel is the only reason why I still have cable, so I'm always enjoying watching him play. Just a matter of seeing now if we can see the heroics happen once more. Not on A this time, instead on B. Fast execute to put a bow tie on this round, and we've seen the abuse against the Vice Wall so many times. Welling, of course, caught off guard. It's Jerwin to try to reclaim some of that glory.
Here we go. Last round by shoddy at best, and that's Bonnie again just getting up in your face, trying to buy down time, even if it's in exchange for his life, and chip damage onto Bao, that heroic player you highlighted, Keg. So he's down to 8 HP, definitely a worthy trade. Easy for Tilo to finish off at least.
Everyone's at 1 HP when it comes to headshots.
Oh
no. Showstopper found nothing. Truly, truly unlucky. Nanners backs out, does not want to deal with anything. Oh my lordy lord.
Wow. And honestly, it's just, again, that round completely put on hold by Tilo and his utility. I don't know if you saw it, I think it was an Aftershock paired with those Razor Vines that completely shut down Gerwin's Showstopper. And again, that's what I mentioned. We saw signs of in that Shopify Rebellion Gold game where Donut, right now, second highest rated player, mind you, even though they've been eliminated from that promotion contention, just was completely shut down by the breach. Did not get to get active like she likes to do. So all this shows, okay, they're learning, and you mentioned the A changes that they've made even during this half, and they're just improving each round after round, coming with perfect counters in the moment to what Sad is trying to do. And that's what's led them now to this 10-2 half at the switch, where Sad, yeah, this is a time I think where you can talk. You have a little bit longer, but this point, you start looking towards Ascent, which, hey, Shondex is the key to Ascent. So if he's not awake after this map, that we could be seeing trouble, but don't count your eggs before they hatch, because pistol round keg, a 10-2 comeback, let's see it in the making.
I mean, Shondex has been on a tear so far in promo relegation, but this has been a quieter game from him. I wouldn't say it's too late for Sad, though. You're trading out a Viper for a Breach. It's just a matter of utilizing this wall for the late lurks. Baby doors opened up now, and Bonnie may be trapped in the corner. Burger Boys and company, they gotta clear out every corner despite the smokes, and yet Bonnie remains invisible. That's one for him. Shondex again, magnifying glass, have to watch over him, burnt in the sun like an anthill. It's gonna be 2 left alive for the attackers. And what can you do? You're separated out, Zobi. 50 seconds are left.
You stabilized on a 2v3 here. You have a site under wraps, but it almost feels like it's been gifted by Burger Boys at this point, right? They're kind of want that solidification. They want that information. They don't want to be caught off guard here, and that responsibility falls to Practo now on Link.
Okay, there it is, a frenzy going up against that. The worst pistol probably to go up to in that engagement. 7 HP left. There's really nothing Bao has, literally nothing in his arsenal to take an advantage here.
Oh, and now they know exactly where the plant location comes through. And again, they're playing this smart, and enters there's an ego because they're at HP. They wait for Retro.
There it is, one headshot.
Oh.
Plenty of damage against Nanners. Bao's got to play this safe. It's certainly winnable. A miracle moment may be needed for Sad. The Nanners. Oh no! Had so much to work with! And Bao wins the fight, bringing Sad back in!
Oh, and you'll take small wins, you'll take dance parties where you can. Again, that pistol was required in order to give Sad at least a chance at a comeback here, and won't call it that until we're a little bit closer, but this buy is instrumental. Guardians, Bulldog, Outlaw, they have to have this round not just be won, but cleanly so. Because at this point, even any round loss is just basically the kiss of death. So I'm gonna be looking towards how many weapons they keep, how many they carry over, and particularly towards Bao, right? Share still in hand. They're gonna buy a rifle next as long as they win.
Viper wall has yet to come up. Jerwin on the aim duel. Keep in mind too, Jerwin and Shondex, well, and Bao too, I suppose, they're gonna have a lot more extra pressure to get these kills. Sad and Doggo didn't find the most impact in the killing department on this map. It's been a consistent factor for Sad. Bao, though, opening pick, has been able to do so. Sad needs to implement all this utility now as they execute directly onto the site. Retro's the only one available, and yeah, he's got utility. He's got the hidden powers of the classic. But even then, Sad, they've looked good at taking site control. Nothing but a classic and a sheriff left. Burger Boys, they have the rounds to spare to investigate and see how Sad like to play this out.
Well, Sad get the round. It's bloody, it's battled. A little disconnected as a result. They lose a few more rifles than I was hoping for, again, with that buy-up, because you're looking for continuance, you're looking for a hot streak of rounds that you can tie together here. And I do think that with Bao coming alive right now, top fragging, being that player that picks up the Phantom here, especially as one of your primary lurk players, they're going to be the one to look to, I think, to open up this round, because you're not going to win a head-on fight, which is what they're paying out for this East site, which makes me a little worried, I will say, but we'll see if they can still supersede here. In the meantime, it's a pretty standard Breach Neon Omen trifecta take over towards A that we'll see. Bao just calming as they follow through on this C start.
You know, I would say this is anything but calming. I think Lotus is a calming plays, but I think if you're going up against two very brawly teams like this, it's anything but. Fractal, of course, the nerves are high. He's good for two. That's going to be a complete shutdown. Oh, I thought it would be over from there. No. Everyone on Burger Boys, they said, we got rifles. It's over. But Welly's able to lick his wounds and back away. You've lost your smokes. You've lost your entry ability from Jerwin. Zobi, I think C-Site is a bust. You have to rely on Bao's wall and A-Site.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, Omen TP's up solo with the spike, trying to pick up the pieces of the broken Jerwin entry. When you want those to be in sync, typically, if you're not going to trip the wall beforehand and go for the late exec. And they're lucky, I'll say, that Welly's quick-footed movement is able to recover the spike, but at what cost? Super, super low HP here. Fortunate enough to have the regen shield. Fortunate enough to have now the 3v5.
30
But
seconds left.
Regsec is what has to follow through. I don't think they have enough left in the tank to do that.
No, 12 HP. Well, he does have a haunt. You can't fake it over towards A site at this time. Everyone's solidified into positions, waiting for the peek. It's Fractal for 4. Could this be an ace? No, Bonnie says not today.
Oh, I mean, I said you got to challenge Fractal head on, and unfortunately, 4 kills strong. Again, just not carrying enough weapons over for that bonus attempt. And now, I mean, it's do or die. You lose this round, you won't have weaponry. It'll be Burger Boys up to map point on your pick. And I mean, Burger Boys also with that 4K for Practo, one off from the Steel Gardens. So this round, they may be able to invest that as well to deny their rifle round. They're set up really, really well to start closing things down. And again, Sad just very stable in their approach, unwavering. And when you're down 4-11, that's not kind of mentality you want to be having. So again, just the standard see site start, see what they took away. Bao's been a little bit more active here towards A. That's a change, Keg.
Oh, it is! And that's the lurk gone. And yes, you do lose a player, but plenty of information's been gained off of that. Guess what? Nobody else A. It's gotta be a C or B execute. And we're certainly not seeing anybody on B. Smokes are down, the blast packs are in, Jerwin makes his stride, but Fracto shuts it down again. What do you have left now? Same position as before, Sad. Their most played map, by the way, in stage 3. Completely washed away in the tides of Lotus once more. 4 to now almost 12.
Wow. And honestly, again, it comes back to, I sound like a broken record, the breach util. If you notice, they fixed the issue I said, the Omen Raze entry desync as we get to that inevitable map point. But I think it was an aftershock, if you notice, that cut styles. So again, it separated them. So they didn't have that full force of the entry after they, again, put in the work to clear out the Vice util that time around. So even when Sad are making strides and making development, they've just come too late. And now, I mean, look at the broken buy that follows in its wake, Keg.
I'm, certainly not on the analyst desk, but I think the implementation of the utility that Sad needs to rediscover on this map needs to be looked into going to the next season. Welly and Style, they've been great in the fragging department, sort of. But I gotta say, usually, sure. Very diplomatic way of saying that, but I mean, I just want to see it all be more cohesive in the future. But it's not over just yet. Practo's been great about locking and keying out this mat on this site. The Seize is out on top of the nade combo. Do like the utility brought out there. Jerwin makes his entry in with the showstopper, but he's just too far out to connect against anybody.
Welcome to my world.
All right.
Spike planted.
This is nice for Sad. They finally broke the mold on the C side, third time's the charms. They had the pit up and they had Jerwin fight forward for one, but he needed to get out untraded because then still set us on a 4-on-4 where you're down in the weapons department.
Glad you mentioned that. Practo no longer able to use the Steel Garden into this round. The biggest retake tool that Burger could have relied on, not there. Tillo, though, needs to get 2 kills here to use a Rolling Thunder to shut this out. Viper's Pit is up from Bao and gives plenty of space for Sad to work with into the post plant. Style falls, smokes are gone. 3 left alive from the attacking front, all off site. They have to rely on the pit. Pit's not there. It's going to be up to Nanners to hope for the best.
Whoa.
With the defuse, not available anymore. Sad have done it. They've saved themselves from the brink.
Eco Demons. I mean, at this rate, half the rounds have been on half buys. That pit did a lot of work. The Vice util was also excellently placed to try and deny the Bonnie reflood, to deny Burger Boys easily getting access back to that site. And even then, when they realize, okay, we're losing the turf war, we're losing because they have better weapons, the reframing around Mound to play down the timer, to play down the remaining players, and frankly, throw that Steel Garden into the mix is what gets them across the finish line. Now, 7 more of that just for overtime is a steep ask, as we see again Burger Boys just charging up round after round. 2 ults online, 1 off their 1 Thunder. That's the moment we start believing when they shut down those ults, and maybe coming this round or next.
I mean, there was a huge reliance on Shondex and Bao's ults that last round. Won't be able to use that on A. Not a lot of information was found off the hands of the... The hunt hasn't even been used on A site yet from Welly. Do they know there's a war ahead of them? It might not matter. Jerwin and Welly, they've woken up. They've seen the alarm clock, and it's certainly not 5:12 o'clock. Jerwin makes his way back in. Bonnie hides behind the Viper wall. He's out there, a surprise for sure. But even then, on A site, it's a meltdown from Bao to take A site control. And Sad, they may be officially back.
Wow. I mean, Again, okay, once we see, no ults on the side of Burger Boys, I'll say that Sad is back. But for the time being, a really, really clean round. It feels like they more just caught Burger Boys off guard one time on that A-hold, right? The paranoia was in place. It just came seconds too late after Jerwin got that timing, right? Ahead of, again, the stack there. Had his POV, we would have seen probably a clean transfer at that to be able to find both of those before the paranoia comes out as well. So that, plus the really quick follow-up from Sad, really, really clean. That coordination you were asking for coming through, maybe shining through,
it was
starting
there.
to come back. Yeah.
I liked it. I liked it a lot. But there is a small problem, Zobi. There are 4 ults that Burger Boys have where they can just completely give up any site they want and retake with all of them.
I think that's exactly what they're doing, right? That's why they're committing forward to this A take, forward to this A hold, and trusting number 1 in Practo, who's already anchored C site pretty handily. And then you see them slowly migrate over once contact, once sound, once util like a bomb on a Prowler invested.
We'll have to see if Practo's going to go for that Steel Garden early. Both these Vices have been pretty good at not doing so.
Okay. I think though Sad understand that, what you mentioned, the win condition of just giving us a site, playing the retake. That's why they're seeking for these over-aggressive players. One's maybe peeking out, trying to close the map early. In the meantime, just again, default find an opening, and my concern is that we're 45 seconds left and it doesn't feel like they're on the same page. We've seen this before. Issues, they have diverging paths, not on the same page, and as with these splinters will stick possibly in Burger Boy's favor.
I like that. And speaking of splinters, a wooden box is the only thing protecting Nanner's
30
life.
seconds left.
It was a Prowler, a Haunt dedicated, forced to back away with a Shrouded Step. Shondex is now gone, and Nanners might have the spray of a lifetime, and he does! A 3K to shut down Sad. 19 seconds left, a 4K for Nanners, the A-side demon, and that's all she wrote. A beautiful first map from Burger Boys.
Did not even have to use any of those grand finale ultimates. Like, that was just the interlude, and I can speak probably for Liz and Dry that this is not how we expected this map to go to any degree. And Keg, I joked about it before. I was like, okay, we see the Sad that showed up early in PRS, this would go the way of Burger Boys, but they looked so improved by the end of that map that I thought they were just going to be coming in confident, coming in strong, especially since they picked into this map knowingly understanding those issues. So I am a little bit worried, I think, going into Ascent, all in all.
I don't think Sad are unfamiliar with slow starts, though. They've looked pretty slow in some of those starts all throughout Stage 3. But you know what? The Burger Boys, they've come into this. They're hungry. I thought I'd be on trial here for this first map of being the pro Burger Boys prediction, but I suppose not.
No, I mean, Burger Boys looked so clean. Again, Tillo caused problems. Bonnie was on lock. It's like all of the stars are aligning for the best parts of their players shining through. Even Retro, related to the early round impact he was having. And Practo, I don't see a weak link on Burger Boys' side right now. And Sad, again, we didn't see Shondex online to the degree we saw. We saw Jerwin losing a lot of those opening first blood engagements that he typically wins. And that concerns again because Shondex is the win con on Ascent on that chamber, being opening kills, opening up sides of the map on these lurk plays. So if they don't have a serious talk, a serious reset between maps, this could go in a 2-0 way that none of us predicted.
Well, we might have to be the facilitators of that. We have some serious talking points ourselves, and luckily we have analysts to help us out as well, Zobi. But I gotta ask, though, what can we expect to see going to the next map before we go to our break?
Ooh, I'm excited for the Shondex Retro Chamber head-to-head, and I think that's what we will title things, and we'll see if Burger Boys continue the wins they've had so far in Promo Relegation on Ascent to close out this seeding battle to see who goes up against who tomorrow.
That's right, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more amazing Promo Relegation action.
Well, folks, one of my favorite Shakespeare plays is A Midsummer Night's Dream, and my favorite quote is, "Take pains and be perfect." And that's pretty much what Burger Boys were. I'm Elizabeth, joined by Dryad on the desk for this promo relegation. And Burger Boys taking Sad's map pick of Lotus in a very, I don't think convincing me even begins to cover it, Dan, because in the beginning it kind of looked like shades of yesterday where, you know, there was a slow start for Sad, but maybe they could bring it back, but it was just the tale told by Burger Boys today.
Absolutely, and honestly, when it started 0-6 once again, I was like, yeah, this is fine. I know it's different sides, but it should be the same story for Sad, because yesterday they started on this map really cold, as we mentioned, but no, it was a different story. Burger Boys looked amazing, and some of the things that I talked about, I'm surprised that they actually manifested so well into this win, you know, talking about the Neon, talking about the Breach, talking about these win conditions that they wanted to for the set of Burger Boys. It was so well done when they were playing on that attack side. I feel like it surprised me that we didn't really see that many robo fights. We didn't really see that much aggressive control from the defense of Sad as I expected, and that really played into it. And to that A side, you see how they wanted to play for these floods that were not really working out because of how overwhelming that force for the side of Burger Boys on the attack was. And on that C side, it was a little bit different. They wanted to play for these retakes, but it was a retake that was a split towards the doors as well, and it gets shot down every single time by the players on mount. So many things that were working out well, and it was a Burger Boys that was constantly one step ahead of how they wanted to approach these sides. Even a round where we see a Breach selling a fake on B that ends up capitalizing on the attack side for grabbing that space early on when that C hit doesn't work. So many things that, again, for Burger Boys were amazing, and you know, it turns out into this win at 13-6 is not what we were expecting at Lotus.
No, and remember, that half was 2-10 in favor of Burger Boys. Zad did win the pistol, but in the end, it just went to 6-13. And also, I think Keg pointed this out during his cast. This was the most played map for Stage 3. In Stage 3 for Sad Esports. They have so many reps on this map, which can be a blessing and a curse, as we all know. But, I mean, we have to give props to Burger Boys, like Dan has been doing, because what a performance on that. The util combinations. Like, I think Zobi was comparing the util kind of differences between how Burger Boys was using their util in conjunction with one another versus how Sad Esports maybe wasn't quite doing it as well. They had fixed some issues, but not quite what we were getting at. But again, Sad Esports lost their map pick, and we'll be heading to the next map of Ascent, which is Burger Boys' pick, which I think, you know, I always talk about Ascent being kind of like the tried and true Valorant map. You better have a good Ascent or don't bother showing up. But it is one of those things, and we're going to see that chamber head-to-head, and Sad Esports have to make an impact and make it count in order to bring us to Corrode and a map 3.
So we was talking about this in the green room, and is something that I was also taking a look at is that both of these teams, they play the Fnatic comp, the attack comp with the Chamber and the Vice, but we don't oftentimes see a head-to-head. I don't remember a single head-to-head of these two comps going against each other. Obviously, when we saw in Masters, it was a Fnatic that wanted to play with this comp to start on the attack, so you have the possibility of, if you know you're going to be starting on the defense, going for something a little bit more standard with a different double Sentinel. But the Chambers have been so effective, they have been so good, they have been so clean, so if it is going to be that head-to-head, I'm excited to see it.
Again, I said in the pre-show, I love someone who makes Chamber look cool again, because Chamber just had such a fall off, and to see him come back into like a la Starbound, who did that as well in GC, it's just such a treat to see a good Chamber, and Chambers that shut each other down. So we're gonna be keeping an eye on Shondex and Retro, unless they change things up again. We had a little bit of a agent select surprise last time. Maybe we'll have one this time, because Dan, the stakes for this match, just to set the stage, this is a seeding match. If they lose, they don't get relegated right away. They are just gonna see who they're going to play tomorrow for promotion relegation. So there, like you said, I think earlier in the pre-show, there is room to, experiment. There is room to run something that maybe is a little bit riskier from your scrims. And Ascent, which is a pretty, plain Jane map, might be the place to do it.
Absolutely, and I feel like these teams have already experimented a lot when it comes down to having a good understanding of this composition, because some teams have tried to run it and it just doesn't work the way that they expect. It's not just running this composition and expecting to be good on the attack side, right, but also constantly setting up this chamber for success towards mid, and that gets a little bit more tricky. And especially as more and more teams play this composition, there's more reads on how you want to take a little bit of a mid fight early on. So anything can happen here. I feel like Shondex is still, the player to look for when it comes to this chamber. He was insane yesterday, 18-9. He won on that map, and then today, if this side of SAD is going to come back, I feel like it's going to depend on him.
I think Wazobi, correct me if I'm wrong, called Shondex the win con for SAD in how good his chamber is, and something to keep an eye on, and for our audience to keep an eye on. And again, that head-to-head with Retro on the other side with that chamber. It is, I think we also talked to players after, such, not monumental, that's not the right word, but, big gaps and losses, like a 6-13. That's a pretty strong loss that you've taken. And sometimes those are the easiest to shake off. When it is your map pick, maybe not so much, but it is something that can be, worked on, and it's okay. I see some SAD Esports fans in chat, and I see you guys supporting, but, it's okay. Have faith. Here's your copium. We're chilling. We're good. As Dan would say, we're chilling. So it is, we're chilling, you guys. But also, I think, to talk about how it ended, Nanners had an incredible spray down. That's from a 3K into a 4K with the final kill. It's, to have kind of a hero play end it, well, there was like a little bit of momentum coming back for SAD Esports, Dan, that, maybe there was kind of an a la C9 NRG comeback in the works, maybe, if that had not stopped it. Because you and I both picked SAD Esports as the team we expected to win today. Keg was talking about how, he was the kind of the maverick here who, chose Burger Boys, and obviously was proven to have some inclination of being correct with 13-6. I would love for you to provide better copium than me for our SAD Esports fans in chat beyond the Shondex chamber that we were talking about. What does SAD Esports need to do to bring this to a map 3?
I still think this is pretty much going according to plan. I did expect that first map of Lotus to be closer, but it's still a Burger Boys that won this map yesterday, and it's a SAD that lost this map yesterday in overtime. So we already knew some of the things that could happen. When it came down to this map, I feel like everything manifested a lot more and a lot better for Burger Boys. But when it comes down to Ascent, I feel like SAD is absolutely the favorite team, and we should... I already see us heading into the road. I feel like that's definitely going to happen, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I love who you're already. I'm past Ascent. I'm in Corrode.
Exactly.
I'm looking to the future, even though we are heading into Agent Select for the map we will heading into Ascent. Burger Boys make this a clean 2-0. This is their map pick, for anyone just joining us. But we're talking about this chamber head-to-head. We're talking about kind of these moments where players and teams and coaches, including a substitute coach, can have kind of an exciting moment, Dan. But there's that chamber head-to-head that we were talking about, Shondex and Retro right there, plain to see.
Absolutely. As I mentioned it before, there was the possibility of that team starting on the defense, and in this case, instead of stat, to maybe go with something a little bit more standard, because it's one of those compositions that you can switch a little bit more easier with the amount of times that teams play this map. But things are going to remain the same, so you need to keep your eyes on how this mid control is going to work both for Shondex and for Retro, especially as he's starting on the attack. And there's a couple other things that are going to be a nightmare to deal with. Bao and Practical as well, but Bao mainly, he is the GOAT of this map on Vice. And I just mention it because I've been seeing it for a long time in Challengers when he was playing for M80 and what he's been able to do, especially on the center role. This is where he gets to shine a little bit more, so you need to keep your eyes on him and how annoying he's going to be to deal with when the attacking team is trying to get that side control.
Well, folks, it could be a clean 2-0 for Burger Boys in this seeding match, or SRG Esports could bring us to a map 3 and take us to Corrode. Keg, Zobi, friends, please take it away.
We just take a second to appreciate how much the team comps on Ascent have changed over the years. It's a mirror comp, yes, but the fact that we're seeing a Yoru, a Chamber, and a Vice really mashes together, I feel like, the central metas of this map from every single year of this game's existence.
Absolutely. I mean, I would painstakingly say this is my least favorite map to cast because that cookie cutter composition, yeah, with the Devil Initiator, the KO Sova, it was just brutal. Everything was figured out. We saw nothing new. And honestly, as a Killjoy, I mean, it does hurt my heart because this was one of her best maps. And honestly, I think part of that change up to the Vice and the Chamber is because she's the only Sentinel that has a range restriction on her util. No other Sentinel does anymore. With Chambers getting removed, with Vice not having one, with Chamber Trips not having one. I think that's why we're going this way.
It was my least favorite back when it was the standard Ascent. Like, I feel like I could have that composition tattooed on me. It's just so ingrained in my soul. But this is interesting now. And, you know, Liz was saying on the desk, it's plain Jane kind of map. So when you add that sugar, spice, and everything nice in it, you really get yourself an amazing Powerpuff Girls setup like a Yoru, a Chamber, and a Vice to make things interesting. And why not make things interesting with a fast rush to A?
We'll see if Sad gets that secret ingredient X this time for the proper formula, because was not there over on Lotus, and we said it was going to come down to opening kills. Not all eyes go to Style, the stand-in for his team. Don't get overwhelmed here. This fire player's just creeping up while you still got your smoke in your hand.
Now, Style is the coach normally of Sad. He's got that macro level brain to know full well these timings, and he certainly puts down that smoke at a good time. Paranoia to boot, denies the entry of Burger Boys immediately.
Alongside those thorns as well, and it's an immediate disengagement. Maybe leave Tillo lurking over towards Wine to clean up the aggression, to clean up the reclear that Style was teasing at, but all in all, this is nice. I am concerned, though, about the mid-hold, right? You have Style rotate over to help Shondex here. You have a good sight lane on top mid for Jarwin. So they should know pretty on this is a rotate, but that's exactly why Burger Boys steer clear. Go back to their spawn.
Jarwin's in a comfortable position. Tillo has reset his recon dart. He's set up for the execute on B side if it happens. No mid control whatsoever.
They haven't cleared any space, though.
I know, but there's not a lot of information either. German's opting
That's
for
why you need
insight.
re-clear.
It's a 4-stack, so Sad are looking to retake B.
If they had re-cleared A, like a dart, a clone, like just a person walking through, they would know, and Bao would not be alone for this 5-person hold. And there's no gate crash either.
I know Bao's putting himself in essentially in a death-only position. He's got to be good for one before he falls. Timing, you're right, 10 seconds left. He's good for one, that's Retro. Bao may have succeeded in doing his job. The spike still goes down, but the rest is yet to be seen. Sad have 2 left alive now. Styles taking some damage, and Shondex needs to show up here. He's got his headhunter set up and ready. Style is showing off, but unfortunately, now it's just Shondex to be the last one left. Onus is on him. He was the win condition, Zobi! And yet through it all, Burger Boy still take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it boils down to 2 players alive, I think is a testament to Sad and maybe cleaning up that coordination, because they definitely got outplayed with that gamble rotation over towards A. But all in all, I gotta highlight Bauer. You mentioned the win con. We mentioned he did his job. He was a solo anchor against 5 players. That's also such up for him, mind you. He gave away the Omen he typically plays on this to Style. He stepped into Doggo's shoes too. Honestly, Doggo's best role was that Vice on this map up against SRG in that super dominant 13-5. So all this to say, it's gonna take some growing pains, especially on the defense with this double Sentinel. Now, I mean, they've lost the first pistol yet again. We'll see what they can pull out with the Bow Sheriff with some early util reclearance, it looks like.
Good hit.
I think your golden point last round was talking about the lack of re-clearing from Welly on A side. That would have given enough information to know about the B rotate. We do see a recon bolt outside B. It's a good start. But through it all, it is just gunfight city. Tillo removes Derwin. That is back A-side control gone. Your Yoru to disrupt the information is not available anymore, Zobi. And yet, through it all, a clone trips up style.
I mean, he's holding close, have to. Pray to the RNG, right? Classic gods here. Hope they respawn. In the meantime, though, again, it's just not ending on the site you're showing presence on, especially on Eco, right, when they have to gamble heavy stacks, playing team fight, playing team numbers, or playing timing, like Bao was just found.
Okay, Bao's good for one. Nanners is gone. No post-plant smokes available for the attackers now. That could be an advantage, but look at Sad's inventory. They have nothing but classics and barely any HP to go with it. A body disadvantage, a weapon disadvantage, an everything disadvantage, and Burger Boys cleanly take B again.
Just steamrolling their way on there. Bit difficult when your Vice is playing off, but I did see, again, there wasn't too much all in there from Sad, which was nice to see. Granted, it's with an eco, but this is the round where everything went wrong on Lotus. They have the buy they want. They have the third round Odin for Welly again. Fade or Sova, Lotus or Ascent, it does not matter. And they just have to ensure that nothing slips through. And I will say, this bonus, to me, the weapons that are in hand for Burger Boys looks a little scary, right? Retro Headhunter gonna buy up a Vandal if they win this. I thought Bonnie was gonna follow through Phantom, but it's actually Practo. So this is just full impact here, and you've gotta be careful not get cut off on 1vx situation.
I mean, just thinking ahead, Burger Boys, if they just go nothing but kills this round, they are going to be racking up ultimate after ultimate for future rounds ahead. Can't say the same for Retro, though. He's the first to fall. No tour de force early on. But Bonnie, however, that dimensional drift is only one away. Not going to quite be the case, though. Sad have only lost one body this past round. And Zobi, I think you're onto something. A very different turn of events from Lotus.
Really, really nice hold there, especially with all the util that we saw. Pairing to flush out the A main angle. I really liked that entry actually from Nanners cooked up with the sight dark cover. So you're kind of replicating and substituting what your dive duelist would look like with this composition. But again, the immediate rotation, the high lows, not being able to dislodge style from Hell as well, as he's definitely found his footing here on Ascent, a little bit more standard of a map of a zone. It's looking really clean there, and that's how you get your footing, how you have a close map. But again, was a bonus, so Burger Boys ride it up, they buy back up. You had a dimensional drift to maybe set up a play, which is probably why Bunny is a stinger.
Yeah, I was going to say, everyone but one bought up. And I think all eyes need to be on Bonnie. He's going to be the kingmaker this round to set up these plays. A big wide swing in mid shuts down the opportunities to swing back. Jerwin, though, chose not to be discovered early. It's an early trade, but again, Nanners is gone. Losing your Omen before an execute. How are you going to get on site and take back that space?
Very, very difficult here, I will agree, but it's where the dimensional drift comes in. You want to backstab the players that are slowly but surely clearing B main. This is smart. You know the split's coming. You have to take space somewhere or at least stay undetected with the dark cover.
Bow? Bow! Oh no! Shondex is there to save the day. Bow pulled out something scary. Shondex is gone too. And now, a 2v2. Welly has plenty of re-clear utility, and the hunt is on for the backstab.
Still device wall though, right? Because Practical Live, they're gonna know at least one is coming from main, and there comes the trigger.
Thorns are alive.
They don't know where Bonnie is.
Time is to be everything.
Fracto sitting and waiting. Arc Rose still available. Welly. Recon Bolt available. Backside again. Still don't know where Bonnie's location is. That style gone. Smokes to the backside. Not a possibility. Welly's got to rush on in. A 2v1. Knows where Practo is. Has to take this fight. Rush immediately before it's a 2v1. Welly does so. A headshot. Practo gone. Bonnie now left alive. 1v1. No util at all. But he's got the advantage. The high ground goes to Bonnie.
And honestly, I was watch partying the other day with Kip, who's a coach of a team that's going to be competing tomorrow, with Flash, who's another player in the space, and we were all joking that Flash that we just saw from Bonnie at a CT, he used it on the defense to support his backside boat player. The fact that he's able to use it on the attack as well in a post plan after dimensional drift set him up in that position is absurd. So really, really nice angle found there to support your team, even when you're playing safe, playing for that backstab that you mentioned can make or break the round, Keg. And all that cements Burger Boys a nice lead here, a nice buy to disrupt the economy again for Sad, except for Welly. Uncharacteristic Odin to complement the rest of his team's ecos. And Fracto, if we get this Outlaw online and you trap Sad in a light shield, regen shield purgatory, you cannot get any footing.
Speaking of footing, though, this Yoro clone's going on the expedition of a lifetime. What will he discover? Not much.
Okay. Little Alodron reclear, little A split setup for the time being. No follow through though. Again, just poking, prodding, seeing what they can find, what they can isolate. They know Odin's B side now. That's a huge win. And Rally wants to know how much is truly lurking here in the market for sale.
Now here's the thing though, Welly, with that uncharacteristic Odin that you pointed out, Zobi, you are against very sprayable walls here for your Burger Boys. You're probably not expected to go up against an Odin here, but Welly backs away. He doesn't take the chance.
Nobody CT. The reclear coming from Jerwin, but he has a Sheriff, and there's 3 players, so even if he took 1, which he's not going to find because he doubles back to Tree.
Oh, this is Safety City.
Such a difficult position for Sad to get themselves out of. I mean, even here, is Bao visible? Is he vulnerable from main?
I don't know, but the smoke is down! There it is, caught off guard. Welly, though, the Odin's still available. They don't know that he's backed away. But Game Sense tells you there's got to be someone in the back. It can't be that easy. 14 seconds left. That's one mode down. Tillo there for the trade. Sean Dex is with the rest of his team. Little Yoru can't find much. It's Jerwin the fall alongside his doppelganger. And Sean Dex, like, what do you do? It's just a headhunter against the entirety of Burger Boys.
Yeah, at this point, maybe try and go for a retake game on this B site.
Now look.
Or also, Bao's being so fluid. He's not playing with a setup. He's playing aggressive as soon as contact's made. I haven't seen him play like Doggo does. Doggo plays lane, waits for the wall to get tripped, and get the rest of the round playing out there again. Sean Dex against the world, like you mentioned. Nash gets a quick cleanup. Burger Boys get into the round. And again, it feels like the little minute role swaps they made to accommodate style just has thrown off their game plan, how they have played this map in a successful fashion, in dominant fashion.
That's
in
right.
instances where they've won Ascent, and that's my big concern here. And well, a great attempt there, honestly. If he got the transfer, that could have been a done and dusted round on the time game. But even then, the rotates come through late. It's, again, duos and trios at max, not the full impact of the team. That's
right, because we've gone from Jawa to Doggo to Style now. That's a 3-player swap in a very short amount of time. And Sad have had a hard time accommodating that style of play, pun intended. Sean Dex falls immediately.
The only silver lining there is they did play a LAN with Style actually recently. But even then, a few months ago, even then they weren't down 4-1 on the opposing map pick. And Jerwin, we saw him try to take a cat fight previously. Now the wrap is cut off. Everything again that Sad is trying, even in 1v1s, is being lost.
Last player standing.
And at this point, there's really not much you can do. Welly.
Shouldn't be losing that though.
Yeah, it's a tough scenario to be in, Zobi.
Well, he's just trying to save, right? The one that had the good econ, the one that was able to force up and still buy regardless. You have to try and re-clear space to hold on to this rifle, but they're encroaching from every angle.
Welly, good for one. A little bit of economy in the pockets of Sad, I suppose. And like, I get that you have your coach playing with you right now, but
no timeout?
Yeah, surely you'll at least, take a break, right, for just a second.
Ooh.
Oh.
Hey, they listened.
Hey, look at that.
We hit the nail on the head. And
Yeah,
I think
Burger
that
Boys
comes...
timeout.
No, there's no way. I mean, there's a world because they have 4 ultimates, and we'll get communication on whose timeout it is soon. But I think it's because they're coming up with a major strategy change here. And also their money is, if you look at it, majorly desynced. You have Sean Dex, who can afford a full shield operator. And on the other hand, you have Welly and Jerwin, who can barely buy a no-shield Vandal. Right? Like, it is absurd. Like, how... they're not on the same page in terms of money, in terms of strategy. That one round they won on the bonus denial for Burger Boys, long in the past, where they were just complete links in the same chain. At this point, they're fortunate this is for seeding, and they're almost playing like that, where it is very low stakes. Well, they don't care about who the opponent is tomorrow. I mean, I'm not saying they're hiding strats by any mean, but again, that is an approach. I think Liz mentioned on the desk how it's a double-edged sword when you're showing off your most played maps, and this is one that has been played less by this team, and also they didn't win a single time they played it in VCL Stage 3. It was 2 losses. So again, maybe try to keep it in the dark. Again, this is also maybe a takeaway from seeing the mirror composition for the first time in the server of this Vice chamber. There's so much that could be leading to this downfall right now.
Well, outside that one smoke in mid, it's going to be a trap-style play inside a mid-site.
I like it.
Yeah.
Little change.
I like it too. However, little Cloney might be able to be the fall victim of it, but unfortunately, though, everyone does back away.
Alright. Again, it's this confident re-clear from players like Retro, players like Bonnie just playing solo and winning their engagements. I mentioned how they were decent on the buy, so we saw them sell the operator, they reset back to full eco weapons. I was hoping Shondex would be the one with the Marshall there, right? Can play the rendezvous, can play that angle, but Handhunter goes awry, you get some chip damage, you have to disengage. This, though, is nice. It's not Style alone that can get overwhelmed by a Paranoia. It's a crossfire with Jerwin that set forth off the Paranoia.
Oh, unfortunate there off the hands of the clone. Jerwin removes Retro. A good start. Very scrappy style plays, though. A Marshall was the best weapon that we see in the hands of Welly. Shrouded Step is called, and the defenders back away. A-site, going to be the point of contention off the hands of the drone. Tillo's been discovered. Last one left. Nothing but a Vandal to work off of in the hands of this timeout. Tillo might be able to make some heroics work. Welly's there for the trade. Sad finally get their second round.
Feels very reminiscent of their first win over on Lotus via a Thrifty, and that one, I believe, was without a timeout as well. So again, at the big picture of everything that I spewed could be going wrong for SAD, it did feel like they used it as a resync opportunity, both in terms of how they took engagements, evident by how we saw Welly and Style trade each other out, down to, again, hey guys, our buy's off. Someone's buying a full shield operator while we can't even afford glass cannon rifles. So on the same page economically, now ult-wise, this round is going to be absolute chaos, Keg, and set the pace for the rest of the half. Burger Boys will hit their 6th, their safety net, or SAD will start to close up that gap.
I would like a change of pace. This has been uncharacteristically slow for both these teams. Burger Boy's been prodding a lot more, being experimental with the approaches. Probably recognizing that SAD need to change up their pace and play aggressive. And that's exactly how Jerwin's the first to fall.
Yeah, I think he wanted a challenge before that wall got deployed from Practo, but he's just on top of it. The immediate Arcers fall to ensure that there's not more players there as well. And spots out a second, so they know not to pivot back, not to speed up for a B exit after that initial kill. They still poke and prod over towards A. With a small switch up here as well. Shondex wanting Heaven, the trademark instead of 2 players towards Tree. The Hunter's Fury is aimed to widen everything or get that information, that advantage back, but I don't even think it connected. Provided too much.
He's got that dimensional drift. That should be the entry point. Practo's gone. Don't have to worry about him anymore. But guess what? It's SAD! He continues it forwards. It was a Paranoia out. Massacre everywhere. And Shondex at the hands of the double up into a Headhunter has nearly brought things even.
Really, really effective there. And I might have misspoke there. I saw some chip damage. Maybe the Hunter's Fury saw them there. So as a result, you don't rotate, you hold the line. Shondex even repositions for Tree instead of for Heaven, understanding that heavier presence than expected. And this Paranoia as well from Sile, just perfect there to set up those 2 players together. So they finally kind of stop them at the door. They do it with, you know, only a few ults, so I like the pacing here as well. It wasn't as explosive of every ult thrown into the pile to see what sticks here.
Oh no.
What do you see?
Bonnie, Bucky, dimensional drift mid. Shondex might be in trouble.
That's why you got a rendezvous here. At least that's the ideal.
Luckily though, Jerwin's also there to help with a potential trade. Jump peek.
Not gonna re-clear this though. They were aware Nanners could be on that elevated right side position. Okay, TP away. Whew, I was getting nervous for Shondex there on this deep angle again.
Here it is. Bonnie brings out the dimensional drift. Just a matter now of seeing who his target's going to be.
You said it.
Disengage! There it is! The classic right click! No Bucky needed!
And he had the shorty out. The shot's connected. I do not know how Bonnie gets away with 7 HP, but they're not stopping just there. They're opening up the site. They're taking down, or at least challenging the Sentinels. Here we go. Back together. Grouped up here. I like the pivot out of Burger Boys here. Great use of Jerwin there to patch up the hold on the site.
Oh, that's awkward.
That's a great anti. That's your macro that you mentioned out of Style. And he knows that, hey, I'm stuck wide. They know I'm wide. They're going to util up me. I get out of dodge. I play retake with my team here.
And all the while, though, Burger Boys telegraphed exactly what they want to play for the final seconds into the round.
Ooh,
Procto, Steel Garden's available. Just needs the perfect timing to make sure you can capture everybody and play off that timing. Look exactly where Nanners is at. He's watching for the cross mid, but no one will be there. He's late off the timings, and that's going to give Sad a body advantage. It's just a matter now of capitalizing, and it looks like Tree back into the control of Sad. A reverse Steel Garden has been brought out. That's going to be Procto's. Shutting things away. All the while, the Odin spraying and certainly praying, looking for anything they can. Jerwin's down below, notices the barrel, Procto's gone. It leaves it to Bonnie. Had the first kill, but not the last.
And that is the well-oiled machine that we expect out of a supply and demand chain, out of a SAD Esports. I mean, they played their own timing. They respected the Steel Garden out of Burger Boys as well. And they covered every base from, like we mentioned, the well-placed lurk timing out of Nanners, to even just the spray down out of Welly, who's normally an Odin abuser in the server, just off their recon clears gen. Every player did their job down to a T. And I said I wanted to see a 5-person retake, and they gave it to me. I expected it towards B and addressing how they were getting steamrolled there by the Yoru, but I'll take it on A, and I'll take it off those ults, because now we are 1 round away from getting tied up here on Ascent.
And Shondex doesn't have to worry about the dimensional drift anymore. It can take a more aggressive angle outside B main.
That's a huge
What?
mid-fight one.
Wow.
That's your info, Nick, gone.
Yeah.
Cover going out.
Now you got to rely on someone like Bonnie to maybe clone and find an angle to shoot out.
Ooh,
For your information.
They didn't get the wall up. 3 players about to clear Procto.
That's one.
Oh, no!
Spotted at least another for the double swing. May not know about a third. Doesn't matter though. Procto, aggressive fight. Loses it out to Bao.
Okay, you shut down the B main control. You've shut down a mid fight. They basically shut down any B split attempts. So the stabilization is focused towards A. Lean heavy into Tree, to Bonnie, Nanders, and a util dump. Rely upon solo clear out of Retro here over towards A main. And Welly, this is what his standard usually looks like these last 2 rounds. 3
I was
rounds.
going to say, you're down to your bare essentials. You had your flash, you have your smokes, and you have your killing factor to get onto a site, but the flashes are gone.
30 seconds left.
Smokes are still available, only by 1.
No.
Retro set up and ready. Welly takes him down. Styles there for the trade.
There was a world where Retro gets insane trigger discipline timing and transfers from Welly over to Style and cracks that round wide open. But a quick flick to patch up the holes. Great calm there comes through. And we are tied 5 apiece in battle proceeding, but important because it determines your opponent between Alliance Angels and Team Slat. So, time being, I don't know how I feel about the double operator. Shondex and Jarwin both, 1 A main, 1 presumably B main. Maybe you can punish Procto in this manner off the Arcros, and that seems to be the play.
Like an 1800s musket strat. That being said, though, I wanted to mention the stats. Bonnie has over double the kills of anybody else on his team. He's been able to find instrumental killing impact in the server, but Jerwin's the first to fall. That's 1 of 2 ops gone. Welly, of course, is the next to fall on top of that. That's going to be 2 of the 3 major playing weapons gone off the hands of Sad.
Yeah, I think Burger Boys realized, okay, we're letting solo players, like last round, we let solo Tilo take the fight, engage mid, he got punished. So if we roll up the entire team, we're guaranteed to get those openers and that advantage before leaning towards a site. Now the regroup here. Now that they've gotten those mid kills as well, they can prime themselves for a nice split here. Got the deep wall as well. They're waiting now for Sad to, again, carefully fight forward to try and take an aggro play, take a chance at getting things close once again. I like them playing back. This is what I asked of Bao. I said, hey, play like Doggo was. Play for your wall. Play for your Thorns contact. Play to punish them on the choke. I think that's why Burger's slowing down. They're like, oh, they're not fighting forward. They're not taking the bait. And unfortunately, because you lost 2 players, you have to rely upon Shondex in this up.
Oh, Shondex, okay. There it is, a second one too. Mid flash hit with another on the teleport, the rendezvous. 10 seconds are left. Play for the stall. Shondex may have succeeded somewhat. Another paranoia is out now. Procto does get the spike in the ground. But it is a risk. A shorty at that though. Shuts it down. Burger Boys have reclaimed their throne.
Last round
And two things. One, I said over on Lotus, the last thing to expect is the Tillo breach lurk. Well, how about the Tillo Sova lurk? He cut off that extra player rotating out of B that would have been everything. And I think it happened simultaneously to the decision for Style to try and get ahead, play off of his paranoia, get that cheeky play in the 1v2, and that honestly was the tipping point of the round. Literally, it happened so fast in such quick succession that he realized he had to take a one-on-one while someone's planting, and just the fact that Nanos was able to win out that, not as flashy in the kill department as he's been, but that impactful kill on his own, a third of what he's had so far, and now they're guaranteed a 6. Sad fighting to tie things up off the gate off of Shondex here again. Aggressive wine positioning off the one way, but they fall off too early. They're again second guessing themselves like over on Lotus, and now he has to win this fight, this angle.
I think he may have heard a footstep.
He doesn't have the rendezvous anymore though, because he repositioned away from A main.
But the smokes are there to help with the reposition, or maybe just playing for his life. Shondex now watching 2 angles at once. It's up to Style to make sure A site can be safe for Shondex. The Burger Boys have been slow in the early rounds. Style may have recognized that, and he's willing to take that aggressive potential to slow down Burger Boys and make them waste their util to get on site.
Well, he's the one that plays contact here, right? And then the Vice Thorns get popped immediately since they play the split util. And then he probably just sprays down or paranoias as well, so he can catch a player off in the dark cover. But here's the speed up. Here's where he's truly going to get challenged, and Shondex and his pivotability as well through tree. Simultaneously, though, the plan B options were taken off the table. Now they have to go away. There's 30 seconds left.
Absolutely no time to waste whatsoever into the teleport. Style set up and ready. The game sense is coming back. His brain is just growing bigger and bigger with every second. And through it all, Shondex's positioning is great. The rendezvous returns. And Bonnie, yes, he does have site control. The spike is not in the ground just yet. And through it all, Bonnie attempts the stall for time. But there's certainly no stall here as we go 6-6 to the second half.
Wow, battle there again. High risk, high reward. You're solo swinging, you lose that engagement, and Jerwin has to play a 1v2, but that's the other end. You get both. You get the glory, you get the 6-6 tie, and I've got to circle back to Style. Just night and day from map 1. Really, really comfortable here. That's why they made the sacrifice to put him on the Omen and switch Val to the Vice, and literally picked up on, hey, this dark cover, the Omen TPs do it. That's their dive that I mentioned prior. And they did not make that mistake again. So really, really smart re-clear there. Unfortunately, they did get pinged out and sprayed down, but it bought just enough time for the rotations. So coming to this half, 6-6, a lot better gag than a 10-2. I'll say surely. And I think it was Dread that mentioned you're really attack side with this composition, or you want to be with those chambers, with those contacting, opening up the map. And I didn't see that approach at the Burger Boys. They mentioned how uncharacteristically slow they were for this composition. So curious to see how Sad play it in the mirror.
Yeah, it was a lot more uncomfortable seeming in the early rounds than we saw back on Lotus, and it certainly affected the late round too. Nanners, though, does take that early contact. Not able to connect too much on his own end, but Sad, though, you would imagine probably going to be much faster these engagements.
It's the hope, and I mean, sure fast to take tree, but the reclear from Retro is immediate, and Jerwin was alone, but it doesn't matter. The first half was a fluke. He finds 2, he finds the opening, and the direct inlet towards the ace side, but Bonnie takes a bold challenge and comes away boisterous as a result.
2 left alive now for the attack. Spike is out. Welly cannot play for any shock darts whatsoever. A recon bolt is available, though, for at least information off of the ping.
Paranoia, too.
That's right. This will be good for stall. Practo's got an arc rose. Just a matter of seeing.
Where does he want to use it?
Oh, I don't know. Frenzy.
Take your wine, get left, right side information. But this one way is so hard to deal with.
Paranoia misses. Frenzy can't connect much. Distance is not its friend. There's a recon bolt out. Another distraction factor. Timing. Welly's good for 3.
Really, really well played post plant there out of Sad, and I think it exemplifies that kind of exploratory nature that we saw from them in the first half. The Burger Boys recognized and was playing around. And once again, we go first half pistol to Burger Boys, second half pistol to Sad, but very different stakes this time around because you have just lost the lead with it. So great momentum shift. Very kind of reminiscent of the comebacks we saw after they had a rougher start here. And again, I think that was just the growing pains of Style and Bao falling into their roles with this role substitution. So now that they've found that momentum, now they're on a half, they're driving it, they get to make the choices, set the tempo. Shondex gets to be that opener with the Outlaw. This is characteristic. We didn't see Retro with the Outlaw much, but Shondex and the Outlaw, It's gonna be prevalent. Here we go.
It was scary on Sunset yesterday! We just Sunset Bonnie for the round! Oh my, there it is, another meltdown. But what through that all, it's only Retro to get at least one. It's not a flawless round anymore. Nanners is the sole survivor, and he may be good to take out Style here, but even then, damage has been done.
Style has like a spidey sense, bro.
I'm telling you, man, he's got that, the brain just keeps, like,
That would've been a
it gets
Vandal?
wrinklier every round.
And that would have been a Vandal down. That could have been terrible. Nanners could have taken that, thrown it on the map, even used that to clutch out the round. So huge spidey sense to re-clear there and realize there could have been a timing through A main. But in the meantime, the way they are able to, again, use Shondex to contact up with the Outlaw, find an opener. He's usually good for 2. So the fact that he isn't there is number 1, crazy. Number 2, the fact that Bao was able to get that deep of a Vice Wall that then inadvertently traps the aggro play from Burger Boys. Masterclass outplay. So Sad back to, I feel like, a confident showing here right now. And that's where things are going to get dangerous for Burger Boys. They're going to burn the patties.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope and see if the lettuce and tomatoes will make up for it, though. It's going to be a smoke inside of mid, an early pick gone. That's Bonnie removed. All the while, though, lock and key on A and B site. Mid could very well be opened up from here on out. No spike in the hands of Sad.
Ooh, we need to shoot that clone. Trademark now gone.
Adventure of a lifetime for old Cloney there. This could be a reset into a mid split.
I think this is
Just a
a
standard
follow
hit.
through. Yeah, especially with that opening kill. Paranoia gone. It's all gonna fall upon Retro.
This is looking good though. Tillo through the smoke attempts to pull off what Welly can do with that Odin's. Not quite the same weapon or the circumstance.
Alright. How do they play the post? You saw previously. So
I
plays
think-
off, plays for the util. You don't have to worry if they're gonna how they play the post because Burger Boys have called the save. Tila may be playing for some eco damage, maybe for the read dart. But all in all, I might expect a Burger Boys timeout after this. And
Yeah, I was about to mention that was a very quick call. That's got to be a lot of comms right now coming from the team, being like, "All right,
this is
we
also
gotta
your
start
pseudo
here."
timeout as well. Just
Yeah.
all the time for the round left. Alright, what went wrong? I mean, Nano's got Kyle out on an island. It wasn't that coordination we saw from, I feel like, Style and Shondex really on that A-hold, so maybe some resync there. We need aggressive, take some A main space, look the site. They're coming that heavily through tree because, honestly, it's been a very heavy commitment, right? There's been kind of, yeah, Shondex the re-clear through A main at times, but feels like something that can be exploited towards that side of the map.
And
Otherwise,
that's why I
yeah.
was thinking like, okay, maybe this is a mid split because I'm just so used to seeing Burger Boys play where they have that sort of position to execute, but then they'll slink away and reset to a different angle. But Sad
Okay.
don't do that.
No, absolutely. They have that space there, taking it and using it to convert it into a round and looking to in the 10th. That's something else. Burger Boys, I think we haven't really seen them challenge mid too handily. Right? We had the late rat from Nanas when the round was basically already decided, but they're not fighting this art space. They're not fighting out Tree Cat. They don't have any trap plays for tiles, etc. And I think Sad is just capitalizing off of that round after round. I mean, they literally walked up. No deep dart bottom mid. No nothing. And there's no challenge either. Even that dart thing just got destroyed. So they don't know how many players are here.
It's the personal timings off of Sad that has worked so well. Style, man.
Again, just a soul read. Nanners has such a hard time against their clone, their mirror match right now. And honestly, Burger Boys made the exact adaptation that I wanted. I wanted them to flip the site. I wanted them to play for A main control so they can keep this tree control under wraps, but it's just been expunged. Look at the Chamberlain while they're simultaneously working at market.
You know what? Every man for himself at this point. Sad. They're feeling their confidence again on the individual level. Tillo looking to challenge outside marketplace, needs to help out his teammate towards stairs. Bao eventually does fall, but Welly uses this time to reposition.
Look at
Sean
Retro.
next from the back, E2 Brute goes for the Caesarean stab, and it's gonna be Sad now to take themselves into double digits.
And Keg, I know this is a set, but I'm getting Sunset flashbacks. We watched that the PRS game. Do you remember how they would have like players across every single part of the map and they never got punished for it?
Well, it's
that
funny.
was super representative of that.
Because that started working against them, though, remember? Because they would go for a timeout and be like, okay, look, we can't just go for these random lurks anymore. We gotta dial it back and go for the fast commits. But Sad had cleaned it up.
That was chaotic, though. I mean, if Style falls there, that's spike down on A, your entire team on B, and not a lot of time to react. So, I guess something to keep in mind here, but we shouldn't be harping on them. Everyone's up 10-6. We need an answer from Burger Boys. And Retro had a great time in there over towards A, just lost the 1v1. So I liked the developments from Burger Boys there, minus again the lack of mid-controller presence, which is why they now have Retro there instead of A. They switched him with Bonnie. And in the meantime, again, Sad's the one to make the switch up, saying, hey guys, you might finally crack the code on mid and A. Let's just go for a pretty B-death ball off the Dimensional Drift.
Wall goes up. Derwin's ult goes down. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out now. That's full B-side control. Spotting out nobody in the back. Shondex attempts to go forward. Operator still in hand. Needs to be so careful. Yet through it all, Tillo shuts down two of the main forces attacking onto the site. But even then, though, has switch control. Style still waiting in the back. 5 seconds timing. No smoke available. Derwin from behind needs to help out from B-main. Just timing now. Welly good for one. Retro falls. Welly unlucky. It's Tillo on track for an ace. Derwin from behind looking to help out and play off of Style. Style needs to go for a shrouded step, but Tillo gets a fourth. Could this be Tillo's chance for an ace? Paranoia is out. Recon bolt scans him out. Derwin has nowhere to go, no utility to use, and Nanners denies the ace opportunity.
Yeah, unfortunately down 10-6, you don't have the luxury of trying to give the ace, but you can give the defuse, give them that Hunter's Fury. And honestly, that round was so clean out of Burger Boys. Partially, I think, attributed to Sad maybe investing in Hunter's Fury a bit too early instead of playing it in the post, but particularly, I gotta point out, what was it? The Nanner stairs smoke that allowed Tillo to get out of that CT choke. You saw him play out of it, like you mentioned, to re-clear that switch space. He clearly caught the Sad players off guard, and then really, the flash comes in late from sight from Derwin, so then he wins the exchange, you know, very sillily against Welly over towards main, but mentioned huge round out of Tillo. Keeps Burger Boys on the road to cover here. 3 more rounds to go. And they're keeping the changes they made in terms of Retro posted up mid. They're leaning a bit away from A. They're playing more retake-centric like I asked from Sad last half. And I do like that approach as well here if Nanners needs to get out.
But that's 3 deep inside mid, shut down by a single smoke. And we haven't seen Sad approach mid too much.
Just take the cat space. They don't fight through arches. And I think that's exactly why Burger Boys took that space, held it for information, but are now happy to give up the A site and play this retake, right? And I think that is the game plan here, tried and true. You can deny Spike for Tillo off the Hunter's Fury. You have Dimensional Drift from Bonnie for the retake. That's exactly the game plan here if they follow through on this A split.
And that must be the idea from Burger Boys too, right? Like, okay, we're comfortable taking retakes. We think Sad are going to adjust and push mid. We got to hold this mid space and shut down any sort of that conditioning.
I mean, last time, again, they literally were pushing your spawn. They had chambers, your tree also.
But we don't
This is early, though. They need the information, right? There's 35 seconds left, and they had no contact anywhere on the map. It's bold, but I like it. It's framed them now for this B split, I would think, but
30 seconds left.
again, it's going to be pure reliance on your Vice. Practo, your characteristic Vice setup here, funneling off the wall, off the choke. But this is the unaccounted variable. The Steel Garden, so you don't have a weapon to deny this space.
Oh, Derwin, unlucky. Fell into a vat of poison ivy. There's nothing you can do here if you're sad. You just fell into an instant death trap, but oh, wow. Truly unlucky. 7 seconds left. Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? But that adjustment from Burger Boys to take that retake space was so smart.
Absolutely. Again, they gamble towards the B side. They trust in the fact that, hey, we can retake on the A side if it comes down to it. And I really liked it at 35 seconds as well. They weren't hasty. They invested that Hunter's Fury immediately for the re-clear, and they knew what was happening so that you could get Tillo and Bonnie posted up to capitalize off of that Vice setup because we had Practo caught out by the Steel Garden. So again, just quick little adjustments that have lasting impact to put them 2 rounds now away and 1 round away from breaking the bank on Sad as well. So this round I think will determine if we get a 10-10 tied game or not, too.
Do you think that might affect Bonnie's timing on the Dimensional Drift? Is he going to go super deep into the back lines to try to get rid of someone like Sean Beck, keep that bank alive?
No.
Oh! Well, with Tillo gone, you need information.
That was a little bold. I said, guys, I like the retake. I like you playing on the Vice setup, but they fight in front of the wall. I think he was trying to trip that forward wall that I mentioned about and just got caught by the spray. So again, nice bait, nice trap. We saw pistol, but Bonnie's the player that we wanted to see. And
Oh,
the other team's here.
Oh my, Retro! 2-for-1 deal.
You save the op again. 1v3. I mean, practice low, but Bananas has the proper timing for the backstab. Again, through mid.
It reminds me about how at the beginning of this map we were talking about, this is a mishmash of every year of Valorant's Ascent meta. I would always complain about defensive jet opping because you would just find almost no presence sometimes retaking A or B site. The opposite's happening with Shondex right now. There's not much of a mid presence. Shondex isn't finding value off this up because there's no big rotations where he would see it.
Now, in the back of my head while you were finishing your point, I thought that this had to be the time for the sad timeout personally. Again, I mentioned this is the make or break point. I was thinking about that and I was like, it's kind of hard again because it feels like Burger Boys, they've been coming up with perfect changes, perfect adaptations. I mentioned particularly around Retro's positioning and where he could have the most impact on this chamber and keeping this space for his team, and playing market was brilliant. And SAD just have been really slow for those uptakes. It was the problem over on Lotus in PRS. Today, they never came up with a solution. And now they're hitting that similar kind of tar. They can't sludge their way through it anymore, and it's catching up to them, particularly in terms of the rounds that Burger Boys has now on the scoreboard. So, style, right? You're in the action, you're playing. You can't mull it over a few rounds in the back end, watching, listening. You have to have this stop moment to then think it through as a team and come up with a path forward. Because right now, I mentioned it, that was the make or break round where you're entering an eco now for SAD. It should be a 10th for Burger Boys. So if you can stop that here and now out of a one-off play, that does set you up for success. That does bring Corrode into the peripheral. I think that's what they're hoping to achieve here. Okay, B does not work. We need to go back to the A split that was working. My concern is look at Retro. Confidence and Viewed playing aggressively here towards Cubby. Should have been able to get the opener.
And now the chamber's been discovered. Jerwin
what a
falls.
spray.
Enterability is not going to be a case anymore for SAD, or certainly not an easy way of doing it. And speaking of those sprays, you're completely right, my friend. That's Welly taking so much damage.
Jerwin was found first blooded as well. This is bold, though. SAD, I feel like as soon as they realize where our players, they're trying to punish them, expecting them to be alone, expecting them to be unsupported, right? We saw it give them the Tillo kill, but then it punished them on the Practo
come on!
spray down. That is
okay, there we go.
Unfortunate.
It was a 6-6 half Sobi. And the fact that we saw SAD play so fast, so aggressive, so in your face against Burger Boys gave them that advantage.
I'm not saying this is a mystery just yet out of Nanners, but it does track that as soon as they get a kill towards that side of the map, SAD is typically sped up. But 2 kills towards mid-market, it didn't matter. They're working towards A. They're working towards Retro
Shondex
here.
is not watching for 3. Nobody is. Shondex now has to watch 2 angles at once. You chase 2 rabbits, you lose them both, but Retro's good for 1. Backs away, smoked out completely, cannot watch A main anymore. But little does he know, they've already snuck in. One's on Generator, the other, of course, Generator as well. But now A main could be his undoing. Retro's forced to back away. He's got to go for a raw snipe through the walls and hope for the best, but he cannot find impact.
Bouncy shock darts galore, even more chip damage found. I liked that Retro played for his team here. Practo needs to get this opening kill, though. That would be the Steel Garden online, which they don't know that style, and Welly didn't pick up their weapons. But this paranoia is everything right now.
But look at the weaponry. A single Vandal. Welly's at 3 HP with a Sheriff. Oh, but there it is! The Vandal's gone! It's Welly versus the world. 1v1. He's a perfect headshot, but even then, Retro, aggressive as ever.
It is so close. I don't think they have time, Keg! And they don't! 0.37 seconds short! The time it took for Retro to switch from that operator to that Vandal to get that pesky 7 HP left over for Welly. A huge round, a huge eco found by SAD, and the exact culmination of that timeout that we mentioned needed to disrupt what felt like an inevitable comeback from Burger Boys for that 10-10 scoreline. And honestly, it felt like they cleaned up their mistakes. They never took fights alone. After that mid-opening went the way of Burger Boys. The refights there, off of Shondex there, finding Tillo, super clean, flipped the script, and Burger Boys, they got put off by it, right? They gave up their ace stronghold with that from the shadows, and as a result, the rotation gets called, and SAD, a beautiful mid-round and follow-through.
You talked about how Burger Boys are great at adaptation. Is there a chance they can have one more they can reach out from their arsenal? No?
You need a few rounds to mull it over. That's just a one-off. You should have won it. That's
Oh,
not a
no.
big picture thing that's wrong, other than maybe don't take the info, not the fights head on in the mid space. Have a plan, escape route, right? But all in all, for the time being.
But
buildings-
Zobi, is there a chance of overtime?
Oh, absolutely. There's always a chance of overtime.
But will we see it? There's a minute left on the clock. A flash is out. Nanners is forced to back away. SAD aren't playing as fast as they did last round.
I like that though. I mentioned one of the switch ups I wanted to see out of Burger Boys was to take that A main space if they couldn't stop the split or didn't want to play retake. They tried to that last time they got punished by Style. This time they get out fast enough, but they got the information that they came for. They heard the reclear through the one way. And now as a result, get our mini map back, you'll see that they're framed really strong around this A-hole. This is going to be live by the site, die by the site, because they have 3 here
30
instead of
seconds
1,
left.
instead of 2. And I hope it all comes together and they win it out.
Ellie has a Plunder's Fury. He's going to save that for the post plan. Bonnie can use Dimensional Drift, go behind Welly, and go for the backstab. But we need to see that play out with Prakto having a Steel Garden in his arsenal. They're all still alive. Retro's good for 1. Style is gone. No more smokes to block out his angles. 12 seconds are left. The spike needs to go down. Pilow's in a great position to avenge his fallen offer, but even that doesn't work. It leaves it to Prakto.
David.
Doesn't use his ult, and he's got to face OT.
Heck, I said it. That was an all-in sight hold from Burger Boys. We kind of laid out all the options for them and how they wanted to address this A split, this A death ball that was how SAD got a comeback, I will say, in this early half, right? And got that firm lead. And again, they just circle back to another possible solution that you mentioned. What's the adjustment? Can they make an adjustment round or out? They tried to, which was anchoring that site. And unfortunately,
Yeah.
because the 2 players that don't have a rendezvous out fell so early, this round hasn't gone their way. This map might not go their way, as SAD's inevitably going to reach their 12th, and Prakto, I say, might not even be able to save the rifle, but Bao, not enough timing to counter, to refrag Jerwin. And Corrode, I wanted to see the Corrode. We have not seen Corrode in a while out of Burger Boys. And if there's a timing where it's seeding for Sunday on the line, it's going to be an insane map.
Yeah. And the way things are going now from SAD, they continue with their personal confidence and this pacing. I think it's a guarantee.
Oh.
Scanning ahead.
Better buy than I thought. 4 strong. I think we have the retro Tour de Force as well to complement. We're back to, okay, changing things up. Instead of a forward retro over towards mid, you have him fighting for B main control. So again, a very strong forward information seeking outpost. In the meantime, SAD's similarly, again, just abusing the mid space off of their arch smoke. And you're even going to see a slow, silent scale up from Jerwin. They're framing themselves very, very well for a B split, and this all in this fixation for Burger Boys to fix their A site hold.
Smoke
Might
moves
just
down.
cost them this map.
Jerwin pushes up, uses the good old clone to help out for market space control. Shondax, though, looking for an opportunity inside tree off the rotate. Meanwhile, Retro on the other side has opportunities to use his tour de force to hold down marketplace control. Door has been closed. Steel Garden has been abound. Full B-side control has been called. The tour de force falls down. Jerwin takes up that extra space. A shorty through the smoke may be good for at least 1. Prakto's holding backside control, waiting for someone to push it forward. Dimensional Drift provides information. No push just yet. 30 seconds left. Bonnie in the backside, waiting for the push. Jerwin pushes. Prakto takes down 2. Oh, is it enough?
Remaining. Last
Welly
player
pushes
standing.
forward. A massacre. Nanners,
1v1?
last one left. 1v1. Welly, no information. Spike needs to go down. Nanners in a good spot to spray through the wall. Opts not to. Double-sided step. Knife out. Not ready! It's Welly!
Direct and hunted.
Wow. 13-9 to send us to map 3 of Corrode. And honestly, Burger Boys played that super, super well. Dimensional Drift and all to try. And yet, Prakto in that position to get a rifle in hand to hold off his utility. And it ultimately, I think, is a flashback to how they got massacred on the B side. They fixed that issue, particularly out of Jerwin playing for that market control. Then you didn't have these off-site influences like Tillo, like Bonnie, that could also spray down amidst those razor vines. So we were doubting SAD's adjustments round to round at the big picture level, but that's ultimately what got them across the finish line on that late round B exec.
just got to give major props to Style. I think on an individual level, big elevation from game 1 to game 2. Looked so clean, in the wheelhouse, had perfect timings. The game sense factor too, we talked about, looked so great off those rotations. Really made SAD Esports look like they have that supply and that demand.
Absolutely, and I think that just comes out of its maps that he's played on lane with this team more often. And I will say, one of those maps he has played with the team, I think, is Corrode. So excited to see how that is going to fare after the break, Keg.
Oh, goodbye. We'll see you soon.
Well, folks, we are going the distance. I opened up last post-map with the Shakespeare quotes. I'm going to do it again. This, above all, to thine own self, be true. And that is exactly what SAD Esports did. Stuck true to themselves and bringing us to a map 3. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion-Relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dan Dryad on the desk. And if you're just joining us, you missed it. We're going the distance. Dan, decidedly a much different second map than our first map.
Yeah, it was a little bit closer. Liz, I told you we were going to Corrode. I was chilling. We saw how it was gonna play out. Honestly, I felt like it was a bit of a back and forth, but once you see the set of SAD get 6 rounds on the defense, they already did more than enough. They already did their jobs. When we talk about this composition that they were playing being a little bit more attack-sided, so they had done enough. When we go into the other side, I feel like not only were they amazing at going for that bonus conversion, playing for that 4v2, and then immediately being able to get those rifles that were into that A side, pick them up, and then secure the round that way, but also just just having an understanding on the way that Burger Boys wanted to play. And even though Burger Boys were getting better and better as you got to see them play more of these rounds into the second half, I just feel like they were taking a lot of risks that, you know, didn't turn into the things that they were expecting. You see them, for example, wanting to anchor this A site because there's barely any time left for the other side to take that space. But in trying to anchor, there's only 2 players. They're pretty much playing for a one and done. They get taken out, and then there's nothing else that you can do but lose the round. There's a win condition as well when it comes down to the operator and the things that they wanted to do here. And even though it secured them that round 17, after that it just got so tricky because, you know, if you're on the attack side here for SAD, you're comfortable taking your time getting that information on where the operator is going to be located, whether he's going to be towards the extremities or towards mid, and then that way close it out. So very well done on the side of SAD Esports, and yeah, we're going to a third map.
I mean, again, like you said, you called it. You said this bodes well for map 3, and I was like, how does she know this? Like, what does she mean? And then in the beginning, I think it was 5-1 for SAD, and they had just won the bonus. I was like, I don't know, Dan. I don't think we're going to Corrode. And then all of a sudden, we end at 13-9 with SAD Esports taking it. A much better SAD Esports that we were looking for, that we did not see on Lotus. That, you know, taking your, you know, you lost your map pick, now you're taking someone else's map pick. That is the SAD Esports I think you and I voted for, Dan. The SAD Esports that we are looking to see in this seeding match. Again, to set the stakes for this match, there's no elimination happening here. There's no fighting for survival. It's just not just for seeding, but it is for seeding to see who they will be playing tomorrow. So we'll see. It could go either way now because we're heading to the third map of Corrode. A map we've seen, I think, played a lot in Challengers, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be remembering incorrectly. But we will be heading to Corrode with SAD starting on the defense once again. Dan, how does that bode?
You know, you said it. Okay, a lot of teams have been playing Corrode in Challengers because since it came out, everybody has been trying to experiment a little bit, trying to find out the things that work, the things that don't really work, and everybody kind of went through that process. There was not one team that was incredibly dominant, and everybody was kind of copying that composition or wanting to replicate the things that they were doing. But one of the conversations right now for Corrode is the Waylay viable enough? And SAD Esports, last time they were playing it, they lost against Shopify Gold 16-14, but Jerwin was on this Waylay. He was performing really well. He got 26 kills. Well, even though it went all the way to overtime, he had a lot of openings, but I still have my questions on this composition. I feel like it brings a lot of value, especially when you are able to get that opening back up and then the rest of the team is able to play into that 5v4. But I want to see something more on this side of SAD. It was very close. They had some amazing moments towards the defense, but I feel like that is going to be my question as we go into the third map.
Dan's looking for a Reyna, specifically, a double duelist comp. Wayla.
Yeah. How do you know?
Listen, it's my job to know. I have my little spies everywhere listening. I'm in your walls. But moving on. I mean, the world is their oyster at this point, right? You've done kind of the, you know, Ascent comp. You've done what you can, and now like Corrode is the place, like you're talking about, where you can experiment. You can have these fun moments. I don't think like you're saying, the meta has really settled in Corrode. I think going into Paris, if I may so argue myself, that we're gonna really see something settled on. I think people are gonna try to throw curveballs all the time, try to, you know, shake things up. I would not be surprised if we see the Waylay game, because 16-14, while that is not a winning scoreline for the side of SAD Esports, that is you fought till the end, and you fought hard, and so a Waylay could be fun. The Waylay brings spice life, variety, brings that convergence, which is a super exciting ability. That I don't think is literally the only ability in the game that Waylay has that no one else has. Words. But so there's a world where we could see a Waylay and maybe a Reyna for Dan to take copious notes on, or to move forward. No chance. We've seen stranger things though, Dan. We've seen much stranger things than that. But I mean, Corrode is kind of, you know, it's the new map. It's where it's going to end. For this seeding match, I personally would love to see a little bit of, you know, like I was saying, variety, but the real word we're looking for is ingenuity, to kind of see it. I mean, especially if you want to throw off your opponents for tomorrow, where, you know, you really, that's where it matters. That's where your promotion is and your relegation is. Wow, use the title of the tournament, Elizabeth. But, you know, do you kind of run a false flag comp here to like throw them off, and then you go back to your original comp here? I think those teams who are here have a lot of questions and a lot of demands of them right now in this seeding match for who they will face tomorrow. And Corrode is probably one of the best places to end this 3-map series. Will we go overtime? 30-round overtime, like that one keyword match that Dan said we're gonna have a 30-round overtime on. Who knows? But it is definitely possible moving forward in this 3rd map with SAD Esports against Burger Boys. As a reminder for our predictions, all but one of us said we expected SAD Esports to win. Keg decided on selected Burger Boys to win the entire thing. Do we want to change our preds, Dan? Are we going to be brave, or are we going to stick to it?
I don't know. What do you think? I'll do whatever you say.
Oh my god, really? Okay. I'm gonna stick with SAD Esports. I think I've been impressed with them kind of the momentum that we have here, and I have a penchant for picking correctly. So because I'm always right. Elizabeth's always right. But I'll stick with SAD Esports. So you're sticking with me. Sounds good?
All right. Let's keep it sad. I mean, honestly, even I can say all of that about the waylay and the way that they're planning themselves, but it's honestly has it's been incredible. It's something that other teams have been copying, and as we get to see the agents, like you do see there is going to be that stylistic difference between that waylay and the neon and the way that they're going to be playing it. I want to say, for the VCQ watchers, this is like you're watching energy against the Sentinels. You see the vision, the neon, the waylay. This is what I'm thinking of. It changes a little bit because both the teams are playing the chamber here, but I think overall, when you're going for those aggressive pushes on mid to get those openings with the neon and the waylay, that's when you're going to see the teams at their best. On top of that, you're going to see the multiple layers of how the chamber wants to play towards that B side, towards mid as well. And I mean, we once again have this head-to-head that is so good between Shandex and Retro.
And I mean, also the double controller versus, no double controller on the side of Burger Boys. I do love, again, seeing the chamber, like you said, that head-to-head of Shandex and Retro once again. I mean, this is honestly like a really fun map for him. A lot of long corridors for him to use his advanced tour de force. That was not good French at all. Oh my god. How do you say sorry in French? My bad in French. But it's definitely this is where we want the 3rd map to end on, with this comp, with the waylay, and to see where our friends will be seated. But friends, Shakespeare also once wrote, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." These players have a chance to make it their own. Zobi, Keg, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Liz and Dryad. I would have a Shakespeare quote back, but I went to public school, so I don't. But guess what? I have something cool to say, Zobi. First of all, I'm the Burger Boy enjoyer. I'm hungry, so I chose Burger Boys. But, this is a team that only has had 2 opportunities in all of Stage 3 to not go to Map 3. The one of 2 times was against SAD.
Yeah, but this is a very different team and very different, I feel like, matches that we're seeing. This now marks, like, that every single game has gone to a map 3 in Pro-Relegation round robin so far, by the way. That's how close these 4 teams were in VCL relegation spots. But I gotta talk about and say I also like the Destiny maybe sticking with SAD Esports, but I need to see more out of Jerwin. Has had a rough map 1, we talked about getting first blooded on entries, had a rough map 2 statistically. Here, I think that's why they switched Shandex from the Vice we saw in the SRG game to the Chamber. He's going to be that secondary entry, that secondary tip of the spear, because Jerwin's may be a little bit dull just today in the server. But, let's go back to what Dryad said about the NRG versus the Sentinels. I am worried for Burger Boys because their mid-hold is nothing like the best of the best that Sentinels has after what we saw over on Ascent, translating to a map like Corrode. So them starting out here on the attack, I think, is good for them in that regard because they get to choose where to fight. They get to choose this B main exec. And I'm excited to see, once again, the Shandex Retro Chamber rivalry.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how that plays out as well. To kind of follow up off of the German point, though, Zobi, do you think the waylay will be the difference maker? And this is partially rhetorical, too. The chat analyst desk, the Valorant gods can all think about this. Can this be that apex factor to bring SAD to that 2-1 mark?
Considering it was 26-20 in that 30-round game, I think there is some merit to that. But I also think them starting on the defense doesn't bode well for it either. They did start out on the defense in the SRG game, but I feel like the Waylay's so powerful on, yeah, you're diving in, you're refracting away and getting an info and that early fight. But speaking of early fights, they're ready to challenge off that refractor early in the main phase, and they find the first kill. How poetic.
All right, well, guess what? Jerwin so far proving everybody right, looking like, wow, okay, well, it was a good start. I'll give him that. Practo, though, off of the fragment nade was a really good way of... That, you know what, yes, the duelists did their job. They took the duel, and they dueled it out and won the duel, and then lost it.
True. And then won it. So back to it 3-on-3.
Defensively speaking, Jerwin doesn't need to push in anywhere, so he did his job.
Exactly. Now, speaking of doing their jobs, Retro got a kill over towards the A site, but do you notice how slow Burger Boy's in the spike that's on the hip of Tillo rotating over? And that leaves some gaps, that leaves some time. You saw Bao trying to re-clear elbow, trying to get tabs on exactly where Retro could be, but he's all the way through Crane, and I'm expecting as soon as knife comes back up that Practo's gonna knife, try and keep control here towards B, but because he outpaces it, because he falls there, now it feels like 30 seconds, your player's on opposite sides of the map, and you're having to re-clear all of A. This is not looking good. Burger Boy might have overcooked.
Oh man, yeah, I'm not liking this Zobi. It was really contingent on Retro not only not encountering anybody, but taking that surprise fight.
No.
Practo, the same exact cause, was trying to bait with the knife. That didn't work, and so Tillo has no choice but the plant.
If I'm sad, I'm shocked, I think, by this A-side plant, right? Tillo just took ages to get over there. Partially attributed to, I'd say, Corrode design, but also just a choice to cut noise. Speaking of choices, this aggro play, I love it.
Okay, that's a good start, Tillo. I saw the vision, almost got a second. But still, all things considered, only having 2 bodies left alive, Zobi, not the worst Burger Boy start.
Yeah, I'll say. But sad, definitely, I feel like, have had better starts now on Ascent than we saw over on Lotus, so I think that's helping here. Bao as well, I got flashbacks with that Sheriff shot to his clutch over on Lotus, so maybe he's heating up, and that's also a layer that we didn't touch upon, is how his lurks are going to go with this double controller. That's, again, different from the double initiator play over on the opposing side, but all in all, sad. Again, they kind of checked all the boxes here. They didn't over-rotate. They didn't really gamble too heavily. Bao had some good re-clears, and it was just more mistakes that Burger Boys made, because they even punished, right? Retro had a beautiful opener on A, and if Tillo hightailed it over, they would have had a really good post. So let's see if they can patch that hole up here, if it's just going to be the outlaw Shondex menace, and he can't TP away.
No, Shondex is forced to tuck tail and run away. He cannot take that 5, but the relay bow immediately spots out where he was at. The smoke just barely saves his life. A spray does not connect. Shondex nearly made it out of dodge, but he's unlucky to be hit with the tail end of a stinger spray. It is all-out war in an A site. Anywhere you go, bullets are colliding against skulls. And with the spike going down, Welly, equipped with an Odin.
Second round?
Yes, sure, man. Why not, right? And makes it work. A good investment.
Yeah, he usually has that in the 3rd round, and you're gonna recover the most expensive weapons, right? The Outlaw, which is just tag teamed, right? Shondex starts with it, you hand it off to Jerwin, now Bao ends with it, carrying it forward. That was an insane round that could have gone very poorly, but sad reel it back near immediately because they took those team fights, because Burger Boys maybe overfought a little bit there into mid link, but all in all, I think what we saw on full display, and I'm going to pull this from Starbound, again, the Chamber Extraordinaire interview in GC. There is a very stark learning curve as a Chamber to playing against the KO, right? It's uncharacteristic on this map, I'll say, and on other maps as well, like Bind, I think is when I talked to Starbound about it. And I think once Shondex knows how to play around that and the suppression, he's going to be unleashed. But that, he just got full stop caught out by it and couldn't get out. So, again, utilizing his composition well on the side of Burger Boys to highlight the differences again. And now we're even getting our first taste of that mid fight, and who's gonna have a better one at that?
Oh, Practo! It's good to remove Welly. Scan initiation now completely gone from Sad's end. That's gonna remove a lot of cases to play aggressively. You're not gonna have that safety space of knowing where Burger Boys will be.
It's a huge kill. No re-clear utility either left over, except for you can consider the Jerwin refract maybe if it comes back online, but time being, I like to creep up B, but it's in exchange for, you can see them pushing up to the bare end of that toxic screen. They know when no one's bottom mid anymore. Everyone might just get here in time because of the hinder too.
Oh, there we go. Bao through the wall is able to remove Bonnie. Entrability is now completely gone, though Jerwin's there for the trade. That may be the loss of the Odin, but still plenty of bodies to spare. Just a matter now of using the weapons to your advantage. And Nanners does that. Jerwin falls, and it's going to leave now just a Stinger and a Classic, Headhunters for Shondex to hope for the best. But there's 24 seconds left. Shondex is top of heaven. It's a matter of finding where Styles at. He makes himself known. All the while, a distraction as Shondex does remove Nanners away. Practo is meant to be that hard counter against the chamber. The knife is finally back out again. He could get rid of the Headhunter, and he has every opportunity of doing so. But no, it's a jump off the banister. Practo brings out the knife. Classic v Classic. And will it win? No, the Vandal pops out of nowhere like a magic trick, and Sad brings it to 3.
Shondex, I feel like that's just perfect parallel that it's him against the KO in the 1v1 clutch. And after he jumped down, he's got that Vandal like you mentioned, and that made the difference. Out of Guardian Bullets, not confident in the last 2 remaining in the chamber. And what a round of win for Sad. And that's the sports the agenda that Liz brought up on the desk that I believed in coming into this and was shown yesterday in that Prosperity match, is that they can snowball once they get momentum. They can completely dominate on picks that feel like they favored the opposition. And right now, with 3-0 on the board, very different from what we saw over the previous 2 maps, and I think they set themselves up well. I mean, they have Outlaw, they have Op, and they have Odin, the complete eco-denial tool with paper-thin walls on Corrode, and I expected it in full display.
It's like an elevated Ascent comp.
It's every team's worst nightmare of gridlock, right? If you keep it online.
No.
That's a little.
Well,
that's a little too proactive.
yeah, and that's been a common criticism I think you've had for both these teams so far, is that we're seeing a little over-aggressive fights a lot of the time in these early parts of the round. But then again, though, Burger Boys, they were the main point of the criticism early on. They've been able to turn it around and make it work. Welly and Bao were the last 2 alive. They have that Odin. Shondex has lost the Operator. This is going to be the big tool needed to bring it back. Now, can we force out the Nightfall? Probably not, but that would be a big dub if you can, if there's any pressure applied. Tillo would rather fall instead, and that's obviously the best case scenario. Nanners is good for 3, and it leaves Welly to be the last one left. A spray through the wall. Bonnie's at 1 HP. Had there been a chance, it could have been Welly to remove Practo, but Burger Boys finally have a point on the board.
Oh, that was a rough round. That is not one they should have been losing. We mentioned the gridlock nature of their bye. But that composition is, again, not meant to get aggressive, not meant to contact up like what we saw from Style getting caught out main. Very different from how we saw him very procedurally aware and clearing these players. Again, it's more meant to be reactive with that Operator, with that Odin, with that Outlaw. And the fact that they had to then play this disadvantaged retake, just sheerly overwhelmed by that A-split. A little jarring, I think that's why they've switched things up. Trademark on elbow, a fight into A main off the dark cover. This is a nice adaptation. Really quick from Sad.
Retro has that op too. Cannot find any point now until that smoke falls. Shondex might be able to strafe with the Headhunter, but Jerwin should take first contact.
I love this. It's a bait, right? That's the entire idea, is hopefully Retro doesn't clear this corner while he's very trained on it for the time being. Or maybe while he's too focused on Shondex, if he caught away for the barrel, Jerwin can get a really nice peek out.
Oh, but good. Actually, a big point. Prowler in mid, knife is gone. There's no re-clearing tools to take out Shondex's position.
I don't know if I think that TP is in proximity as well, so he can get away if they decide to spray through. If they decide to re-prowl or Haunt did come back online here for the side of Burger Boys. I expect that to be utilized.
Patience. Name of the game here.
They're not going to
Face your fear!
Tunnel vision directly on A main. Nightfall is out. Jerwin knows that he can take the bait. That's one. That's Shondex for 1. Removes away the fade. Jerwin can get out just in time, but he's suppressed. He cannot go far. That's going to be another. Will it be enough? The answer is yes. A massacre from Sad.
Wow. And I mean, you take how they were able to get hinders off on the choke points, be it Link, be it B main, to a whole other level with that converging pass from Jarwood when he should have been immediately traded out when that Nightfall comes, when Shondex isn't able to rendezvous out and gets traded by Practo. That was just... They're linked. They're locked right now. Like the util combos right now off of Jerwin. I mean, he's fragging number 1, which was my ask, but his support utility to enable his team to allow them just to rotate in time across the map that takes a while. The defenders is standout. And Burger Boys highlighted mid-fight. Something to work on from over on Ascent. They're challenging it yet again. Found the first blood prior. The rounds like where they caught Welly off in window. The time being here. Again, you see the immediate response from Sad to back up a little bit. We're towards Yard. Just have the jiggle from Welly for info over towards Elbow. It's very inconsequential positions where they don't have to take a risks. And as I say that, of course, they're going to try and go for the cross. Make a risk here for Jerwin. But that's Utilist. He can be the one to take the risks.
I would sure hope so. Bonnie's chance now to prove the Neon versus Waylay debate on Corrode can go in their favor. It certainly does not go that way. Biggest criticism we had back on map 1 for SAD was the lack of utility cohesion, and my god, has that changed. Looking good for Jerwin now, shutting down Nanners. Smokes are gone, your entry is gone as well. You're down to your bare skeleton crew. Retro's attempting to make some distance inside of mid, and he may be good to get rid of Bao.
30 seconds left.
But that would be the only way to open up this back line.
But that's exactly why Bao isn't playing to hold the line. He's just playing for information, right? They weren't playing window. They weren't playing very forward. They're kind of letting, with a loose lead, Burger Boys go where they want, but then they have an immediate counter, like this Bao Viper's Pit.
No. That could be a recipe for disaster. Up above, though, Shawnex is not willing to jump down to save his teammate. That's Bao in the pit gone. 5 seconds, though. No chance of a trade. Jerwin, though, shuts down Fractal, and it's a good way to start your way back in a perfect snipe. Tillo is removed. Retro has to play it safe, but where can you go except get a 3K? Take the fight directly to the chamber. 13 HP. Oh, a snipe through the smoke! But can't get a second. Attack. Another. No, it's an Odin and ace for Retro!
Here.
Let that sink in for a minute, Keg. The ace clutch after Burger Boys do a really good job piecing apart the Val Viper's Pit with the Fade Util with the Odin spray down. And then they start throwing it away. They start, again, just taking ones that they shouldn't, right? Tillo picking the up heaven. The Practical, like we see fighting there into back halls. Those should not be happening. And Retro just bench presses his team through that round into a second. A beautiful ace to get Burger Boys their second, to keep things close so that doesn't run away with things. And now, Shawnex says, I gotta step up. I'm the other chamber in the server. I'm the true one here. And I'm gonna prove it with an opening kill over towards mid.
And we've seen how hard Burger Boys get shut down when they don't have those smokes to take off those backline angles.
Okay. Money off that clutch from Retro disrupted. So little duos, little group ups. Bao in the riskiest position here, very forward on info, but likely not to win that head-to-head up against Retro weapon-wise. Look at this again, Burger Boys copy-pasting the weakness they identified last time with this added caveat of the main control. It's easy to challenge and get this site.
I mean, the weaponry is going to be a huge advantage now. Body disadvantage, weapon disadvantage. Certainly no ults to work with here outside of style, but not worth using. Dying to the spike doesn't seem like a bad option. You do not want to feed the ult economy of Burger Boys with this kind of composition.
Ooh, I like this. Jerwin going bottom mid to get a weapon. He's the one 2 off from an ult that could have made a difference with the converging paths, but Retro realizing, hey, we left a gun down. I'm going to re-clear that. Well, my team's got it on the site. Evidence being Bonnie on the style. Welly, Haunted, they know he's playing towards this spawn. Re-clear comes through as well. Try to take what he can get, and I'm not sure if they're gonna give him anything. Oh, they do.
Okay, consolation prize. Make that 2 over. Die to the spike. Honestly, yeah, a pretty nice dub overall for SAD in the killing department. It's not gonna be enough to convert around. Burger Boys are only 1 off.
And this is where, again, that responsibility falls to SAD. I mentioned adjustments on Lotus Ascent, slow to come, but once they hit hard. And we saw a really early adjustment out of SAD over towards A main. That made sense and won them the round. I'm asking for that again towards mid. Burger Boys now 2 rounds in a row have benefited and converted off of that deep window control. So I need to see a committed fight with this buy out of SAD, and that's exactly what they're doing. Jerwin, Welly, walking down off that haunt, this is going to set the tone for this round, and if it goes SAD's favor.
Oh, big aggressive smoke down mid. It's going to make things pretty difficult for Burger Boys to take that early control. Jerwin already made his presence known. Backs away, uses style as bait. And we know how big the macro brain could be for this man.
I don't want Sad to back down here, though. They have to keep fighting, weathering the rainstorm of Odin bullets from Pillow as you may.
I can't imagine they do. They got to keep cycling the smokes and make sure Burger Boy have to push a very disadvantageous lane.
I think they need it, though. And in the meantime, the recoil over towards B is more just to bait them into Shondex's operator here. So I do like this as well. And they fall off just ever so slightly early. Style going to be holding down the mid line, but Rigor Bay is miscalled. This is just blind faith in Shondex, and sometimes that's well placed. Let's see.
The jump was heard. Remember, the only set of flashes is nowhere nearby, but now finally the KO was caught up. There it is, flash number one.
TP?
Hello?
Hello?
Shondex?
Late TP?
Sure, man.
30 seconds left.
Welly makes up for it.
Spike planted.
But even then, a very interesting way of getting on the B site. Plant goes down. Big question marks all over. Sad, unfortunately, the victim of Nanners. And Jerwin cannot find a way back in. He's got to rely on his teammates and having open things up, or perhaps not. That's Pillow again to take an aggressive fight. Not the first time we've seen that in the post plan on B site. And through it all, Saturn making it work. 1v1 after 1v1 after another.
Really, really nice there. And part of that comes off of the early mid control, so then you have, again, simplified. You don't have to clear as much space. You can dedicate that converging path to the site. Second, I think, was the time advantage that they had. The From the Shadows comes through for Style. He's immediately there side by side with Welly, so they can fight back in. Yeah, Shondex gets cut off in the early round. That gives them the advantage. Beautiful time to replay. But then they just play the retake game their own way. And it was really, really well done there. Jerwin just slices the pie, wins this engagement. And that's why I put him on that pedestal as well. Is those are the fights he has to be winning mechanically. And he is now on lock, 9-7, topping the leaderboard, trying to best his 26-20 against SRG. They got that adjustment and they're keeping it, right? It's not Style this time, but it is Shondex the operator. It's just like switching up where it's playing around. And it's just gonna allow you to rotate a lot more confidently here. And with a heavy A lean like this, a beautiful C's combo, you might have to do it sooner rather than later, Keg.
Oh, yep, there it is. There it is. Overdrive in play. Style's not long for this world. There's really not much you can do when there's a litany of everything being thrown against you at once. Jerwin waiting for the fragment nade to have a post swing after it. Does not exist. Good timing here, though. Unfortunately, Retro was sooner rather than later.
Okay. Retro.
Spike planted.
On for a 4K proceeding. There's Ace. High-low here. They just read it like a book. That they were going to have to re-swing, right, in a disadvantaged situation. Very well done there, and Burger Boys keep us again within one. So, alright. What do Sad do? I don't think they need to change anything big picture-wise. It's maybe just, okay, they likely are to rerun that because it worked after they had a string of losses. Maybe we just fight A main. Post the operator up, you know, maybe get Welly ready with a Nightfall. There's a lot of options for how to counter this. It's just, to me, a write-off of, okay, that's a one-time thing. It might not be consistent. Once it gets consistent, then I think you address it. But otherwise, they're keeping the big picture change that I mentioned prior of, okay, mid control, which is what Corrode has boiled down to, quite frankly. And to come off of Jerwin, running it down, knife out alongside Shondex. Are they going to challenge all the way through?
They very well might.
Huge soul read, and I think they have it correct if Shondex keeps going behind them on B.
Shondex
You have no
looking
trips.
for this late game hinge. It's the Nightfall to come by. Bow's in a position to open things up, but Prakto's there ahead of the turn. And Shondex all the same. You don't need a trip! Shondex, no!
The trigger doesn't like it. Style too.
Oh no! That could have gone a lot worse.
It's a
Style
flashback
was
to
there.
a century.
Oh, good lord. This has, you know what, to quote Liz, to quote Shakespeare, it has been a comedy of errors. I graduated public school finally, and we get to see if Jerwin though can solidify things and bring back a 3v2. It's going to be up to Jerwin to see. Everyone's hidden away. Burger Boys waiting, crossfire abound directly onto the spike. B-main still uncovered. That's going, oh, B1, Retro. He gets 2.
Wow, I mean, A is 3K after 3K. Retro is locked and has pushed Burger Boys up to the 5-5. And honestly, that round from Sad's perspective, so unfortunate. Like, that was beautifully set up, right? If they had just cleared that corner. I mean, if you notice the extra nuances, like, yeah, the Nightfall is supposed to help the choke, supposed to slow down the exec, but it's supposed to deafen the players so you don't hear the flank coming. And of all the players, right, they recognize, hey, our trapwire, our trademark, right, is over towards A. So we need a player to stay off site, and that's exactly what we saw Dilla do. So huge round there to deny from Sad. I like the setup. We've seen it before. Just bait and switch for either Jerwin or Shondex to take the engagement and win in a catastrophic fashion. But they have an added layer. Style ready with the paranoia. This is going to be good. Or bad, really quick.
Oh, here we go. Get our lungs ready. Retro's good for one. That's Welly gone. Scan initiation no longer necessary. That opening fight was not on A main like you would think. That was directly in mid. And the wall is up, so we don't see that secondary fight. Instead, it is a bloodbath outside of A. A resurrection for the robot is back. Prakto's there for the return. Bao was good for two. And Retro, who started in mid, is the sole survivor in the server.
I don't know, around hurts more. The one prior, that round we just witnessed. Because again, at the macro level, that was played perfectly after they honestly were about to get outplayed with that no command investment, right? I mentioned this whole trap they have set up with the refract from Jerome, with the paranoia from Style. All that gets stripped away, and they still somehow set up a beautiful timing off this fast lane to have a crunch between Jerwin and Shondex. And again, FPS at the end of the day, Shondex just loses out those shots to the Guardian, neither connecting. And that's what determines the round, unfortunately. Shondex gonna be kicking himself for that one. Bao had a great attempt to convert. It just goes south, and Burger Boys with the 6 are feeling the confidence, feeling the momentum, and it is showing. Quick up they got towards mid.
Turbo's utility, unfortunately, is dissipated away, and so is the life of Shondex. Burger Boys, that confidence has returned. They've been good to take these fights. The only thing in their way for gunfights has been Bao. Consistently a demon on this defense. A third given to him. And now with one left, what do you do if you're Retro? He just got an ace not too long ago in the same spot. Bao brings out the pit. It's the last round and sprays down Retro. 6-6 yet again.
Switching sides.
I mean, trying to say I was going to a map 3. Didn't know if map 3 itself was going to be this close, though. 6-6 after, again, replicating it over on Ascent. Bao, I'm so glad to see that out of. That is stacked around, because he's been stuck in these 1vx situations, these clutches time and time again, just super restricted. And he's instrumental that time in shutting down what has been that window to be, has gotten Burger Boys so many rounds, and sets them up for this 6-6 half. So, really well done there. Retro was insane. 22!
I'm looking at it.
Wait, I got quick caster math. 15, 19, 23. He is 1 kill away from having the entire of his teammates combined, Keg.
Yeah. You know, I was
keeping his team afloat, and he
oh, man, there it is. That's the entire team. That's the entire team all combined. Bonnie's making sure that won't quite be the case. It's even now. But okay, Bonnie. Yes, get your 22, Bonnie. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I was thinking in my head last round when Bonnie got the 3K, like, oh yeah, he's got to be up there in the server. I look over at Retro and I'm like, oh my.
I didn't even notice it was that big of a differential either. That is absurd. And while Bonnie, gets the 3K cap off there, a beautiful follow-up again to reinforce Retro, so it's not just the Retro show, it's the entire team getting a really good proactive call in the same main fight. Lucky, I'll say again, just it's a one-off, you do it on your pistol. But it was also a new util, right? Sad just contacted up. They didn't fade Prowler, they didn't do anything. And I think that's contributing to the fact that, again, they don't have as much util in the department, and it isn't a double initiator. But hey, it's Nico, it's do or die. Just run it down with a Bucky, why don't you?
Retro was caught completely off guard, and to say he's the playmaker for Burger Boys would be an understatement. The rest of the team falls like dominoes without his presence. It's going to be up to just one. What can Nanners do? Well, at least Jerwin's gone, hopping around like a rabbit.
Spike planted.
Nanners, paranoia, maybe to try and take some ones once that poison cloud drops. Confirms the player in the corner, but the immediate tag out from Shondex to follow it up. Sad able to convert off of that just explosive B-side entry. Burger Boys just not catching it off. They took the gamble. They're like, hey, they fought really heavy 8-man on the pistol. Let's see if their B-side is weak. And boy, that foundation came a crumbling. To get a second round thrifty in that fashion after Burger Boys had such a substantial pistol is statement, and it's gonna make Burger Boys rethink, maybe be a little bit shaken. We'll see if that gets displayed in how they approach this next round, right? Money not on their side anymore. The weapon's actually being bonus minus Jerwin, who's feeling himself, force up to Bucky, bringing out the Phantom. We'll see if it again keeps this sad kind of adrenaline alive.
Smoke deep in mid, though, will make things difficult for Burger Boys to push up. The KO is nursing the angle, hoping to find something, but the Prowler confirms not much of a presence. Retro is forced to back away. He's been discovered. Luckily, he does have his utility to help out there, though. Welly, a wealth of damage applied against them. Not enough to confirm an opening pick, though. Instead, Sad, one by one, have destroyed Burger Boys into this round. It's just classics, though.
I mean, I said the defensive mid fights felt like they favored Sad based on what we saw on Ascent, and I think it was just proven. I'll sprinkle a little grain of salt in there just because it was with suboptimal weapons.
That's what makes things delicious.
Yeah, all in all, really good adjustments, really good just containment out of Sad and Retro. That was a nice shot after, you know, switching the sheriff to the headhunter, but it's still ultimately a Sad round, and they recovered that Phantom.
Sad taking the lead back once again. Burger Boys, a little too early to go for a timeout just yet, but we are in the final half of this best of three. It has been a long-fought battle for both teams. At this point, Burger Boys, you said they've been a team that does make adaptations, but when they do, they are big, but it can take a while. They have to do it now, Zobi.
Weapons, rifles in hand. They're still hinging on this mid fight pretty heavily. And Sad just thinks they want Deathball B again. That's what this Waylay's good at, especially with the converging paths in the back pocket.
There it is. Derwin's already taken some damage, but it's not going to stop him until it finally does. Nanners, a meltdown, a great read. Burger Boys knew exactly where Sad wanted to approach, and it's forcing the remains of their army to tuck away and go back mid.
Yeah, they're waiting for them to fight forward off of that fade util as well. Not gonna come. Prowler does confirm a lurk player at minimum. The Spike's on its way to the A site where you have a whole other challenge to unpack, right? Retro, trademark, playing very tucked away in front of the toxic screen. They're, again, placing their trust in their chambers, which they do. They also understand that if they lose chamber, it's still an advantage situation, a 4v3. But Sad. Looking like they're putting the Burger Boys cosplay on when they overcooked, right? In terms of where they want to go, playing super divided here. And with 40 seconds left, I think they're ending with an A split here as the idea. Val's just trying to get that advantage back, and he might find it.
Absolutely. Just that distraction factor. Keep Bonnie at bay. Val has so little HP left, but again, 30 seconds. And off of that push, there hasn't been much distance made. Nightfall's been called out. Retro's forced to back off directly into the hands of a rendezvous met by Shondex.
Okay, but they're still down players, so Shondex needs to fight forward, or feels like he has to, but only 29 HP?
One enemy remaining.
No!
Oh.
The attempted shrouded step. Bonnie's there for the trade. 2v1, still winnable for Welly, but so little HP left.
And at this point, Bonnie's just baiting for information, right? Waiting for Tilo to get to site so they don't throw this, so they don't give Welly 1v1s, showing them the respect he deserves, but time. There's a haunt for Welly, too.
Timing! Welly does it! 5 HP for the clutch!
And that's a play that deserves a spray, for sure. Celebrate that one. That one is the round that might break the camel's back. I mean, look at the money, sat up to 9. It's feeling very duplicative of how they closed out Ascent, right? It's not a timeout into an eco way to disrupt the momentum, the comeback of Burger Boys, but it is just as damning. I mean, my only copium right now for Burger Boys this round is Bonnie. Bucky, overdrive and a full shield. That shows you his commitment level coming in this round to try and win this eco for Burger Boys.
Could be a hard shutdown against the trademark, and Shondex loses that opening fight.
Retro's insane, bro. It's like a guarantee if he's fighting him and he gets one.
But now there's no trademark to stop Bonnie. They'll unleash havoc like you mentioned, Zobi.
Spike down A.
There it is, the overdrive!
Okay, this is good. That's a double. Will it be enough? Bonnie already did their work. Good night, sweet prince. It's Welly again, 7 HP. But the more HP he loses, the stronger he gets. Nanners is from behind, and well, he has the angle, but it's a wide swing from Nanners to deny that fact. Jerwin's the sole survivor now. A spike available in his possession with 1 minute left.
Look at recover a weapon. They're all in main.
He's been discovered.
What's the plan? Oh, he's exposed!
Wow, just the hip. Half HP. Nanners looking to time out that paranoia. Tillo
Player standing.
looking to fight this. It doesn't work. Could this be another clutch for Sad? And a 1v1
He has
with the
time to
odds
go
against
B.
them? There's no way they go B. 30
to
seconds left. They
hightail it.
do.
Left.
Wait,
Could they
for
double back? Could they double back? There's
If
so
he
much
goes
utility that
window.
Nanners has. Oh, but it's dedication now. 20 seconds left. It was a 50-50 and Nanners took the gamble. Jerwin falls.
I don't think Nanners was out of audio range, right? He didn't hear the footsteps in Crane. Like, I'm 90% sure. So to be that confident in your call or that trusting in the call of your team saying they're going B, and not only do you not from the shadows to the B side their end goal, because that would give away the game. Like, they know that you're leaving then to head them off. But he gets timing through window because he knows he has to go through there because he doesn't have time to go through all of that CT space. What a clutch denial there on the Sad side. Prevents double digits, upsets the buy. I mean, it really was more of a conversion off of what Bonnie gifted them, that opening off the overdrive.
Oh, there it is. Trademark once again, though. Stall factor actually does not apply to Jerwin.
Just gotta dodge, that's all they wanted to do. Crossover, so they're not playing a close angle. And they're baiting for Tillo. That sprayed out. I don't even know if that was through smoke, but it's the lines nonetheless.
It is a massacre, Zobi. A-Site has become the most chaotic thing I have ever seen in this game. It's anybody's game. Bonnie caught off position. And what's left? It's Nanners and Retro. Retro's got that tour de force set up and ready. Jerwin falls, and now Style tries to go for a trade. Retro saves it. We're back to an even game.
And Retro can see 3 steps ahead, just planning each kill one after another to close that out. But all in all, Burger Boys, whew. They took, again, an insane 1v1 adrenaline. They took, again, that thrifty that Bonnie invested the overdrive and are converting that right now as we speak to more and more kinetic energy. Now, if there's one thing that I could see stopping it, it'd be another B death ball off the converging paths, because we've seen how well that works.
There.
But it looks like they're trying to slow things down in my mind. Shondex on a solo lurk, Bao on a solo lurk. Just seeing what they can find here with these players that have a little bit better weaponry.
And Sondex tried to get ahead of the smoke, and Jerwin was the bait. Beautiful. Bonnie has fallen.
Okay. Huge opening kill. In the meantime, they're not going anywhere with it. They're just, again, setting the seeds of doubt, trying to force Burger Boys off position. And all they did was just supplement Posit Practo in that same position. And Jerwin finds another, of course.
Yeah, typical Jerwin things. This is the team that won Ascent off of getting ahead of the defense, taking those timings off of Burger Boys.
Okay. I like this reclear over towards B main. The Prowler, though, doesn't connect on the bow, doesn't connect on the style. Haunt, destroyed, at least gives him a clue, and the rotation immediate out of Retro, but it might be too late. The converging pass, then they have to respect this.
Killer, which is barely
Or not.
spotted out, still has that Odin available. It's a meltdown once more. Who can see a dang thing? Certainly not Tillo, but he does not care. Nightfall in return brings out the Prowlers. Gives him enough time to back away, reset himself, and get Retro into position.
enemy remaining.
Odin is gone. A Haunt now available. Retro pushes in. A Seize does not connect. Retro
Teleport's ready.
biding his time and waiting for Bao to make a misstep. He knows there's not many places for them to go, and Bao falls. Retro takes the lead back.
Of course, it's Retro. Of all players, to get Burger Boys the lead, beat them to double digits, and yeah, you do your little BM. You deserve it after. I mean, are they bad? They have a 30 bomb, and we're not even to both teams with double digits. Like they have outperformed Jerwin's performance in that SRG match, what he did in 30 rounds, in 19, almost half. This man is locked in. He wants that easier matchup against Team Slat over Alliance Guardians tomorrow. And if he has to do it single-handedly for his team, he is going to. Opening kills, closing kills, you name it, he has it. And now that they know that he's A-sidling up his trademark, it's just sad avoiding it. Go for that B-pop I predicted last time off the converging paths. Here it comes.
Oh boy, here we go again. It's always been a slam directly into a site. Now who can see anything? I don't know. Because there's only 2 left now, Burger Boys. They were looking all nice and dandy, having those double digits now, but a slam once again, sad. Biggest advantage has been, again, playing aggressive into Burger Boys' defense, and it's worked yet again.
Last player standing.
Another fight, another death. 10 to 10.
All right. Phew, I mean, you asked me early, when was it? I think 11-9. You were like, hey, are we going to overtime on Ascent? And I said, we can always go to overtime, but I think the probability when they're this back and forth, this toe-to-toe, is so high on this map. Especially because, like, even the ult economy is just, they invest a few, they charge a few up, right? And it is doing just, it's what's propelling this. So I'm waiting for that team to have that breakthrough moment, and I don't think it's gonna come.
Smoke is out deep mid.
Doing a
Sad
thing.
looking to slam their way back into B once again, but this is different from last round where it was all 5. This time, though, there is a small band as a distraction factor outside of A. Or that's what I would think, but no, instead, it's the early Jerwin push in B, forcing out a smoke, and now forcing you to A.
Okay. So Sad now being the ones to slow things down just a bit here. Again, it's difficult when they don't have information to go off of. It's just blind faith, blind dives. Meantime, trying to work mids another way to give them optimal information, optimal contact across the map.
There connects.
Silence.
Oh, hello.
What a shot.
Well, out of position, though. A wide swing somehow does not kill Tillo. Eventually, though, Style does get that landing shot. It's A site yet again for the split going inwards. 36 seconds are left, though. Plenty of bodies are left for Burger Boys to make a difference. For Retro again, caught off position. Same can be said for Bonnie. Jerwin on an unstoppable spree. Oh, the Nanners. Nanners has yet to be discovered.
What a play
If
for info.
Bracto could be that distraction factor, he could activate his null command. Oh, but it's too late for that now. Nanners has already revealed himself.
All right, I have my hands up. I'm confessing. Take me away for calling out that Retro was outdoing Jerwin. In 2 rounds, he has gotten 7 kills. Retro has gotten none. He wants to go toe-to-toe for this MVP title. And he might have just been the one that with that 3K to get things through. And again, it goes back to what I mentioned. He's not just fragging, but he's supplementing this team with extra information when they don't have a double initiator. That was a beautiful dash and refrag just to confirm presence out of Crane and not take the fight. And how many freaking converging paths have we seen? He's 2 off from another keg.
Oh, another. And that's make things very difficult for Burger Boys. Oh, it's just a straight from Nanners. Okay. He's forced to back away. The economy's not in a good spot for Burger Boys whatsoever. And it will be a similar spot as we had seen back on Ascent. Can this go to an overtime? That could very well be decided next round. Jerwin does fall, but it's still a 4v4. Oh, wow, making a lot of steps in the process. It has just been a fiesta of frags. There is so much happening at once. Shondex is good for 3 off camera, and Sad is now securing their match placement to be the top seed in promotion relegation going into tomorrow.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, that mid-fight was fancy out of Burger Boys, but again, Sad realizing, hey, if we fight this team head-on, we win. And that's exactly what they just showed. And I mentioned I needed that team to have that breakthrough, and it feels like Sad has done just that. They're going to fight for early B. I expect to get the converging paths online and just go for it. For the time being, though, they actually hand off Spike towards A. Are they going to fake B off the converging paths and end A? That's what I'm foreseeing, but that's also a large leap to make. So I'm curious if that's actually what's going to happen here.
Let's see what they plan on doing, because really at this point, Sad has been
faking
full in
B.
control of this attacking side. Faking B side, a haunt is out.
Spike down.
Null command has been
no.
applied.
Didn't invest enough. Retro's not falling for your fake dash and refract out. They only saw one player and some fade util. And now as soon as they realize, hey, Spike fell over towards A, Bonnie doubles back. Sad catches the rest on the rotation. That's again a great stabilizing element, and they still have a minute to work with.
One body gone. Tracto.
Ready.
Scan initiation's not going to be availability at all for Burger Boys. Not only are they at a body disadvantage, they don't have any info gathering.
50 seconds left. Silver lining here is Retro has rotated off the A site. They're entrusting on Bonnie fully here to anchor this site. A dangerous game, especially with that toxic screen still active. A dangerous game with the converging paths active for Derwin as well. And this is your make or break, right? You're getting that energy, like we're one away from that higher seed. Let's end this now.
And this could be the time to do it. Converging path is out now. Bonnie is completely trapped, forced to take the fight, and yes, he does. Twice over. They may have saved the day. 20 seconds are left. A 2v2, even the odds. Retro only has an operator to work with.
Last player
You've
standing.
seen Welly do it with less HP, and he does it again! This crouch angle with low HP is his superpower!
One more. It's Nanners. Full utility. Welly has no HP to work with, and Style is hidden away. The coach may be the one to end this game, and he does! 13-10!
Wow, what a series. After one-sided maps, we end in a close 13-10 where I can undeniably say I think we saw the best of each and every player on both sides. I mean, the Retro to Jerwin head-to-head will go down in history. I literally put Jerwin on the spot coming into the start of this map. I'm like, hey, Jerwin, it's not you. You're not you when you're hungry. And they pulled out, right? Just this insane performance on the Waylay. That, you know, we had that energy set in comparison. He's definitely looking like Mata in the server right now.
I gotta say, from where we were at the first half of Lotus all the way to the final half of Corrode, it has been a night and day different for SAD. We know they're a team that has slow starts. That's just how some teams operate. It happens. But I gotta say, when SAD are activated, they are one of the most activated teams I have seen.
Absolutely, it's just a matter of which side is showing up in the server. The one that goes 0-7 on Lotus back-to-back days, or the team that looks like this where you have players dropping at 30 before we even get to double digits games. So all in all, an entertaining series, and it shows that even when it's just seeding on the line, these teams are serious about each and every match, each and every win. And with that as well, it means that SAD Esports get the easier match, right? Going up against Team Slat tomorrow, while Alliance Guardians then will be paired up against Burger Boys for those promotion opportunities into the next stage of Challengers.
Whoa, wow. I mean, can you believe it's only been one series today?
We have a whole best of 3 after this?
What? Says who?
Says PRS and Shopify Brilliant Gold.
Interesting. Well, I know we have some interesting things happening here. We have had an amazing best of 3, but guess what? We gotta prep ourselves for another best of 3. You think we have a break? No, we got our awesome analysts. Let's see Blizz and Dryad.
Thank you so much, Keg and Zobi. A wonderful cast from you two, as always. And you usually don't see us come after the match right away, but we are so happy to talk to you because, Dan, I mean, what a game. That was the SAD Esports that I think you and I predid. That was the one that... Oh, my cat is right there. That's what Gemma predid as well. But...
Is the cat moving?
Gemma. Oh, yep, it's okay. You can come say hi. Sorry, she loves her mom. But that is the SAD Esports that we were hoping for when we preded for them in the beginning.
Absolutely. It was a close series nonetheless, and this is what we expected. We talked about how all 4 games in the past 2 days have gone 2-1, and this one was exactly the same. It was very close. It was a back and forth between the two, but it was a little bit more upset coming up on top, especially when it mattered, right? In the last few rounds, it was 5 rounds in a row, or 4 rounds in a row that they were able to secure to close out this series, and I think it was incredible. A lot of individual plays that you got to see being able to shine. Once again with Jerwin specifically on the Waylay, but Bonnie having his moments, Retro as well. I think Welly as well, almost to close it out. It was a really good, really back and forth series, which again is what we thought this was going to be.
I mean, yeah, and going back, if you're just joining us or you missed the first map, that was not the case on Lotus, right? We saw a very characteristic SAD Esports that was you know, like struggling on the first half of Lotus, like they did against Shopify Rebellion Gold, but I think it was a 13-6 finish for that, not for them, but for Burger Boys on that side. And just in case you are unsure of the stakes, this wasn't an elimination match, this was a seeding match. And as Zobi said on their cast, Team Slat will not be facing Sad tomorrow, and Alliance Guardian will be facing Burger Boys moving forward. Those will be our matches tomorrow, which I'm very, very excited for, because that means we get to have more teams and challengers and where the cookie kind of crumbles. So no one's gone. I know maybe some Burger Boys fans are disappointed in chat and, you know, wanted a different result, but don't worry, they are still in this and still in it to win it all. And honestly, Dan, like, they looked good today. Like, Retro on that chamber is a threat. Like, if you're a Burger Boys or a Burger Boys, I don't know what their fan group would call burgers. You're fine with this. You're fine with this outcome.
Fries?
The fries, the ketchup.
No, absolutely. This is fine. Don't worry for all the Burger Boys fans. This is fine. I mean, because they had already secured the 2 wins in the previous days, so then they're fine for what is going to be that match tomorrow. It's very different for that next match that we're going to be seeing today, where, you know, it was the complete opposite, right? Both of the teams being 0-2, but here, both Burger Boys and Sad should be good for, you know, the chance at making it once again to promote to Challengers. So very good, as you said. A couple players that really were able to shine a lot, you know, including Retro with those 31 kills in the last map. A little bit of the same for German, gets 30 at the end. But everybody kind of got their moments, and that's what made this series so good.
And also, shout out to Style, who hopped in there. The kind of had to like work around, and his team had to work around that. And that was, I mean, he got the last kill, I believe, in that round. So it was, I mean, I was very impressed with him and like able to kind of like slot into that team, and also just the team working around him, kind of working through those aging compositions that you know, maybe had to be changed or had to be kind of tweaked in a way. But definitely a good showing from both teams. If I am Team Slack and Alliance Guardian watching this, hello, you guys, if you are watching this, whenever you are watching this, definitely a rough, not I'm gonna say rough opponent, but a tough opponent to go up against. You have, you know, dropping 30s on Chamber, dropping 30s on Waylay, the Waylay that you weren't completely convinced about, Dan.
I know, yeah. I mean, everybody always proves me wrong with this Waylay. I'm like, really? And then you see Mata, and then you see Jerwin, and it's like, okay, fine. I understand. I get it. I get the vision. I get the openings. Everything just worked out so well for Jerwin specifically today. And again, we talked about what the Chambers were going to be doing on this series as well. Retro gets 31 and still not able to close out this series. It doesn't even go to overtime. When you see players dropping 30, is because, you know, we're going overtime, we're going the distance, but here it was still in regulations. They barely managed to get double digits, and still 31 kills is incredible. So yeah, these are the teams that are favorite for sure when it comes to the teams that are going to be ascending, right? They've been in Challengers before. They've been in Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3 as well, and then struggling a little bit as of recent. So they should be fine, as they are able to figure out some of these things when it comes to compositions, and also, you know, with the way that they're looking, they're good for tomorrow.
I'm curious about tomorrow how, you know, Sad Esports roster will shake up. You know, was Style just, you know, fitting in really quickly for Doggo because Doggo couldn't make it today? Or is this the roster moving forward? You know, will Style continue to play? And honestly, from day to like 24 hours can make a huge difference, especially you have time to practice with your team, talk with your team, VOD review with your team. There's so much you can do to kind of get acclimated to even better to your team, when, especially when you coach them and you're not playing with them. So I mean, things are looking good. I think this is shaping up to be a very competitive day tomorrow, which is super exciting, because again, you guys, this was just seeding. You know, this wasn't an elimination match. You know, maybe they dropped the Waylay as a sort of like red herring, false flag sort of thing, but
Nope.
you know, Dan's like, I've been convinced. They better not.
I mean, at this point, just keep it. No, it's so good. It's actually so good. It's one of the best agents that we have to share in this map, and in the duelist, I feel like teams have experimented a lot, have tried the Yoru, have tried obviously the Jet, the Neon mainly, but the teams that are able to play that Waylay and be good in Waylay, it feels like one step ahead, so definitely keep it.
I do think it takes a special kind of duelist, a very special, like, mechanically gifted duelist to handle a Waylay, because her movement is so different compared to, you know, a Raze or even a Jet, just kind of the stark difference in the movement that you see. So it's also such a pleasure to watch a awesome Waylay and not the ones in my ranked games. Even though you guys try your hardest in my ranked games, and I appreciate you for that, there is a difference, and that's okay. That is okay. I'm not here to yuck anyone else's yum in that way. But moving forward, I mean, tomorrow's games, it will be, again, Team Slat versus Sad and Alliance Guardian versus Burger. I almost read Pulsar because my handwriting is so bad. But definitely something that we are both looking forward to, Dan and I, but even though Dan will not be on the desk with me tomorrow, sad. But it was something we are going to be looking forward to tomorrow. So keep that in the back of your mind moving forward. I just hit my headphones really hard. I just basically boxed my ears, but that's okay. Because today we are moving forward and we are moving on. I mean, I'm still like, I love that, especially that last map, that series, Dan, was just such a pleasure to watch. I think some people, you know, they don't understand quite how competitive Challengers is and how, you know, kind of brawly and, you know, cerebral these players can be. But you saw these fights, like that ace from Retro, I think it was Retro, the with the ace at like the Odin at the end. Like these are like, the claws are out, if you will. You know, these are players who are going to push it to the limit every single time.
And honestly, with the way that everything started with that 13-6, I thought it was gonna, you know, there was a chance that it was gonna be a 2-0. One of the teams not kind of feeling it as much, but then you see the answer right away for Sad. And I mean, you see it after they start coming back, right? In the same way, with the few rounds that they're able to get in Lotus and things that they're able to do after moving into Ascent and then finally on Corrode, just has been incredible. So I'm super happy to see Sad. I feel like they are able to mix, you know, the older players with a little bit more experience with the newer players, and this combination is just so good.
And folks, we do have that post-match interview that I was keeping a secret from you guys, but we do have one. It is with the super sub up today, also the coach Style, Ryan Riggs. Friend, come in here because, I mean, what a performance from you today. Coming in, I don't know around when the timing was for you slotting in, but, you know, kind of just being in here right away and fitting in. Talk to me about that. How did that happen?
I'll be honest, we didn't really, we knew that both us and Burger Boys were 2-0, so we knew today's match didn't matter. And Doggo, who is like playing for us right now, he had something to do, and I just said, I'll just play. Like, the match doesn't matter, I'll just play. And that's kind of what happened map 1. I'll be honest, I don't think we were even like trying, to be honest. Okay. we were just throwing like every round is what it felt like to me. And then I was like, if we're gonna be here and play, we may as well try. Like I was like, this is basically just like we're playing so I can have fun. And we tried definitely a lot harder map 2 and 3. So.
Well, did you have fun? Did you have
I had a great time. I had a great time. I used to compete, so
yeah.
I was having a blast, but I haven't played in like 2 years.
Oh my God,
I played like 10 DMs last night, and I was like, all right, I guess that's it.
You're like the baby bay of Challengers. Look at you go. You know? Just except you don't cast, but stepping in. I mean, like you talking about your past in competing. Obviously, you're coaching now, and you know had like a pretty like long career here in Challengers for this year. Do you feel like a little bug to go back and compete, or are you
Nah,
happy
I'm not
with the coaching
competing.
position?
I'm not competing.
Okay.
I'm terrible. Like I'm bad. Like that first map, like I'm 3 and 21 or something. And then even the last map, I wasn't good. The only reason I played well in the second map is because I just know Ascent really, really well.
You were 3 and 17. Don't worry about it.
That's terrible.
And 6 assists. Yay.
There you go.
But I mean, it was definitely. I mean, kudos to you. Like you have to be slotted in there really quickly. And yeah, you're saying like the match doesn't matter. It does for seeding and etc. And it does because you know your opponents will be looking at this, seeing and it is a rep. Of, you know, maybe it's not like, you know, an elimination rep and pressure isn't on, but it is still practice for your team to be there. So moving forward, because of this, will you continue to play, or is Doggo coming back?
No, Doggo's playing again.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm terrible. I'm not a good player. I'm really smart. I can like read the game well. I just can't aim. So I'm gonna go back to my coach slot.
I was talking about being in like having the coach mind, but having to move to a player sort of mindset. Do you like think like a coach in the moment, or like what is your mind thinking?
So I was concerned that I would like not be able to like notice things or read things because I was just playing, but that didn't seem like I felt like I just had wall hacks the whole series. I knew exactly what the other team was doing every round. I was just saying what to do in the mid round, and then Carter was still IGLing or Welly, and we would just win rounds. Like Corrode, we just realized they couldn't do anything if they didn't have mid control, so I was just soloing mid jiggling, and I just had to stack the sites, and then we got 6-6, so we were fine.
How does that help your confidence though? Because if like you're saying like you had to read completely every single time, right?
Yeah,
like
100%.
like, how does that feel confidence-wise moving into tomorrow? Is that, you know, like, oh, we got tomorrow, like, that'll be easy, take one time out, we get it? Or, like, what's the kind of the vibe for tomorrow?
I think we're playing like the Neptune team. I think our goal is just pray
You're
none
playing
of them
team
just
slat.
yeah, team slat. So that's like I think that's Neptune, Urine, and them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure we're just hoping one of them doesn't drop like 40 kills on us and we lose a map.
Okay.
I
That
think
is a good shot.
otherwise I think we'll be pretty confident winning the series and maintaining our slot.
What have you seen any footage of them or any sort of like anything?
No.
No. Okay. So going in completely blind.
Yeah, I might look at something if I can find anything, but they have the whole season on us and we have nothing on them. So
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Other thing I was wondering because like they have so much tape on you, Style.
yeah, so
And-
much.
like there's a lot, and like you have. I mean, we've seen you also have like your watch parties, you know, from your owner who is also you know talking about stuff. Are we? I know. I think you're gonna answer this, but I should ask it anyway. Are you gonna change anything? Are you just kind of going with what you know?
No, we're not gonna change a thing.
Okay. Are you lying
Well-
to me so they get a false answer?
No,
Okay.
there's nothing changing. We're just gonna play the same way because our players are insane. Like we have
folks, thank you for your patience and welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. Promotion-Relegation. Say that 3 times fast. Dan, go.
No, I'm letting my cat talk. What do you have to
Oh,
say?
oh my god, hi.
She's looking at me like, that's your job.
That's literally your job. It's literally your job to talk. I had my cat for you guys to see in the hosting chair, and then she decided 15 seconds before we went live that wasn't okay, and she wouldn't do that for free. Which honestly, good for her. Get paid for your work. I'm Elizabeth. That's Dan. Welcome back. Or if you're just joining us, welcome. I know we are starting a new match with Shopify Rebellion Gold versus Prosperity Esports. And Dan, let's just call it like it is. This match doesn't have any seeding implications, elimination implications, promotion implications. At this point, it's just another rep of grudge match because mathematically, neither of these teams can make it into challengers. But a rep is a rep. And you are lucky to get reps, especially at this level in challengers. And I know, speaking to the folks on Shopify Rebellion Gold, especially, like, they love for this. They will live for this. Quickly name all 5 players of Shopify Rebellion Gold right now. 10
Whoa!
seconds. 10.
Right now?
9.
Mel,
8,
Alexis,
7,
Noya,
6,
Sarah,
5,
and Dodo.
4. There you go.
Oh my god, that's scary. I mean, I know them, but I
No,
hate
it's hard when you're
spot like that.
Yeah, it's hard when you're put on the spot, right? It's like one of those things. It's like name 3 women. You're like, like you have no
3.
3, but the one I know is me. But yeah, we're just gonna call it like it is, guys. This is a match that does not have any competitive operations implications, and that's okay because these are folks that I'm sorry, I have cat hair all over my face. That is just gonna be for them. It's gonna be for Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity Esports. You saw the Prosperity Esports tweets. They were pretty bummed about mathematically being eliminated from challengers. But this is a team that has, always had kind of just like this, like, I don't know, like they've always had their kind of like their claws into the meat of challengers. Like they've been really, Dan, like folks that you've like, they're always pushing it. They're always there, but they can just never quite get over the hump.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we talked about earlier today, because sometimes we go and we get the chance to see teams in promo relegation, they get promoted, but they still struggle to get any sort of wins when it comes to actually being promoted and being in challengers. But these teams, as we mentioned before, even though both of them lost in the past few days, even though they're 0-2, both Prosperity and Shopify Rebellion, it was close. They were close series, they were overtimes, they were double digits for both of the teams, so we've seen a little bit of the growth for both. But yeah, like you said, I feel like we still need a little bit of that next step for them. I feel like for Shopify Rebellion Gold, obviously, like you said, they love having that experience. They love being able to play these official matches. Game Changers is coming up, so you want to have a bit more reps on a few of those maps, a few more reps in some new things that you have been trying out, a few more reps in some of the role changes that we saw since a few months ago. So anything that you can get for this experience is great, and that's kind of why this match matters at the end of the day.
And Shopify Rebellion Gold have, Dan just named all of them perfectly, right? Those are the folks that we know and love, the literal history makers of challengers. Unfortunately, they cannot qualify for challengers moving forward, but they got the, I don't know if they got like the first win of a GC team in challengers, but at least it was for North America. And
yeah, no, they did.
Oh, they did. That's what I'm talking about. And that's like what we're talking about, right? Like this is a roster that makes history over and over and over again, and is just such a damn pleasure to watch. And a little fun fact, or actually, I'm gonna quiz you, Dan. Are you ready? Another quiz.
No.
Who on this team has the most kills in a single map in the Game Changer circuit?
In a single map in Game Changers? I mean, I would say Dodo, but actually I'm not sure.
It is Dodo, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
that
on
makes
her.
sense.
It's on her Liquipedia, and I'm trying to figure out what kills it was. It was when she was on FlyQuest Red, and I believe she had 47 kills, but she also lost the map. So, like, it's like her, she's at 47, and then Lace is at 23. So, trying her best, but not succeeding. But I mean, looking here between this game between SAD and SRG, I mean, you can see they were up a map. These were folks that were putting in a lot of work and a lot of effort, and obviously just couldn't get it over the line. But still, so their growth in challengers, Dan, has been incredible.
Yeah, obviously when they got that first win in Challengers, it was a massive deal because, like you said, it's something that they were trying to get for such a long time, and it felt like a massive accomplishment, especially against a team as big as TSM. And now, you know, struggling a little bit with Promotion-Relegation, already relegated, but still trying to get a little bit more of that experience. It's kind of the same case for Prosperity. They have been in Challengers, but they have struggled a little bit once they're in Challengers. They struggle against those teams in the mid to upper table, and so they find themselves in this situation once again.
I like all of their poses, Dan. Whose pose would you do? Would you do the cross-armed one? Would that be yours?
No, I don't like the crossbar. I didn't get the chance to see it. I would just probably like stand completely still.
Just flat to the camera.
Yes, yes, exactly. I'm not very creative with those, but definitely not crossing my arms.
I feel like I do a finger gun. You know what I mean? I got it. It's my thing. You know, I got
it. Yeah, it is your thing. With the walkouts and stuff, yeah, I can see that. I don't know what I would do.
Or I just don't take a photo. There's no photo of me ever. No one knows what I look like. But we will be heading into Prosperity Esports versus SRG. And this is your map selection. We are going to Haven, Sunset, and then Ascent. SRG picking Sunset as well. But Prosperity, Dan, will be starting us off on Haven.
I find this map of Haven interesting because we didn't get to see it in the first couple of matches of Promo-Relegation for any of the teams. But it's also a map where I consider Mel has some of her best IGLing series. I feel like every time we go into Haven, she's very dominant. Her calls are very good. She has a rig on the opponent every single time, whether it's game changers or as we were talking about this challenger scene. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of this map of Haven. I feel like if anything is going to be a teaser of, you know, how the team has been preparing for game changers coming up.
And here we are, in Agent Select. And honestly, we've seen them in game changers. They sometimes get a little crazy, but looks like they're chilling, right?
They are the other way around, by the way. Just clarifying that. If you see Barracks is being a little silly, Shopify rolling gold is the that you see on the right. But yeah, as you mentioned, this composition that they run, I like it a lot. I feel like people expect Dodo to be opening up the rounds every single time, but instead what you see is a little bit more faking a little bit with the wall as well, playing a slower game, playing a very methodical game for the side of Shopify rolling gold, and on the other side with the Neon as well, you should be able to see some action between this double duelist composition and that solo duelist Neon for Dodo.
Well, folks, let's get this show on the road. Zobi, Keg, take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz and Dryad. Want to bounce off that original point, though. When I think of Haven and I think of Shopify Gold, I think of them together, Zobi. This is a match made in Haven for them.
Oh, I mean, to me, I think that's true in the game changers circuit, but it has been a rough spell for them in VCL itself. 1 win and 2 losses in the last split. I think one of those wins likely from the TSM match, and it was the decider that got them their first Challengers win. But aside from that, I think PRS just said, I don't care, we're throwing it away, we're playing a map that even we aren't comfortable on, because they also are 1 win, 1 loss. So coin toss to start us off. An aggressive, confident fight from SRG starting out on the attack here towards the A site.
That's
Okay,
right. Things are looking good right now. As we push on forwards to see what is going to be the case here for the defensive side. Well, so far it is very aggressive. Dodona made her way in, but unfortunately, although she does fall, it's going to be the rest of Shopify Gold to play in her steadfast. The rest, though, Alexis, a good double kill to start things off will be good. It leaves it down to just Yuki to see what they can do defensively. Up top of the banister. Hoping for the best to drop on down. Plenty of left alive, and that's Shopify to take their first round.
Simple, clean, well-oiled. I like it. I mean, they took down the short players, and at that point, you might cut your losses, play the 3v5 retake as a team, but ultimately, Prosperity decided to stick around. And as we work on getting that overlay swapped, just a reminder that Shopify Rebellion Gold is the one that got that pistol round. You can see that it matches the roster and the color, at least for the time being. But all in all, Keg, again, as I was touching on, it's just this is a map with a coin toss, and then Sunset's pretty strong in SRG's favor. So if SRG, starting on the attack, get the ball rolling and steamroll through, we could get our first 2-0 in promo relegation. I know that's a hopeful ask, but with how they just played that pistol and how they're now running down this A split yet again, I think it's a good a promise to be had.
I really think this map is going to be a coin toss? A coin toss?
This map, yes.
Really?
Both these teams, it's not their best. It's not.
Okay.
Spike down
Because
A.
I think the biggest strength for Shopify, and I'm going to use this round to talk about it a bit, is they have that chemistry of being a team for so long. They have the set strats. But where Shopify normally falls apart is their mid-round individual plays. Prosperity, well, they haven't been together as long. And the set strats have been a little invisible at times. But individually, they kind of do their own thing in the mid-round, and that's what their biggest strengths are. They're good at disrupting some of those plays. But so far, things have looked pretty dang good for Shopify. Mel is leading the charge with her calls.
Absolutely, and I will acknowledge your point, Keg, but to me, and from what I've seen at Prosperity and why they were so close in both the Burger Boys and SAD Esports match, was because, yeah, I agree the mid-round calling wasn't there, but when they are together on the micro level, they are so clean. You can see even there, when they're swinging to their death up against the Neon, it's together. They're always side by side. They're always in sync, and I think that comes out of the sheer reps they've had. That's a consistency between both Prosperity and SRG. They play in every event that they can, no matter how small.
You are absolutely right, and this is something Mel's touched upon before, right? The difference is the confidence when it comes to the mid-round for Shopify Gold. As long as Shopify can keep their confidence high and really show that dominance here, a good first map to do it, I think Shopify could take this 2-0.
And Dodonut's second highest rated player, even if they're not in contention anymore, is that player that says, my team, I'm so proud of them, we could have done more. So she's the one trying to step up, trying to be that entry towards the C site. Unfortunately, finally it's been headed off. Barrett, the spear there, playing off of their anchor utility. See if they can get to the next layer, if they can pivot here, like you mentioned, off that mid-round.
Oh, and there it is, Smoke in the back, trying to fake out the seaside split from Garage side. It's going to be Sarah to take down Izo. But will the rest of the attackers be on their way? The answer is yes! They've collided around, taken full seaside control. And the only one left is Manny from the other side of the world, most likely to save that Phantom.
This is a huge round, and it really came out of them just pausing, stabilizing, winning that B-Link fight, and then following through on the C-Exec. So looking really good here, forcing, like you mentioned, the save. It'll be a guaranteed third here for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Again, I mentioned they don't have as many reps on this map because they've, especially in promo relegation, been leaning towards their Lotus, leaning towards their Ascent, which I'll unpack that bag of worms if we get there. SRG choosing Ascent as the decider for the third time over Lotus. But for the time being, let's get through Haven, get through Sunset, and then we'll rush back up on that if we have to. Because right now,
I'm ready for the
showing small signs of stopping.
I'm ready for the Zobi podcast.
It's been rough, whether it's the Shondex Chamber shutting them down or them just not looking confident in themselves and their abilities. But right now, we mentioned this was a grudge match, and I want to touch on that, right? They got a spot in VCL Stage 3, not because they won their best of 5 promo relegation against Prosperity Esports, who they lost to 1-3, but because you had all those teams calling out, like Ambrosia, you know, your Chet's Pets. And I think that is where SRG feels like they need that comeuppance. They feel like they need to win this series just to prove themselves, even if it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to play in those promotion games tomorrow. So this will be a huge win for them. And there's still question marks, right? There's that little GCC caveat of getting a qualifier spot. We don't know if that'll be around when VCL kicks back up, but that's something, again, to rely upon. So they're trying to stay in form here. And looks like finally Prosperity has a little bit of pep to their step. They're, again, trying to run interference, not letting Shopify Rebellion do what they please.
That's right. Now keep in mind, too, Manny's the only player on the team with a weapon. That's going to be the Phantom. Everybody else, Stingers and Sheriffs abound. Barrett's in the backside of C. Looking to catch off this Neon mid-slide. Hopefully take them out before the big entry comes on by. Unfortunately, though, that does not work. Donut is a monster on this map and a monster on Neon. And before I can even finish my first sentence, it's already a Shopify round.
Wow. Honestly, looking at the Veto, I did not expect this coming in. And we mentioned as well, kind of expecting this to very similarly also be a 2-1 affair. But I will say, out of all of the series that were close, Prosperity versus SAD tipped heavily in SAD's favor later in the pool. So if this is a sign of Prosperity wearing down, you know, not caring as much, that could be a sign. I know there was questions about who was starting out on the 5 today, even though this is the 5 that have been here for all the promo rally. So again, Prosperity might not be at their best, and that's surely not what's being shown. Last round, credited, it wasn't Eco. Yuki now with Operator in hand, Barrett with a neural threat. These are options that can give them information, and Izo with the first kill as well. And Noya means you don't have that sounding element, you don't have that bounce back, that lurk, but Let them reclaim the space
Spike
immediately. That is a
down A.
beautiful call and could punish Vantic off of it.
I love it. This is the strat we've seen from Shopify Gold for years now. Usually it was a Skybird. Now it's going to be the Sova drone to fake that presence over towards C site. Hopefully to draw people away from A for the take. But Shopify, again, this is where I start to look at them with the microscope in their attacking side. It's the mid-rounding and the decision-making of how they want to take this next fight that could determine how these rounds go from here on out. 4-0 though. Very good against Prosperity, but down by 2 bodies. Vantic waiting outside the smoke for Alexis to pop out. Waiting off that timing though, a very good choice to shove away Vantic, but does take that small opportunity for the smoke to dissipate. Alexis was expecting the deep corner, but was chosen wrong. Dodonut uses this time to push her way in. Sarah on the other side takes the initial fight, wins it securely, but is unaware about the second, that being Izo. But Dodonut's there for the save! Whoa! My brain did not even process that second player until they were on the ground. Dodonut is living through time. And yeah, here she is again, needing to face this 1v1 against the operator of Yuki. 12 seconds are left. You're absolutely right. No presence known of Barrett whatsoever. Dodonut needs to know about Barrett's presence. He slinked his way in. Dodo wins the initial pick. It's the overdrive out now. The gate crash has been heard. And Yuki only has an operator. He's playing patient, waiting for her to push up. But Dodonut, despite being the Neon, it's tempting to push up. Chooses not to and wins the fight instead.
And no scope on Dodonut's watch. 4 kills on the round. That is a 5-0 for Shopify Rebellion Gold. And whew. Again, I mentioned the first blood doesn't go their favor, the re-clear, the follow-through, really clean here. And while Prosperity had a nice short fight there, eventually the trades give Dodonut a position to have insane shots like that, the awareness that they could be anywhere, coming from long, coming from short, to handle Barrett, and also just the awareness of to plant there of all places, right? So that she's not vulnerable from short, she's not vulnerable from long. And, you know, Gamble made the jump out heaven, but that's a risk you've got to take in a 1v2. And she wins the jackpot. So now, I mean, money's broken again. You're forcing a judge, a guardian that can maybe have an impact here. This is a bold choice on an eco for Shopify Rebellion Gold. Just so many immediate TP in. Do you TP out?
I know. What better round to have for Prosperity than close-range weapons to one of the most condensed sites in the game?
Here we go. This judge we mentioned for Vantic. A great bait as well for the trap wire, I'll say, but pinged out. Nice little classic swap. He's gonna bait Dodonut in, but now you know it's a judge. Relay bolt. And they are out of there. They know it's a high risk they don't have to take. They go elsewhere. The concern, though, is time is ticking away. There's 3 players just pushing these players back with util aplenty. No stick, though. Even with smokes on the spike, it feels like Prosperity's not even going for the defuse. Or didn't, I should say. Last player's in garage, and SRG no.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no way Vantic could get close to the spike. It's another round lost. And Prosperity really need to take a step back, figure out what they want to do next.
They need to take a time out. They don't look like they're on the same page. They don't look like they have the game plan coming into retakes. I think the best look we saw out of them was them getting aggressive down A long, right? I think that was Yuki and Manny hand in hand. They get the opening kill, you get crouched out if they need to, and they got the advantage early. Otherwise, maybe when they've directly contested C, the Barrett anchor has also looked good. So if you couple that again, trust and Barrett to hold down C, maybe have an A side lean, you can maybe play a retake around C with numbers, because that's been the difficulty. I don't think they've had numbers and had a buy on a retake simultaneously. Shopify Rebellion Gold have been breaking them down from the inside, even when they had direct hits, right? So fragmented, disconnected, uncommunicated, and now, I mean, Shopify Rebellion Gold, they are not letting off at all. Hunter's Fury into the A site.
Confidence is looking great. Dodonut removes ISO away like it was nothing, and now A site was a point of contention. Already we've seen from the shadows used by Mel. Plenty of players over on C site. Can't see the fast dash over to back to A. Mel unfortunately falls. The spike in the ground, but not the way you would want Shopify to have it. Instead, Yuki, unfortunately not with their teammates, tries to take a fight that is seldom won. 7 in a row for the attacking Shopify Gold.
Ooh, this is just pure vengeance for Shopify Rebellion Gold unleashed. We said it was a grub match. We said they were coming in with no expectations, and I I don't know how much of the other regions you watch, but this was something we saw in Pacific teams like Zeta winning matches they shouldn't. We saw it in China winning matches they shouldn't towards the end of their group run. It's that kind of last like dying breath or adrenaline, and that is on full display here. And that run wasn't played terribly, I'll say, actually, from PRS. They did what I said. They leaned into the Barrett anchor. He gets his, he dies. It's just, again, they didn't take their time to plan out how they wanted to address that retake, and SRG pieced it apart, obliterated it. The other win con I said was getting aggressive early on. Yuki, Sheriff in hand, scaling down grass, but they're alone, unsupported by any utility, and as soon as this dark cover fades, there's gonna be 3 popping out at ya!
And guess what? Shopify's making sure that there can't be a plan for Prosperity, because by the time something can be executed, retake, an opening strat, any beat of the round you're looking at, Shopify's already killed 3 of them.
Oh. Vantic, Bucky in hand. Over towards Garage. You know, that's one consistency here on the ecos for Prosperity so far. Manny, a death corner, but Dodo not clean on the flick. Picking it up.
Dude, what is Dodo on right now? These are like wild shots. Some of the cleanest mechanical I think we've seen today.
Alright. Huge timing from Vantic there. Gifted the 1v1 versus Mel, but loses it out. Now all that pressure surmounts on to Yuki, who could get a timing here on the plant, takes the risk, and again just plays his own game, plays disconnected from Izo, and places him in a nearly unwinnable position. 1v4, no weapon in A link recoverable. At this point, he's looking for exits. He doesn't need ult orbs. He doesn't want to give ult orbs, and 35 HP, this is your best case scenario, but even whiffing a body shot like that, Keg?
Shopify are looking clean.
What if they get a 13? Okay.
Do you think it could happen?
Is it time to discuss that?
Okay, realistically, what do you think the scoreline's going to be?
13-4.
13-4?
I think what they do is they get 2 this half and maybe a pistol next.
Mm.
And if that's going to happen, it's because they get the round right now.
Well, hold on.
5 ults and a buy.
You said 2 this half and then pistol in the
Pistol and
next.
follow up, and then that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay,
That's
that's
it.
4. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
13-4. 13-4. That's my
13-4.
prediction.
I'm gonna
But
hold
again,
you to it.
that's only if they win this round.
Only if they
Otherwise,
win this
no
round.
clue.
No
'Cause
clue.
They have 5 ults and a buy, right? And they've already invested 1. That's huge info. They
Okay.
should be able to couple these on the retake, but given how messy they look, they haven't ever looked on the same page. They're reading from different scripts, different plays, Keg.
I believe this is the second time now PRS have gotten the opening pick in their favor. Izo's alone on an island. That's going to be the A-Link control. Izo's good to remove Mel. Post-plant, if there is no smokes, that makes B-side pretty dang hard. But again, I'm not sure what Shopify Gold are on right now, but they have been on a tear. Unfortunately, though, there is a ripple in the tear. That's going to be a first round 1 for PRS.
If I get this prediction correct, Keg, I need to be under investigation.
Yeah, we'll give you a giant Shopify golden crown.
Hey, I'm the one that usually bets against them for the sake of not cursing them, and this time I bet it for them. Is that the
Blue
secret?
gems, gold gems,
Okay.
green gems on the crown.
Okay.
How many gems should a crown have? I'm thinking of like the Webkin's Crown of Wonder. That's like 5.
Like I'm
gems.
thinking like 2, 4, it's probably 8. You know,
8
like think
gems,
of like
8
a
gems.
circle. Yeah, like 8. Yeah, like 8 slices on a pizza. You know, but all in all, we're done with food-related teams. Burger Boys.
That's right. We
already
don't have Burger Boys.
Lost
Yeah.
is sad. For now, it's just Prosperity. Hopefully looking to prosper here. Finally get a win on their rifle round. They didn't invest all these ultimates, which is what I was expecting for them to need to get this through, and it looks like it's given them a sense of confidence. They're back to what almost worked. Manny, Vantic getting aggressive. Alongside Yuki over towards the safe side of the map. In the meantime, last time we saw them work C, Bear's been good for his, whether it's a proactive on Garage, whether it's playing off of his traps on site. Here he's a little more disconnected than I thought he would be. Very just kill traps from CT, play his life, play retake with his team. And SRG. They just want to fix what they failed on last round. Lockdown, opening kill on the B site. This is looking good.
Surely now we see Barrett playing it safe because he wants to fish for the neural theft, right? There it is. That's
Ooh.
an opportunity to do so. Neural theft available. Of course, the lockdown in return will make things a little bit more difficult, especially if you're trying to counterflank. And Alexis, despite having full scan against her, Manny loses that fight.
Viper's pitch should allow the wrap out of Vantic unless Alexis handles that as well. There it is. Initial kill found. Sarahastic the 1, and she does before returning to her bodyguard positions for Noya. Get down, Madam President, and just Barrett, who had that information provided for his team, playing around the one-way Mela supplied in A. But even then, time's ticking, chances are fading. Looks like he's even called for the save already.
Yeah. Not a way to get back in. No information off that Viper's Pit. Shopify, their ult economy has been used very, very well. Enjoyed the lockdown to create the space to get in the B site, but Noya's Viper's Pit to deny any of that possibility too. With only just a few more rounds in this first half, Shopify have made a statement.
Oh. 9-1. My prediction still lives, albeit it looks rougher after that. I thought it would be like they win those two and then lose the rest of the half, but hey, broken by here, you save the next. Actually, and then you win the final. That would. There's only 2 rounds left. I can't do math, guys. It's fine.
That's fine, nobody can. That's why we're casters.
Actually, they win this round. Look, there we go. And they lose last.
Well,
because they're not gonna have a buy in the following, so that wouldn't make sense unless I thrifty them, which is entirely
you still have a
possible.
chance to be a math magician, I get it.
Yeah, I said in 2 half. Let's see it.
Revealing area.
All right, well, let's see if the predictions are correct, though. It's a fast entry from Dodonut once more, evading out the paranoia. The rest of her team not connected, but with that being said, it's Yuki. A double, and whoa, okay, a meltdown from the back. You blink and you miss it with Dodonut. And suddenly now, 2 left alive, all of Seaside decimated.
All right, maybe they will get a thrifty in the final. If not, they're staring at an 11-1. This round's not over just yet. Barrett, ISO, 2v3. Beautiful initiator util still
Okay,
online, and they
2v2.
spray down off of the drone as well. I am
ISO has
worried though.
recon.
They're off site. They're playing Swarm, maybe. No, there's nothing left in the tank for Shopify.
No, they're just the raw duel
Old
it out. The
fashioned.
cyber cage was used up, so there's no way to block out the Spike's positioning.
One enemy
swing.
remaining. Last
Double
player
swing.
standing.
Oh, 1-1. Noya's got to play this very carefully. Not out of the woods just yet, but we've returned. The trees have risen.
Wow.
Last round in
Noya
the
clutches it out. They don't need the post plant util. They don't need the mollies. Good old fashioned aim. Noya. 14-3. We mentioned Dodonut. Obviously, she had an insane clutch. She was on a tear. Noya, in particular, I will say, and it's good to admit flaws and developments. She had a difficult day yesterday in that Burger Boys match. Like, not playing like herself, not up to her standard, I'm almost certain. And I think that's what's on display here as well. Her saying, hey, that's not me. This is what I look like. And whether they're lurking, finding opening kills, or now clutching out rounds with 3Ks, it is just another part of this system that is 10-1 against Prosperity, a team that beat them for their VCL Stage 3 spot previously. Ooh, reclear here could be good from Prosperity. They have a decent buy-through to get that 10-2 I predicted through. We'll see if it follows suit. I mean, they have the right read. They put the chamber on A. Vantic has gotten a kill over towards C. They had to commit here. They're
That's
committing
right.
to 3.
There's a beta tripwire as well. You shoot that first
Take
one.
flight.
Hopefully Dodonut doesn't expect the second onto the swing. That's what PRS wants. Drone's been shot out. No information on site. Your lurk is gone. Shopify, they're playing at a disadvantage, but they're going to attempt to push their way in. That's one off of the recon bolt, but Sarah doesn't need a re-clear. She takes everybody out. Manny's gone on top of that. And Vantic is the last surviving player, making their way to the top of heaven.
Planted.
And with this being the final round, Sarah for sure needs to play the Hunter's Fury. Vantic does have that Shrouded Step. Dodonut with only 6 HP. Doesn't need to do much. 11-1, Zobi.
Alright, I'm not a mathematician, or a mathemagician. I can still get a 13-4, just not in the 10-2 pistol follow-up approach or methodology. And honestly, I gotta go back to what you mentioned about Dodonut didn't have to do anything, right, in terms of actually shooting. Because here, right, she gets pinged out by the trapwire, and Sarah domes ISO Heaven, who's trying to punish off that reveal. And then here, she's just pulling away the crosshairs so that Mel can finish off the job with an outlaw. So all this sets them up for the 11-1, where, I mean, PRS, you have to win this pistol, or you win 11 in a row after a Stinger Force win, which all of those are very, very difficult to follow through on.
I will say, we did have a 10-2 half with Sad, and they almost brought it back.
This is an 11-1.
Difference of 1.
Means everything, though.
It does. They have to win this pistol. PRS have absolutely no choice now. There is no wiggle
There's
room.
3 on B, and they're execing into it.
Immediately, you go in, Zobi, and it's Dodonut and Noya that say, you know what, duelist, I can win all the duels. Viper Wall is still up. Crossfire is insurmountable. And the attacking side is forced to tuck tail and run back over to C site. Alarm bot just below Alexis. Ready to activate. Go for the swing. One body gone. Smoke's not available anymore.
12-1.
Match
Prosperity have, you know, prevented the embarrassment of the 13-0. We don't need to call up Mixwell, but can they get anything more? Stinger Force comes out. You have to treat every round like it's your last now until overtime or sunset. And this being their pick, hey, I said Haven was not the map to go to for Prosperity. And when I saw the Veto, I was like, it looks like they just don't care. They want to get reps on a map they don't normally play and haven't been strong on. I mean, this is a team that has, you know, again, switched compositions around. They've tested things out, and this is what they settled upon. And I'm flabbergasted. Okay, I'm lost for words right now.
Well, let's see if the Flabber will continue to be gasted, though. It's going to be Manny to fall right on the entry, and slow to descend will be the best Prosperity. Yuki's good for one. Run, and my God, absolutely done.
player standing.
It is a massacre any which way you look at it, but not in the way that you would think. In Shopify Gold with one player left, a breath of life may have just been found from Prosperity.
Hey, my 13-4 is not gone just yet.
That's true. It could very well happen.
And that's one round towards the tally. 12-2. They carry a Bulldog. They carry an Outlaw over. That was just unleashed, like, we don't care kind of vibes. They run it down. I mean, Yuki is just W-king at them with the Stinger, which I will say is characteristic of this broken weapon. But speaking of broken, it's what results in now SRG having Sheriffs, having Ghosts, having just Classics. You know, the GC Sheriff can hit. We'll see if it does this round, but for the time being, that's the coordination we're looking for the entire half, right? They all swing through that Viper's toxic screen together. They get trades where they're found. ISO pops off there as well, just to seal the deal. Now, as a result, these weapons should get the job done, but they're fighting into 4 again!
Massive stack up outside of A. It is a meltdown again. Nothing but classics. Shopify are looking to reinvest into the next.
Yeah, that was just try something, see if it sticks, and Noya left thinking, hey, maybe there's a lurk player. Barrett might make its way back through here, and she wasn't wrong for the time being, but when you steamroll that hard day, you don't want to hand a weapon over to the opposition, so Barrett heads back towards the A site. Now they're hunting Yuki. Blood in the water. Clone doesn't matter.
Noya though. Oh, dodges into the paranoia as it passes by. Truly unlucky. A 1-round differential, Zoe, to see whether or not you were correct with your prediction.
The issue, Keg, is I don't think I can be correct anymore. If the rounds play out standard, right?
Okay.
If there's not like a thrifty or something silly, right? Because this round, they have a bye for Shopify. So then if Shopify win it, the game's over. If Shopify lose it, it's the 13-4 that I predicted. But Shopify won't have money to make the 13-4
That is truly a dilemma.
It is. But hey, Shopify Ball and Gold, I could see them being some thrifty menaces. So we'll see. But we got to get past this round first. Again, the bye. Again, slowing things down, playing things a little bit more seriously. But it's just Hunter's Fury exec.
Oh, but they don't check for Dodo. Dodo's good for 2, and again, that's the 2 duelists gone. You're down to your skeleton crew.
Hey, 1 round off, I will take it. I mean, that's difficult, right? Yuki, Manny were the ones pushing their way into these sites, playing so close together. And speaking of playing close, beautiful little high-low bait over towards short. You have Sarah with the hold long. And, I mean, Alexis
Alarm bot was triggered. And now if the rotate's been called, it's Alexis to back off. She could have discovered 1 or 3, maybe even the entire team. But Prosperity say, we're going to go B instead. Checked out by Noya. Waiting for an opportunity to go for the jiggle peek. All it takes is one body to be shown, and that's it. A few shots, a snake bite in return. Stops the entire team in their tracks.
Even at 12-3, they're not taking chances they don't have to, right? Noya plays for the spray, the delay off the snake bite. You have the molly for post-plant denial.
40
now
seconds.
Noya wants to get risky. Oh, and it's turned on its head as a result.
30
Look at this
seconds
wrap, though.
left.
Yeah, timing from Alexis here is stellar. Just a matter of someone looking around, denies the plant. That's ISO gone. Someone else has to take up that mantle. No smokes, no cyber cages, no map. It's a 13-3 for Shopify Gold.
I don't have to be under investigation, Keg. 1 round off. Oh, but what a statement map. And I mean, now Shopify Ball and Gold is going into Sunset. Their pick, not the one I thought it was going to be. I thought they were going to pick into Lotus or Corrode because those are, again, weaknesses for Prosperity. But when this is a map that you beat, you know, teams like Sad on, or sorry, you beat teams like Burger Boys on 13-11, I think they are truly set up for that 2-0 kind of sweep through here coming into the next. I mean, it's hard to criticize what they did right or wrong in this map when, again, Prosperity didn't bring promise and into the developments, into the changes. There were a few glimmers, like I mentioned, when they went back to fighting for that A main control, when, again, I think they played a really smart stack on the A site, but even then, it was just micro. They got out, and they got out coordinated by Shopify Rebellion Gold.
Look, I'll be a mini analyst desk. I'll tell you, when I think of Shopify Gold, I think of Haven. That's all I need to know that they were going to win.
I mean, they are the juicy demons on that map, I will say.
But, I mean, the coordination from them looks so good. Prosperity, when I look at their team, when we were watching them yesterday, I'm thinking, okay, these are the guys that can break up a lot of these more strengthened teams. When there's a set strat, they will find these weird angles. They'll play individualistically. Some teams can't survive in that environment. But Shopify, in their element, looks so good on Haven. But we move to Sunset, and we'll see if this is truly the Sunset now for Prosperity, or if they can prosper and bring us to another map 3 in a row. But find out alongside with us. Don't go anywhere! We'll know, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America Promotion-Relegation. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined by Dryad on the desk. I want to tell you guys something. After that map, I did a tarot card pull. It's just to see what happens, and I got an upright Ace of Coins, also known as the Ace of Pentacles. Dryad, do you know what that means?
Nope, no idea.
Literally, Dryad, I'm not even messing with you. You guys can Google this. New beginnings, good starts, like abundance of wealth and stuff. I don't think I could find a better card in a pull to describe that map from Shopify Rebellion Gold. It just and I'm not even kidding. Like, people who know tarot know, like, this is like a perfect read for this map, because this is such a like, stealing Prosperity's pick is one thing, doing it in such a dominant fashion, Dan. this, you're not gonna understand this, but this is an ace of coins upright moment.
Incredible. It was about 9 rounds in a row until Prosperity were able to get their first. And we talked about it, to be honest, at the beginning. We mentioned how good Shopify Rebellion are on this map of Haven, especially because of Mel and the way that she calls this map. They go for approach with this double controller that not many teams want to go for. It's a bit more complicated, and they get away with it every single time. It's just so clean. I feel like Noya had some insane moments. I feel like Noya, I mentioned it before, but she's one of my favorite players to watch when it comes to finding the right timings to either trade your teammates or to close out the rounds to get some flanks. And here, she's not even playing the controller, right? Or sorry, she's not even playing the Sentinel. That's Alexis that's doing it. She's playing on the Viper, and that's even harder. So just the fact that she was so good, so clean, especially in that first half, is the reason why this map was so dominant on the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. I think it was incredible. Even when they went into the defense, a few rounds that we got to see, you knew that it was going to be a fast hit coming in for the side of Prosperity, and every single time he got denied, it was a double, triple face into this A site that allowed them to get the win. The only round that it was a little messy was this one, of course, because it was an equal round, so they would just run it down trying to make it to lobby. But outside of that, pretty much a perfect game for Shopify.
And this is, I mean, again, like, this is Prosperity's pick, and I think Keg said it after the game. When you think of, and I agree with him, when you think of Shopify Rebellion Gold, I immediately think of their Haven. They're constantly reinventing on this map. You know, they had a Harbor, they went back to a Viper, and then, you know, they're switching stuff. I mean, Lexi looks incredible on the Sentinel, and you know, she's spoken about how she loves playing that agent role, because like she feels like she can shoot back and shoot for herself rather than, and she was so good at setting people up, but she loves it so much. You can clearly see in the way that she's playing and just how the whole team is playing, there's like kind of this reinvigoration, and maybe there's something to say about, you know, there's no stakes involved, you just go for it, right? There's no pressure, and I mean that can contribute to just a performance of a lifetime. And I think Dodo went incredible and did some incredible stuff. I think I saw someone in Alexis's watch parties chat, I think, she's top 3 for relegation. Like, she's really been popping off, and like all the players in Shopify Rebellion Gold have been. Like, that was everyone stepped up in the right moments. Everyone had beautiful ideas and moments, and just like insane micro moments, Dan. Like, this is the Shopify Rebellion Gold that we are promised, we know, and we love.
This is what you expect when you see this map of Haven coming in from them, but I feel like even better. Everything, like I mentioned before, was so clean, and I feel like what really tells the story is the amount of first kills that both the teams got. Shopify Rebellion Gold got 9 first kills total, and while the other side, for Prosperity, they got 7. So it was pretty close when it came down to the first kills, but it comes down to exactly what I was mentioning before. There's always a double, a triple phase into what Shopify Rebellion Gold wanted to do on the attack side. So it's not only that Dodo going in, it's not only Alexis in a 4-1 trying to find something. It's always someone there behind this play to at least get that trade and at least even out the numbers. That's why, you know, even if it was that way, even if the first kills were so close, you see how it was at 13-2-3.
I mean, yeah, and I think that just goes to show how long those folks have been playing together. They are a well-oiled machine, not only in terms of like how long they've played together timeline-wise, but just how much they do together. They play in literally everything they can. I don't think they have breaks, literally, ever, and they still won't have a break because we're going to their map pick of Sunset. I think I saw someone in Alexis's watch party say, "Uh-oh," when they saw a like, or not uh-oh, but they said a very typical pick for SRG. This is like, we've seen them on Sunset, we've seen them pick this map before. This is kind of a quintessential SRG map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a map where both teams are going to play this double Sentinel, but the biggest difference is going to be Alexis should be on this deadlock. And then on the other side for Prosperity, you should have actually not the double Sentinel, sorry, just the Cypher. So that's going to change a little bit of the approach that you're going to see for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. You're going to have the Cypher and the Deadlock. There's a very strong defensive comp here, while they're going to be starting on the attack side. And, you know, that doesn't mean anything. Last time they played it out, they got 4 rounds on attack and they were able to make that comeback on defense. But that's something that you should be looking forward into that second half. This is how they got the win on this map against Burger Boys. It was a 13-11, and it was an 8-4 comeback where they got the pistol in the second round. In the second half, they got the bonus as well. They got, I think, 6 or 7 rounds in a row, I believe, to make it possible. So yeah, it's just very strong. And again, it's a team that is really good at using utilities. It's really good at understanding how the macro of the map is going to play out. One of my favorites to watch as well from the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. I think this is going to change compared to what I saw in the first series, where I felt like it was going to go all 3 maps. For this one, I think Shopify Rebellion Gold is going to close it into.
Because dude, last time, for those of us who are maybe just joining us for this game, Dan was past, we hadn't even started map 2, and Dan Dryad said, no, I'm actually moving to map 3, I'm already on to Corrode. And she was right, she was absolutely correct, so maybe her intuition is right again for this map, or match, second map between Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity Esports. So there's a chance we could go to Ascent. Never say never, as Justin Bieber once said once upon a time, a very long time ago. But moving on, this could be a very clean 2-0, not like the games we've had today. I mean, the last match started out with a pretty one-sided map as well, not nearly as one-sided as this one between Shopify and Prosperity, but we will be heading into Sunset, which is weird to think about how we're heading into fall. It's soup season, Dan. What's your favorite soup?
My favorite soup, I love a miso soup. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, miso's a good choice.
It's
Miso's
my
a very good
favorite.
choice.
I love it. I can have it at any point of the day, morning, afternoon, at night. It's great.
That's a good point. Mine is Italian wedding soup. That could heal wounds.
I don't know what that.
You've no. Oh my God, Dan! Next time I come to LA, I'm making you some. Oh my goodness gracious! It's the best. It's comforting. It's like a hug. It's delicious. There's cheese involved. Like, what else do you want from a soup?
Cheese.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
You put Parmesan on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm down.
This is what we're talking about here. But Sunset, I think it's weird to think that this map is such a mainstay of, I feel like, BCT and just competition in general. But this map was only added 2 years ago at this point. But I feel like we've seen it over and over again, a la Ascent or Icebox, even with the changes that it has. And moving on, I mean, again, I think we talked about it a little bit before. You talked about the possible agent comps going in. We could see some changes. Again, there's literally no stakes involved. This is just a grudge match. This is for bragging rights. This is for whatever you want to call it that doesn't have anything to do with competitive operations. You could get a little funky with it, and Shopify have been willing to do that in some game changers, like Swiss stage game stand. So, like, do we get a little funky with it or no?
I don't think so, but the reason why is because, like you mentioned, they played so many maps, so many matches, a couple different tournaments as well. So we already know what they want to play on this map. If they hadn't shown it yet, if it was kind of a secret, then yeah, get a little silly, change it up. But I feel like this is a composition that, you know, fundamentally makes a lot of sense for them, and it would make sense for them to continue playing it with this double sentinel. It was great. I feel like as long as they get either the 4 or 5 rounds into the attack side, they are more than set for success as they go into the defense. They're pretty good, they're clean, and I feel like they also have that momentum from that first series. They have nothing to lose as well. They can benefit a lot from these reps that they're getting early on, so it should be a good one.
You know why I don't believe you about that agent thing, Dan? Because while we were talking, I pulled a reverse King of Cups, and that talks about 1, emotional manipulation, so you could mean manipulating me, and 2,
That's
volatility. So we could see something fun, and I think you're seeing something quite fun on the side of Prosperity, Dan.
Yeah, well, the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold, they are keeping things the same. They're keeping this double sentinel composition with Alexis on the Deadlock, Noya on the Cypher. I think both of them are incredible on these agents, to be fair. But on the other side, for Prosperity, there's a few interesting things going on. I mean, the Clove, there's a Sage, there's a Chamber as well. The only Sentinel that they had before was that Cypher, so they're switching it up to a double Sentinel comp, but it's not the one that everybody would be expecting. If anything, I want to see the Sage Wolves. Give me crazy Sage Wolves, please.
Remember Jing on that? Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I pulled an upright 6 of Wands, and that's some triumph and victory. And I know Zobi loves to nerd out about agent comps literally all of the time. So Keg, Zobi, please nerd out and take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz and Dryad. All right, Zobi, it's all you.
What in the G2wish.com is that? like you're getting the Sage, the Jonah P, you're pulling out your loot chamber for Manny. Okay, I'm not gonna say after Haven, I felt the vibe that Prosperity doesn't care, because there is, again, the notion that this match doesn't mean anything. But this competition just speaks to that, right? Like, they had a system that worked. They had their typical, you know, double initiator with your KO and your Sova. And Yuki is an insane, I will say, again, KO, but this, like at least have, like, Yuki, you know, on the Yoru, like play to your roles. Aizo's the only one here being normal, for crying out loud. I mean, Manny has played the chamber. They actually pulled out on Abyss, actually, in face of the Jet. That was one switch-up they made that worked for them, but all in all, I don't think we can break this down, because it is just them being silly, them playing a ranked match right now. And Shopify Rebellion Gold,
these are my rank comps.
yeah, they're just gonna see what happens. I mean, you have a solo chamber just walking down mid. How is SRG gonna get a read on this and call around it? That's Mel's true test.
Okay, hold the phone.
Spike
A
down,
great
mid.
start for Manny and Yuki. And that might be the key to success here. Try to disrupt players just in that fashion.
Okay. I mean, that was definitely a major disruption, and if anything, they look more in sync than they did for the entirety of Haven, right? Clearing out these corners hand in hand, that was a mistake. And now it's all down to Noya herself, who's getting swarmed from multiple angles, and that, as a result, will get a pistol round in favor of Prosperity. So already a better start than what we saw over on Haven, and honestly, it was handled a little bit by Manny, just, again, waltzing down, not a care in the world. Outside of that, again, I mean, the top mid fight was clean. I'll say it.
If we can see more ego plays like that from Prosperity, I think this could be a closer match. Remember, it took 9 rounds for Prosperity to get their first back on Haven, and they win their opening pistol.
Absurd. You mentioned that confidence. Here it comes yet again. Particularly, I'm looking towards Barrett. Going that aggressive wall we usually see Jonah try and go through, but pinged out, entire team rolling up at you. Get out of dodge. Play off a Yuki and this Marshall, because if not, I think they're breaking this wall immediately and storming in. I want to get a POV over here towards the B side if possible.
Oh, there
Here
it
we
is.
go. And there it is.
Oh
predicted.
my.
Meat grinder.
Yeah, absolute meat grinder. I could not have said it better myself. Shooting the clone for extra good luck. He does eventually fall away, but it's Shopify Gold to push their way back out again. Sarah's good for 2. A double headshot.
You're winnable.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a clean shot. All right, Yuki pulled out the Marshall. Nice skills there, and I mentioned the spray down through the smoke. Bold play by Barrett. Even though he falls, it was more for the good of the team, because then the rest can play through the gaps in the barrier orb. So again, sometimes if you just break it down to basics, break it down to, guys, we just need to swing together, fight together, and have better weapons, then yeah, where's credit's due, they should be able to get these rounds through. And Yuki 5-0 right now. Of course you're gonna pick up Vandal when you're having that level of performance, when you're this locked in. And Yuki, I mean, Clove is a ranked demon agent pick for a reason, right? It's very self-sufficient. You can still get the job done for your team. And Shot Fireball and Gold with weapons in hand. They just want to launch towards the A side. Avoid the Clove, avoid the stage that has been B. Fortunately, they are running towards the stack here, actually.
That's right, Yuki. A trip around the world now. It's going to be the Yoru Gate Crash, excuse me, to go alongside for the TP. Looking deep mid, though. That's Noya still waiting for the cross back over. Unaware that Yuki's already made that journey back to A site. Shopify Gold are not committed to the A push yet. Instead, they go to mid.
I like this. They kind of avoid the stage wall. They avoid the stack. This is, again, that difficulty I mentioned for Mal having to call. It's hard to get a read on a team like this. In the meantime, Vantic, I think, broke the trap wire. Dodo going for the re-clear here. Thinks they fell off the angle, but they're actually all the way in attacker spawn, and
It's okay. Yuki's fighting ghosts.
No peeking.
I mean, at this point, they're doing their job, right? They got the one-way for Barrett to play off of. Walled off for the time being. Can't get out before it deploys.
Oh, that's truly unlucky. That timing there. Execute now. Timing waiting on Noya to rotate their way up through mid to possibly take down Yuki. Yuki now is the protagonist, the star of the show. A scan is out from information. It's up to Yuki to see whether or not they can do so. Get one. No, unfortunately not.
Last player standing.
Hardcore run has been over. That was their first death in this matchup.
Okay, Vantic. Soon to follow to the grave as well. SRG. Get weapons in hand, get their first round, and I don't at the surface level see too much impact from them falling off and then re-exiting, other than maybe the stage ball wasn't there over towards short, so they got a more streamlined connection there coming out of elbow. But all in all, that was just a set exec from Shopify Valiant Gold. Beautiful deadlock utility, very rare, prevents Yuki, that again kind of menace in the server right now, and the sensors as well, just for the post to prevent any flood util. So SRG can replicate that, get into post flood positions. I think they're golden. It's just PRS is unhinged right now, looking for early impact that completely is catastrophic towards SRG, and they're looking for it again off of Manny here over towards B main.
A team that's going to work well to play individualistically with a Chamber and a Yoru. The best way for Shopify Gold is to keep resetting the battlefield. Thrones back out. Should have spotted Vantic. Apparently not. I thought it did, but maybe Vantic was just pushed in that small corner a little bit more than usual. Vantic's able to get out of dodge just in time as Alexis falls. One by one, though, the players of Shopify Gold making their way in, and this is working very, very well. Sarah was the last alive, but not for too much longer. Prosperity once again finding a lot of impact. Now hold on a second. Let me get some clarification. When Liz played the tarot cards, was the final card? It was the something of cups. That was positive for Prosperity, right?
Isn't it chaos or something? I feel like
It's
I wanna
very
say
chaotic.
I think it was a synonym for something like that. So it's like the new beginnings was for SRG. Maybe the chaos was for PRS. And the composition, the playstyle right now certainly seems so.
I think we should base all of our predictions off of tarot cards.
All right, Liz, you heard it here. Any future matches, you're doing your tarot card readings, but for now, I mean, they're trying to change their fade. Beautiful Grimwall over towards window. Scares SRG away from the A main contact. Yuki smoked out, paranoid out of mid here. Just has to give up that space, has his trademark to rely upon, and it is going to be the end B site. I love this call from Manny just to tuck away B main, let Yuki run interference here. And in the meantime, they're mass rotating. Give up that space because of how deep Sage is through A main.
Oh, Yuki!
One enemy remaining.
One by one they fall. 3 bullets, 3 kills. And now the lone lurker. Yeah, sure, it's just a sheriff. Twice over, Noya. Great GCD. Is able to get 2, but even then. Prosperity have gotten more rounds now than they did the entirety of Haven.
There's my hey, maybe the 13-4 is here. No, I'm joking.
Yeah,
12 rounds in a row
future.
would be insane from Shopify Valiant Gold, and especially with how PRS is playing. It's just I get it. It's like I think there was a question in chat. It's like, is PRS having an off day or is Shopify Valiant just this good? And while again not discredit SRG, it did look like PRS was not playing like they did in the Burger Boys or the sad matchup that brought those to 3, had over double-digit contentions. And now, I will say, mechanically, they're getting back to the par that they're at. Gameplay-wise, they switched up their whole composition. We're not going to see too much. We can still see good calling. We can still see good team play.
Here.
Hoping Manny hires Kai reward here.
Oh, that is an incredibly nice smoke. Manny's able to hide alongside the one-way. Does not know that the players of Shopify have relegated out of that opening B main position back to mid.
Okay. Here we go. And just a slow start. They're like, again, just trying to fizzle out any of this craziness from Prosperity. Even then, these mid deposits look so clean from Prosperity. They just had to hold. They had to wait for the mistakes from Shopify Valiant Gold, and now they've blown the lid wide off this round. They have all the information they need. They're trying to group up on Manny, and even then, you find a gap. Mel was trying to exploit it there. A little fake exit on the B, but it's called. It's gonna hinge on Sarah if she can get this kill on Barrett and on
This macro is
Vantic.
ridiculous. Vantic's position still unknown. Recon
30
Dart will
seconds
not
left.
connect against him. The fact that we saw the fake Omen ultimate go to B side, force the rotates back over, rotate again, back around, hoping for the best, does lead to some success. Now Shopify Gold, they do have this A main position to work off of. It's going to be the spike to go down. The connection through the Radiant box will not connect, and Mel is able to shrouded step her way above the box. Dimensional Drift is out, though, for information. Desperately needed for Prosperity to make this work. But luckily, though, Yuki has not dead yet, and they certainly are not until now. Shut down yet again. Brings the 2 defensive players back alive. Manny, 1 off now for the tour de force. We could see into the next round, but Donut keeps things alive. Manny has to dance back and forth. 1 headhunter to work with, and it does lead to a kill. An overdrive for 1 to save the day. Shopify secure their second.
If we think back to Haven, what kickstarted things was a donut clutch off of her overdrive. And that is a nice turnaround as well there. Huge clutch. After what really did look like you mentioned an macro outplay when they should have gotten that A control, but again it went to individuals winning their fights out from Manny, from Vantic. That put them in contention here, but ultimately surprised to see Money this short on the side of Prosperity. But Yuki here, rifle in hand, a tour de force possibly in the works for Manny. Decides to pop it. There it is. And they should be pretty set here, but it's full trust in Manny, and then an aggro 4-stack over towards A. Then the gate crash over towards B since they didn't see immediate contact here.
Oh.
You're walled off, you gotta commit! Oh, they broke it, we're good.
The drop down directly into the tripwire is so unfortunate. Smoke out and a fake execute over towards Marketplace for a split. It looks like Prosperity are falling for it, though there is a hint of doubt with the hands of Izo. No drone, no recon. They're on timers now, but I'm not sure how much longer they have. Drone can be heard from A main, though. This will be the time to push into sight. Noya's already gone.
Okay. Deserted site, again. The call is correct, it's just if they can get the follow through, especially already losing the player in the swing lane. Executo comes in, and honestly, that makes it a green light call for Prosperity to commit most of these players to the A side rotate. Much slower of a follow-up, but it's just doing their due diligence here. Fast lane in, but again, it misses. There's only one lane. That doesn't cover much.
No, not a whole lot, but though Sarah's able to make her way onto the site, it's a good way to start things off. 20 seconds left. Plant goes down, resets everything for the post plant. Manny.
One enemy remaining.
Sure.
Wow. Fair
Okay.
with 2 off of that Sheriff as well. A thirsty round 1 to keep PRS firmly in the lead. That should be 5-2 off this defuse once we get there. No res needed. And again, I mentioned they're getting the sights. I questioned the little stall out there in elbow just a bit after the utils already got out. Is already getting destroyed. But honestly, I want to see Dodo's perspective there because I don't know why half of her wall got cut off out of elbow.
Yeah, I don't know. It might just be like the collision about where it connects to. I don't know. I'm not a game developer, but what I can tell you is that we do have a timeout right here from Shopify. Yeah, you know, it's an educated guess. 50-50.
I'm leaning Shopify Rebellion Gold way. Effie is finally getting a word in. I will say Effie's timeouts were super effective in those really hefty 8-4 comebacks. I will say Shopify Rebellion Gold, they were like cursed with 8-4s. It was happening left, right, and center. Like they were always fighting down, and that's the resilience this team has. So even if this ends in an 8-4 half, I'm not too worried. I mean, I think it was Drought on the desk that mentioned literally that they came back from a 4-8 to beat Burger Boys on that 13-11. So all in all, we'll see if this pivots enough to reel things back in. But I think at this point, it's probably Effie's being like, guys, they're playing a meme comp. They're just taking fights where they can win them. And our calling is good because, again, they've been going to the right place at the right time. They're coming in on occupied sites. It's just small util mistakes that have cost them rounds. And I feel like that was a consistent thread as well across these maps, these make or break rounds on maps like Lotus, on realms and possibilities where they could have 2-0'd and been in the promotion spot. But I think that's all that's about, is a reset.
That was my big argument too, is that I think Shopify Gold, because they're so structured and play together for their set strats for so long, maps like Lotus, Haven, that really dominate on a team, being able to have those set patterns through so well. But it's the individual decision making, the mid-rounding, where Shopify tends to fall apart. And Prosperity, that's their sole advantage going into this matchup. They are able to go for these individualistic plays, these ego swings, just like we saw from Manny to shut down Dodo Nut. As long as they can take advantage of that fact, there's a chance we could still go to map 3. 3 rounds ahead, 1 body gone. Shopify are locked into A site for the take.
Little site smoke to scale up as well there. Spray down from Yuki's the main problem here. Not connecting this time around. Safe plant. It's just, again, how do they clean up the post plant? Because that's where things have crumbled near immediately.
Let's see if it crumbles once again. There's a big weapon advantage.
I like the double
Body
sensor.
advantage. I mean, you have almost no choice. You have to turn this into a microwave. There it is. ISO good for 2. Sarah and Mel melted away. It's Manny to follow up. And what's left now? It's just Alexis. Alexis does her best, removes Vantic. It's not a flawless round. But PRS have secured a very healthy half.
I saw the threads of an idea coming together for Shopify Rebellion and Gold, which was to group up and fight elbow while you have the double sensors there over towards CT. The issue is that one Yoru clip from Vantic triggered both of them. So while you're trying to, I just feel like stop the leaks in an expanding dam, it just broke loose and they flooded in while you were fighting elsewhere and they just got backstabbed. So let's see if we get that moment. I mean, obviously, opening come from Manny is great, but there it is on the replay there as we highlight Izo. The clone just goes right through and Alexis realized, wait a minute, guys. We gotta speed things up and it's just weapon differential there. So PRS gets a 6. Huge coming into this round. Another hefty buy, SRG. This is where you want that timeout to come through, but again,
Manny.
it's Manny. Where's the Util clearance?
Manny's gonna stay inside the cyber cage. Shorty through the walls of the cyber cage. Excuse me, that's Noyo gone. All the while, this just buys more time for Vantic to go for the lurk of a lifetime. May be able to hear the audio of people rotating, but this is shift walking coming out from Shopify. They're silent. The
Ooh.
wall comes up, but there's that teeny, tiny
This is
corner.
tech, bro.
Oh
These are the
my
footsteps.
God.
The info. The entire team's gonna go B now. Is market door closed?
Now, are Shopify aware that they can be spotted from that wall?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, there's no way. That's a VOD review play that they'll have to look at in the future. Smoke comes up in Marketplace, and they may have to ask themselves, how the heck did they know that we were already here? One does fall, though, and that's Yuki. Though Barrett, the master of disguise and the walls themselves, has to rely on Vantic to find 2 more. And all the while, it has just been trap play after trap play. I cannot believe what we're seeing here from Barrett.
I mean, Vantic as well. I knew this man was a menace. It's again, on that controller, it's like he's either top of the leaderboard or he's having like he's bottom. It's one or the other. And right now with this Yoru, it's definitely coming alive alongside Manny here, which it's surprising to a degree because he's not the typical duelist, right? It's usually Yuki that switches over, but even Yuki's on that aggressive style player, right?
I mean,
the duelist
Yuki,
controller is Clove.
Look, it's Clove. Clove is essentially a duelist,
Yeah,
a
essentially.
smoking duelist. It's like the opposite of Jet.
Third time's the charm, but we're not gonna get first blooded by Manny, right? Oh.
You know,
We're not gonna get first blooded by Manny, right?
had Manny scoped in, that could have been a different story. Hunter's Fury finally out. Dodo now gets her revenge against Manny, and all the while, utter chaos breaks loose on A site. It is a slam directly in, and Shopify are not letting go of the gas pedal. Not dead yet is out. Yuki unable to find, again, any impact off of the ult. Noi is trapped on site. Does have some help, though, from Sova, and Sarah is looking for an opportunity to
Nice
take
trap.
down somebody. You're right, the spike is trapped. It's just a matter of a false step being made by Prosperity. Patience needs to be found from Shopify's side. A grab net nade will be a good start. Jump peek into a swing from Noya is a distraction factor, but Sarah's not even needed. Noya removes Vantic. Spike goes down. Tides are turning into Shopify's favor with 2 left alive. No, I thought the call would be the same thing as you, Zobi, but it's not. It will not be a save. Instead, this is an attempt to use the wall to get past the sonic sensor. Sarah's very well aware. The res is out, takes down the res. Sarah playing around the sensor and the wall, still falls. Barrett's detected. Is there a chance? Surely not. Mel has an operator in play and puts down Barrett like it's nothing. That's a great thrifty from Shopify.
I miss the Mel op. It's nice when we get to see it here and there. Honestly underrated. Beautiful 2 kills to keep things on under wraps. A great attempt. You saw again. I feel like PRS, they're getting on the same page. They're following through on the same plan. As silly as they can be at times with this composition. Ultimately there, I really liked, I mentioned how Spike was trapped in elbow. It felt like, again, they didn't have that backside control space, so what do? You mentioned the net combo, and they don't get a kill off of it. It was literally just to set up the TP across from Mel so they can get the plant down. So, nice pause, reevaluation, stabilization here. Which, again, is good to set up a 7-5 or more. Mel, one way really protecting her from this Barrett Grim Wall, which hasn't found its impact just yet.
When this smoke drops, I'm very worried.
Is their knee visible? Their kneecaps? Oh. Oh.
Okay, let's see.
Mel, you gotta know.
No! And now the smokes are gone! Manny removes Alexis! How do you take backside control? Goal is fully in Prosperity's favor! Yuki! Delete Shopify Gold!
A good attempt there from Sarah, but Prosperity definitely feeling the vibes, feeling the momentum. Manny, I mean, as soon as he was getting stonewalled on the A elbow, he just repositions and is a menace over on the B side yet again. And that's what Shopify Rebellion Gold was avoiding by going A after he was the opener B main off his rendezvous time and time again. So now it's a game of RNG, like, okay, where's Manny? And if you guessed wrong, you're losing the round. And Keg, I know we made the joke about Sidekick, you know, had me predict the map 1 score, but I don't want to have predicted another 8-4
Well,
for
you
Shopify
did bring up
Rebellion
another
Gold.
point, though, is that Effie's was good about breaking that 4-8, 8-4 halves for Shopify. We may very well get into that again. Can that be broken in the second half? We'll see if Manny, though, can get this opening pick. Deadlock ult, Annihilation. Alexis, unfortunately, shut down in the process. Dodo not in their lonesome by themselves, still makes it work. It's only one. And before the flash can even dissipate from Manny, the round is over. It's not even 8-4.
Switching sides.
Wow. Hey, 9-3 curse after they've been birded by 8-4s. Honestly, I don't want to say I prefer it, but it's definitely one way to set yourselves up. But I'm trying to remember what half did they start on to get that 8-4 against Burger Boys, that comeback. And I'm looking at it, it looks like they did start out on the attack and were down 8-4. So they came back on the defense, which is a little worrying, considering they started... Actually, no, they came back on the defense. We're good, guys. We're good.
Okay.
There we go. So this is where they came back and won. Let me see. They won 6 rounds in a row, starting with the pistol.
Okay.
So let's see if they can do it there. I feel like a good prerequisite of a 9-3 curse is to win the pistol in the fall minimum. A great sign is winning that 3rd round, right? So those are the precursors, the symptoms we'll look for. And we'll see if the Manny first blood streak continues. Oh!
Vantic a little early there on the
Wow,
gate
what a
crash.
play.
Sarah and Dodo not melting down Prosperity.
Here.
Good start.
Carrot. Trying to re-clear a gap in the smoke.
Yeah.
Lethal. They have Spike. Not taking any more risks because it's even on a 2-on-3. They're gonna let Noya clean up the rest.
Right, all buying time for her.
Ooh.
May not even be necessary.
Oh, I
Yuki's
would
certainly
wait.
distracted. Will not even think about
Double
the flank. Oh, and as soon as they look around, it's Noya popping out.
Remember, wipe the pins from your guns.
Wow.
It's just good
9-4.
clan etiquette.
Okay, we said the pistol was the first step, and the way Shopify Rebellion Gold also played that, again, with a really aggressive A play. Reminiscent, I'll say, of how Prosperity played their pistol. But all in all, it shows that even the 9-3 isn't deterring them. They're still playing their game. They're not getting shut down confidence-wise, which is what happened, I will say, in the sad match on Ascent. Again, if they don't believe in themselves, it shows in their gameplay, and that's not
And Mel
showing
talked
yet.
about that.
Yeah. So this is looking good. It's just a matter of if they can continue. And PRS.
Okay, man.
Hey, it's working. They're up 9-4, all right? Let's see if they can get this done. He forced up a Marshall.
Look at this challenge, Dodo.
Izo, no, you've been left behind.
Oh.
All right, Izo's gonna be the sacrifice. Izo, run it down. Bait him out into mid. Oh, Dodo, don't peek mid, please. Dodo, don't peek mid. Even with your outlaw, don't peek
Please.
mid.
Come on. For the content. No util mid. We don't know what's there. Oh. Watch now, Dodo's gonna peek.
I mean, she'll get the off angle if they go market anyways, and they're breaking the door, so definitely showing that lean, that split, and heading towards B main. They're still going to be fighting into Cypher and Deadlock utility back site. And what weapon does... Sarah has a Guardian on this angle, too. This should be near lethal. And a one-way, too, instead of off the cam contact.
The smokes that are the biggest advantage. Barrett's already fallen. There's a gap in the
Whoa.
smoke, and Sarah and Noya both fall in the process. Can these weapons be picked up by
30
Prosperity?
seconds left.
They'll have to make their way forwards. Mel should be the guardian of the guardian, but Vantic still gets it in the process. Mel's smoke used against her, whether she
Spike
knows it or
planted.
not. Izo gets that smoke down, but the scan from the recon should help
It's a
a little
nasty
bit.
angle.
Oh, but there is no recon. I was wrong. It was the relay ball. Vantic using Sarah's recon for a 4K.
Oh, wow. I mean, if there's any lesson to pull from this chaotic map, it's when you're having fun, you're playing better. And Prosperity full on display. I mean, we start with a silly Grimwall family photo up towards mid. Doesn't go their way. They deathball it into B. And, I mean, the side smoke there to completely neutralize the one way. So even though Yuki's been fragging, they're also doing their job, right? That was literally what broke the round open, because they had beautiful contact play again, supposed to set Sarah up for insane frag montage on the Guardian. Then you had the sensor backside that's supposed to set Mel up. Neither of those connect, and this team just is such a menace on the composition. And look at the wall again. It gets early B main. It should have had the early mid fight, but SRG and Eco, we run it down mid. We get the weapons and we recollect.
Thankfully this time, Family Photo did not go the way they had hoped. Got photo bombed. B site though, held down by Yuki Smokes, who, by the way, Yuki has had so much impact off of frag ability with these smokes, it's ridiculous. Iso has that site control too and is waiting to play off of Yuki Smokes descending down. Manny in mid.
Backstab.
No utility, no weaponry to tell Sarah that this is going to happen.
Is it gonna be too
Sarah's
late?
timings
No.
though have been good. Just a matter of Manny playing a little too slow.
Oh, I know.
Sarah's the last one left. A Vandal available. Looking for the chance to swing back, but there's one more flash available. It's all to buy time for Manny to swing back around, catching Sarah off guard.
She was where she heard the gun drop, but fight doesn't go her way. Prosperity are up to 11. This is where I'd be contemplating the second Effie's timeout. I mean, last take by, it'll be 12, you'll be broke. This is their all-in, and I mean, the closest ult you are to is the overdrive for Dota Nut, but again, they've been on the same page. They've had concrete calling, so we said I didn't want a podcast about the map 3 decider on Ascent.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the Zobi podcast.
We'll get there in Asian Select next time.
Top tier
but-
for subscriber here, $10 a month, Zobi.
Ooh, I
Where's
mean,
my content, huh?
If they watch that for $10 a month, I'd be rich. But
Ooh. Incredibly rich off of that play, though. It's Iso to fall first, and it was scary for Manny for a second, but he was able to just barely get off out of the hands of the Rendezvous. Mid-side control is in Prosperity's favor, but not much else.
and Yuki's just taking a huge risk here, and might pay off if it's not for Sarah, who should have been able to get that kill, and the awareness was there. Round's not over yet. Spike leaning here towards A, towards this fight, and with a beautiful follow-up relay bolt, there's no tradability either, so now Spike down. Numbers firmly in SRG's favor. The heroics starting to falter.
All down to Vantic. We've seen some wildness from him in the past. Not typically on a Yoru, though. Dimensional Drift is out. Still worth a play here, knowing full well many, many rounds up ahead. Vantic's gonna take that Dimensional Drift, pick up the Spike, head to A site. It fakes it. Okay. All right. Well,
One out play, and you got the 4K in the last round. It's
I
cool.
saw the vision.
Oh, they're just too deep. Speaking of deep, I have to say, Keg, we've met Vantic on LAN. Probably gets the award for deepest player voice, I think.
we met him on LAN
Vegas, yeah.
in March.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. Look.
Guys, if you don't know, Vantic has a really deep voice. That's the takeaway.
I was dying of the flu that entire event. I just didn't want to say anything.
Well, if anybody's dying of the flu, it's SRG down 5 to 11. They need 6 more rounds just to tie it up. And hey, Donut's online, finally not getting first blooded by Manny. They might have a way back in. That's a great opener. Duelist shut down. And you still have double Sentinel on B, so they get funneled towards there away from Donut. That's looking strong. But of course, the main enemy's Manny on the Grim wall.
Go off your analogy, if SRG are sick on Sunset, the only cure here is to win it out. It's going to be a resurrect from Vantic, however, to reset the battlefield. Information's given. You know where the stage is at. Overdrive is available, and electricity only goes so far. The conductivity of 2 is left now for PRS. And everyone on SRG are so far away that this buys time for Noya to maybe go for the backstab flank once again. 50 seconds are left, though, Zobi, and there's plenty of time.
I don't know how I feel about this. There's a trademark active. We know Yuki likes to get aggressive, so I don't expect them to just let Alexis tuck away in this corner to wait for Noya. Oh, wait, is there a gap? There's no way there's a gap.
Oh my god.
You're kidding.
Okay. All right.
Alexis so
Sure.
smart. She just needs to stay alive. Just wait for Noya.
Okay, that's one. Alexis can buy her time.
They just need to wait for...
Wow. Oh, Zobi, you're the color caster, please.
I think the play stands for itself there.
Oh, really?
I mean, Alexis, I will say, played that super well. I was worried because, again, Yuki, Manny, these are the players that are searching for kills, so she was going to get pushed no matter what. But the net prevents that by its proper timing for Noya. And the spray down connect, she's playing that safe, and then she doesn't re-swing after. She's not, oh, I can finish up the last, win my 1v1. So, again, this is close, but there's still 5 rounds to go. Mention this team has resiliency. 8-4's come back up plenty this weekend. 9-3, starting to look clean. Even this opener, there's my color. Mel, the follow-up on the overdrive, drawing all the spotlight to her. That was perfect. Got talented that 2-1-2. So team play, Micro just in the moment calling. Now also meeting the macro we saw in the first half. They're starting to get warmed up as well, but...
I just want to say that trademark is placed higher up now.
I mean, you only mess up once, but I think a shock start took care of it regardless, so...
Unlucky though. Dodo on the op now, defensively speaking, is looking good. Yuki, once again, third not dead yet of this match, has not found a single kill off of any of them. And that's going to be a third without impact.
Yeah, get some of the util hopefully out, right? That's the idea. Revealed to the cam once if they got pinged. But in the meantime, Noya never beat out by this weird wall. Backside just sections her off to frag out. And that will be another Shopify Rebellion gold round in flawless fashion this time.
Yeah, really great. Again, the confidence is the big thing to focus on when it comes to Shopify Gold. Their mid-rounding, also a point of question. A lot of games looking fantastic these last few rounds, despite the silliness that Prosperity was able to get away with earlier.
Wow. All right, 4 more rounds to go in this comeback. I mean, I said it was 6 in a row, right? In the other match, have we had anything in a row yet? I don't think we have. I think it's just been a few. I'll have to wait.
It's been splurts.
Yeah, it's been splurts. But if they just need 4 rounds, and I mean, okay, you can only have so many surprising sage walls in one map, right? So I think they're starting to run dry in that department. SRG getting past the antics, back to the gimmicks, I should say, of this composition. And I mean, FaZe didn't have to take a timeout for it either. So I feel like once they lose a round, that's when FaZe will call it here, as they get closer to denying this 12th.
Your clone descends up top mid, does not get shot out. PRS taking their time. No more silly games. Owl Drone should give away the plot.
Okay. Little donut revenge possibly against Manny. Yeah, Donut Force, get out of the way. They're gonna bait for Sarah here. Drone, though, unfortunate with the clear. Scary follow-up as well. Just gotta play around with the movement, and it's perfect bait for Donut to get her revenge. And
another!
And she's gone. Sarah has her back, and the paranoia from Mel does too.
Dodo has been activated. Gate crashes out. This could be a good way to remove Dodo from the round, but it's just a matter of timing. And there it is. Teleport's been called through the wall. Dodo cannot find the frag against Mantic. A wide swing takes down Mel. It's up to Dodo versus the world. The shorty's not enough. Barrett's there. A heal brought out. Wall not necessary yet. And this has been the kryptonite for Prosperity. It is these flanks.
Wow. Another 2v2, make it a 3v2 as Izo gets brought back, but that's a nice counter if it had landed.
Misses.
Annihilation, yeah, goes in. Geometry's complicated, but nets art for Alexis. Clear confirmed Jenny now. And they'll isolate the 1v1, but the trade's immediate. That's 12 for Prosperity.
This is SRG's potential last chance to make things a 2-0 for them. They won map 1, 13-3. And things have taken a drastic turn, and Prosperity have looked pretty dang good.
Yeah, and I'm worried if we go into Ascent with another unhinged Prosperity composition like Manny on the chamber, we could see a similar repeat to the Shaw Dex chamber taking over in the Shopify Rebellion Gold Ascent Decider. That's my sample of the podcast I'll launch into after this map if we get there. Yeah. But 5 rounds now in for overtime for Shopify Rebellion Gold's chances to close this out 2-0. Complete their grudge match chapter of this VCL novel. In the meantime, Manny wants his head-to-head versus Dodo so bad.
A great opening pick. Nell, unfortunately, going away means things are going to be a lot more difficult for retakes, but Shopify, they've been able to leverage their odds.
All right. They're just avoiding Dodo. I mean, when she gets 2 with an operator in that fashion and has the support of Sarah, looking the other way is a good idea. Market walled off with a backup sensor, so they fight top mid right into Alexis, where she has to deliver. Timing. Ventic slipped through. If she doesn't clear this corner, She didn't see the gate crash either. Oh no. Okay. Reclearing A main. I do like this. You still have Cypher Util on the B site. At this point, the rewrap, I mean, at this point, you'll be retaking as if you're the attacker. If they don't end B. Spike through market. Spy Cam should be able to pinpoint this. I like Noya playing disconnected from the site here. I like her tucking away main, tucking away safe. My question is, will Prosperity
30
clear
seconds
it? Because
left.
we saw Manny play in a very similar fashion last half.
No utility for re-clear.
Just gotta do it yourself. Oh, with 20
Cyber
seconds
trip.
left. I don't know if they have the time to. If Spike goes down, I don't know if Vanta can pick it up. I don't know.
Oh, but Noya's been discovered.
Now they're
Cybercades
playing
goes
backside.
up. Barrett taking time, plant for the backside. Again, these defenders, they should have full Boba control. There's not much you can really do outside of this. 2 left alive for Prosperity.
Another Grim Wall as well. I think that has eyes in the market. So the 2 players off this drone, not gonna spot it out either. Maybe it did. Hard to say. But Vantic's the first line of contact regardless.
That's right, and Vantic has a great angle here for anybody that goes across, but Dodonut has her wall. It's gonna be the tripwire. Vantic removes Dodo, brings things 2v2.
Oh.
Takes another out. Barrett almost a jump shot against Sarah. Sarah for the trade. And Vantic is waiting. Has to take the 50-50. Where will Sarah be? Spike is on her side.
The time isn't.
It's half.
There's no more time
Lotus for the
left.
spray! 13-7. We go to map 3.
Oh, a night and day compared to map 1, and just 9-3 a little bit too far gone. New composition, newfound confidence, and silliness, but when you're having fun, you're winning maps. That was what Prosperity Esports put on full display here after getting run over on Haven, their map pick. But we're headed to Ascent, a decider that has not been friendly to either of these teams. And we'll see if that decides who wins out this grudge match.
I gotta say, we've seen the full spectrum of Shopify Gold when it comes to both maps. We can see how well the calling can be made. We can see how structured the team can look. But again, when it comes to just how wild and how breakup heavy a team like Prosperity can be, there are struggles. And there's only one way to see whether or not this can be the move. Can Prosperity bring it back on Ascent? Zobi, you've been the math magician this entire time. I need to know, as you look ahead with your foresight, what can we expect to see?
Honestly, I this maybe just a push it off so I don't have to answer kind of
Ah,
mentality.
not those kind of answers.
No. But I think, and this is again dependent on how Shopify played against SAD, it does depend on those first 2 rounds. If they get 3-0'd, for example, I think this is going to be a Prosperity reverse sweep. Just because once they get into their heads, you can see in their gameplay. You said Mel has mentioned it herself time and time again. And after losing in that fashion against what clearly was a troll comp, clearly something you didn't prepare for, I think you start questioning yourself.
Confidence, confidence, confidence. Confidence is the name of the game. And I'm confident that we're going to be going to map 3 in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. I will know. And we'll see you right then.
Wait. Wait, Liz? Okay, I was like, did my cat
Oh my
mute
God.
me? But it
No,
wasn't,
it was
wasn't
me.
It
I'm
wasn't
so
her.
sorry. I pulled 2 tarot cards and you didn't want me to talk to you guys. Oh my goodness. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. And you're greeted by Dan's cat. Everyone say hi.
I thought she muted me, but it's all good.
Oh, no, she's good. Thank you so
She's
much.
there.
She's there. I'm host Elizabeth, joined by Dryad on the desk. And we are going to a map 3 between Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity Esports. For those of us wondering, I pulled a reverse Queen of Cups, which is kind of like emotional blockage, unsteadiness, then pulled by an upright star, which means like hope for the future and inspiration containment, which I think is a perfect pull, Dan, for our map 3. What did you say?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like uncertainty and stress because you want to win it. So I guess it makes sense.
And this is how I get Dan to just get into tarot with me, and this is how we do it. But if you're just joining us, that was I would feel weird calling it silly, but that was certainly a comp of all time we saw on the side of Prosperity Esports. And it was we saw like the Sage Walls and mid, and it was very much, Prosperity said kind of like, well, we ball right now. So it was a map of all time.
There are some things that you can, change, like the omen for the clove and things like that. That is like, okay, we're getting silly, but this makes sense. But when you mix it all together with the sage and the chamber, it was kind of crazy. And what is crazier is that they got away with the win that way. I mean, Manny was incredible on the chamber into that first half. And we mentioned it though, for Shopify Rebellion Gold, that win condition was to get enough rounds on the attack. So when they went into the defense, things were going to look better for this double sentinel comp. And unfortunately, that wasn't really the case. It was a 9-3, and where they also, even though they won the pistol, they lose their anti-eco, and things get a little bit messy for them. I feel like the defense could have been so much better. If they started on the defense, I feel like it would have been honestly a very different story. Dodo was incredible with that operator playing towards market, playing towards elbow as well, finding 1-2 openings every single time. But the damage had already been done by Manny and the chamber, and there was nothing else that you could do. The Prosperity closed it out and go to a map 3.
We go to a map 3, which is just how it goes for promo relegation. I think Zoe pointed out that they said that all of the round robin games for promo relegation have been going to 3 maps. We didn't have any clean 2 mappers. Yeah. Which, you know what, and that's just the way we like it here at promo relegation. You get down, you dig deep, and you keep on going. And to be fair, Dan, you said, oh no, it's gonna be a clean 2-0.
I thought that. Yeah, I thought that. I thought that was gonna be the case, and especially even looking at the composition, I was like, yeah, sure, they're gonna get a few rounds, but Prosperity getting the win here, getting 9 rounds in defense, I was not expecting that, and it worked out so well for them. I feel like they were just hyper aggressive because of that, because they were running this specific composition with the Yoru as well, so that allowed them to be able to create a little bit more space early on and secure that win this way.
I mean, if you're gonna Prosperity, if you're gonna secure one, I guess do it that way, right? Like that is one of the ways you can do it. And it's I guess also if you're Shopify Rebellion Gold, you're not used to playing against that comp. You're not used to that, that comp. I'm just gonna say that comp. And so like I'm not kicking myself at the end of the day for losing to that and not performing brilliantly on it. And to Shopify's credit, they started having a bit of a comeback there. There was momentum being given. I think it was a 2v3 that brought them to map point, Prosperity to map point. So I mean, if I'm Shopify Rebellion Gold, yeah, it was our map pick and we didn't do well, but like I think we're doing okay, Dan. We're doing okay.
Yeah, one of the rounds that I feel like was going to set the tone for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold if they were going to come on this defense was that retake that they had to play towards A, where at that point it was a 2v2, and Alexis sends her ult, the Annihilation doesn't get anybody. They go in to play it together as well. They had to play it together because there was a wall towards CT, and then unfortunately it just doesn't work out that way. Even though they turn in time, they're not able to get both of the kills, and that means that it was that Prosperity round that goes their way, and that's kind of what guaranteed that they were able to close it out. But yeah, I think more than just the composition, like don't think about the composition for Prosperity too much. Think about the fact that you had to rely more on the defense side for Shopify Rebellion Gold to get that win, and that wasn't really the case. They didn't get enough rounds to do so, and that's why it turned out this way. I don't know if we're gonna be seeing anything different in Ascent. I feel like, yeah, there's a possibility, but also I don't know.
I got a reverse Queen of Swords for that question. But, I mean, moving I'm just going to keep on pulling stuff until Dan says stop. But, I mean, moving on, I mean, to borrow a phrase from Alexis's stream and chat right now that I'm looking at, you got to, you know, clench, dig deep, and move in to map 3 Ascent. Because we talked about, you know, earlier with this, the previous match, that this is a map that is very default, plain Jane is, I think, the phrase that I used. But it definitely if momentum starts building, even when you switch sides, Dan, it could be another 13-3 for the side of Prosperity or Shopify.
For Shopify Rebellion Gold, this was the decider that they had against Burger Boys, and they lost it. It was a 13-10 going the way of Burger Boys. So I want to see what changes here. Obviously, the composition is going to stay the same, but we've been seeing this double Sentinel composition from them for quite some time. I feel like since that last GC, that was like 2-3 months ago, they were already playing with this Deadlock and the Cypher. So I just feel like something else, a little extra step is going to be needed for them to secure the win here. And then on the other side, for Prosperity, they already showed us that they're willing to switch it up for this series. So maybe they change up what they've been doing before.
I feel like even if the folks at Shopify Rebellion Gold asked Effie's to get a little silly, he would immediately shoot that down. To say, no, absolutely not. We're not going to do that. You know, like we have a game plan. We're going to stick to it. We need these reps. And that is just how Loic, Effie's last time I don't know, rolls. That is exactly what that French gaming man will do. And that is fine. That is just the way Shopify Rebellion Gold works. They have a system and they stick to it. And it's a system that has worked thus far. You know, they're 2-time world champions, history makers within Challengers. But we find ourselves here, again, versus Prosperity Esports. And just to set the stage, once again, if you're just joining us, or maybe you haven't been paying attention, or, you know, have forgotten, this means, I don't want to say it means nothing, but there is no competitive implications after this. It does not change any seeding. This does not eliminate someone or promote someone. Mathematically, neither of these teams can promote into Challengers. So these two teams are just getting this rep, fighting it out, and performing the VALORANT that they want to perform, play. When they're not theater kids. Sorry, my theater kids slipped out there. But I think, you know, I think, you know, some people are calling this meaningless in chat. I think that's literally the first word in Lex's stream title for Watch Party. But I would argue it's not meaningless. I think any rep you have with these kind of the conditions and these teams you have in Challengers, no matter where they are, is an important rep, and a rep that makes you better. So I hope that we, oh no, Dan.
Wait, but it's both of them. It's both. Both are guilty here. Both Shopify Rebellion Gold and Prosperity are switching it up for this map of Ascent. Shopify Rebellion Gold wants to do a little bit of what they saw and all the fun that Prosperity was doing on that map number 2. So we have both cloves. We have a Waylay, but it's not a Waylay for Dodo. You think, you know, my duelist is gonna play the Waylay if we're gonna... No. It's for Sarah. Sarah's gonna be playing the Waylay here. Noya on the chamber. I feel like this makes sense. And then Mel and Alexis both on the initiator role. This is going to be so fun. By the way, Prosperity were already having fun because they were playing a double duelist composition, kind of that NV comp with the Yoru and the Jet. But it gets crazier. If you think that was crazy enough, it gets to a different level this time around. I really want to see Shopify Rebellion Gold play this, and I really want to see Sarah being the top fragger. Please.
Oh man, I feel like, you know what, I feel like Shopify Rebellion Gold saw this and said, all right, bet, which I love to hear. Keg Zobi, go for it. Go for it.
Triad, what is there to say? I don't know what to expect. Now, Zobi, my fellow VCT nerd, I need your help as we have this entry. Have we seen Waylay on this map before?
Jajamo himself, and maybe these players are in Pro City go to their head too fast because it is utter chaos. I've quit my job as a color caster. We are here for the vibes. We are here to settle the ground match once and for all. No precedent, all frags, and they're going Prosperity's way off of Vantic on the chamber of all players.
A 13-second round. I actually don't know how long it was. I lied. It was a blink of an eye.
That's a pretty good approximation.
My internal clock is just perfect. What can I say? That was a very quick round. Prosperity look pretty good. They have the right read on the gamble.
And I feel like we're gonna have a lot of rounds just like that. And Miami, I think, criticism there is that they didn't bring out the smoke together, guys. Come on, if we're being silly, gotta be silly together. That's the vibe here. We said confidence coming to this map, was it? I mean, the confidence it speaks from the composition itself. And I love how Liz set up like, oh, Loic's not gonna let them do this.
You know, I was thinking the same exact thing. Mr. Loic has no last name, Effies. I mean, what can we expect to see?
Oh my gosh. I hope they win just so we can talk to them, like in the post-match interview at this
I think
point.
it's Canada, he just doesn't have a last name.
Yeah, well, for the time being. Hey, I said do it together. They streamlined their way through lane. Not much util to shut them down here. No Vice Thorns, no nothing. They have a solo Deadlock who wasn't even playing on the site.
Spike planted.
Here we go, Manny. Close and personal, but with sniper rifle, no scope? Nah.
The old Annie Oakley strat, bringing out the old rifle. Looking good for the retake possibility now. Nothing but Sheriffs and Headhunters in the arsenal of Shopify Gold. As I say that, Noya and Dodonut unfortunately go down. It's down to Izo. He finds impact, and so does Barrett. That's going to be a clean 2-0 now for Prosperity.
They got the spike plant down. That was pretty clean. It was just the floods there. Maybe disconnected on the fights they were taking. And I'm surprised it ends up flawless considering spike went down, but I guess that's a takeaway in its own right for Shopify Gold. Have a little bit more money to bring in this next buy. I am worried that the sniper rifles for Manny and Vantic have been hitting thus far. Those are great eco denial tools. We mentioned the Outlaw Purgatory here. And I did cancel the podcast. I messaged you that before because there's no precedent here. I can't say why is SRG going for Ascent deciders one after the other because they've thrown that out the window with these comps. But one consistency is, yeah, a chamber is a menace if they can't handle it. I mean, we've seen that in GC with Starbound, we're seeing it here, we saw it with Shaw Dex. They need to shut down Vantic right now. And PRS, they want to get this map over with. They're running it down with the judge.
Yeah, Barrett is doing Barrett things, and hey, you never know. This might be a prelude of things to come for the next GC. SRG bringing out some wild things. Sarah, unfortunately, not finding that impact with the Waylay this round. It's going to be a reset to the midfield.
Oh, Snow, you missed the jump up on the stairs. Fortunate. They missed the timing from Barrett, and he had a judge anyway, so not able to cut off the rotation. Speaking of cutting off rotations, and Manny with his Marshall is more lethal than the Outlaw at this point. Headshot snipe on a Mel, and all the players congregate as soon as contact's made. It's all on Alexis. They're going to throw themselves one after the other. And unfortunately, this time, Alexis does not come away with the frag montage. It is a Prosperity 3-0. And Keg, you remember how before the break I said I'm delaying my answer?
You know what? After these rounds, I don't remember anything.
I said if it was a 3-0, I thought SRG would just
Sure, I'll believe it.
on this map. But with these comps, do I still believe that? I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, you know what? It's one of those games, Zobi, we just gotta sit back and enjoy
Gotta be
the
spectators.
ride.
Yeah.
Yep, we are
your
the
hands
new
up.
observers.
Let's go. Top of
That's
the roller
right,
coaster.
that's right. It is a roller coaster. It is the one with the shotgun blast of water at the end. That's how you know it's really fun. But hey, you know what? Barrett will be the scary monster at the very end too. It's Halloween horror back over on B side, and Sarah, she's made her way in a great meltdown, but no, runs out of bullets on the stinger. Yuki and the process is good for 2, and if I can't get to the round's over.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like these two teams had a mutual handshake agreement, like in the lobby. Hey, I thought you said the round was over. It's not over yet. Now it's in a 1v1. What?
It's almost over, but now in a different way.
I thought the round was over. You lied to me.
An Up versus a Stinger. I am the most liarist man on planet Earth, Zobi.
Spike.
Mel.
Wait, they have a
Can
clove.
she do it? There was a
Dodo?
litany of fallen weapons everywhere that she could pick up, a recon bolt to work with, and you know what? Somehow, someway, magically, 40 seconds left. I don't know if the orb was picked up.
Oh no,
Couldn't-
smoke.
But
There it
maybe
is.
go. Oh, nope, never mind. Vantic shuts it down.
Ugh. Wow. All right. PRS 4-0. Insane play there from Mel. Again, these two teams just W keying at each other. Vantage now upgraded, obviously carrying this over. Iza now with a
gift.
Odin as well.
Yeah.
I will say again, like SRG went completely role shift heavy. I'm trying to add some reason as a color caster, guys. I will say PRS holding true to their roles loosely, right? Vantic's the only one
No.
playing off. I mean, Manny's usually duelist, Barrett's usually sentinel. Yuki, we just saw the clove and it worked as again aggressive as
Oh, the worm
Speaking of
strat.
aggressive,
I haven't
though.
seen this since the Brimstone days. Good old worm strat. And Yuki, unfortunately, does not find much impact off of it. Manny shuts down Alexis, also no command. 1, 2, 3, cup of tea. Everyone falls one by one here, but actually this time PRS suffering the brunt of it. The Resurrect does come through. Alexis is back into the fray. Vantic with the Headhunter is nearly good for 2, but gets 3 in the process. Alexis saves the day and gets a round on the board.
All right, Alexis, a beautiful 2K clutch. Gets the operator back to hand off to Madam President Noya. And all in all, I mean, it's just who can control the chaos better these rounds, time and time again. I will say, I've got to do my job. Once again, the problem I'm seeing with SRG on this waylay is Sarah's going in alone and there's not much follow-up. And it's not because, oh, there's a press of utility splintering them, it's just a mistiming. They're just trusting in Sarah to get the job done while they're all corralled into main. So I want to see, again, some sync up there. You know, there could be a follow-up behind Sarah. We can all commit together. But all in all, nice round. Money kind of broken, but it's going to be Vantic. Tour de Force, still the Barrett judge. And looks like an early mid-fight. Manny, Outlaw in hand, always lethal. There it is.
No scan utility finding any impact off of SRG. That's going to be Noya the first to fall. Albo drone dedicated very early on. Won't be available for the execute anymore. That singular smoke deep in mid. Going to make sure that the back of mid's not detected either.
Alright. Dodo calls the bluff on the clone. Scales up as a result, but they're not going to clear out the judge. Corner not cleared. Dodo not executed. And Bear's like, do I switch guns? Do I pop the Annihilation? Do I pop the wall?
Oh, there's so many options, and I hate
no
that there are
punishment.
options. It's Tour de Force. Sarah peeked out for a pixel. 2 pixels, Vantic.
Alright.
L saves the op, for sure.
Nah, she fights this. What do you mean?
Really?
1v5 with 10 HP
You know
and
what?
the
I
op,
wanna see it.
easy W. She's just choosing her target first, and it seems like mid is where she set her sights. Barrett, Yuki the first off the bat. If Vantic doesn't beat her to the chase, scaling up a main. Here it comes.
Oh, no.
I give her
Iso.
ones. Oh, Iso from back. Yeah. That's difficult. Operator recovered. Probably gonna hand that off to Vantic here in the follow-up round, but I am nervous. Again, PR starting to run away with things. Another buy. About to enter a max econ cycle minus Vantic investing the Tour de Force in that prior round. All this setup looks like a snowball, and it does lean into my idea that an Ascent decider for SRG has not looked good this promo relegation, but for completely different reasons now, okay? I mean, this round, okay, Noya, I think I heard the little Frenchman line, Tour de Force active, I think. You have a converging path for Sarah. And the Death Balls B haven't been bad, but I am worried about Vantic being here.
You know, my brain is turned off. The stem is on low power mode. But deep inside mid, the neurons could be reactivated. A flash comes through.
Why is she alone, though?
Classic out. Okay. The waylay, not on the entry.
Oh.
Tour de Force doesn't find much.
Oh, but the right click. Classic from Sarah does. That's a weapon recovered. And
Right.
a path to the A side, but it's going to be immediately cut off now.
And
Fighting
swapped
mid.
out.
Spike's down mid. Wait.
Okay, Sarah's good for 1. Make that 2. Hold on, things are turning the tides. No spike available. Barrett, undiscovered, was trapped in his own wall, freed from his prison.
At this point, it looks like they're playing deathmatch, gang.
Yeah.
Just taking every angle, every fight that they may, you know. Again, not being as clean and like checking every nook and cranny, every angle. There, I think evidence of that being Noya there with the Tour de Force scoped in, gets killed over towards Cubby, but
That was unfortunate.
yeah.
Sarah, I'm not sure what Sarah was. I guess they were watching, or she was watching top mid.
Yeah. It is unfortunate that the entire team got splashed out as well, so they couldn't follow Donut through arches, but Donut 0-7. Oh, this is rough. Alright. Vantic. Suppressed. We mentioned the deterring that a suppression can bring to a chamber, but time being, you can just patch it up with the Hunter's Fury. Now they're all half HP anyways.
Buys time for Vantic to push up. Any flash smokes, util, no, but Vantic is unable to beat the double cross up.
This angle's clean if you can get the timing.
Oh,
There it is.
Barrett.
Noya executed. They still have their sensor to play off onto B. SRG just going back to ground level 0. Figuring out where the call comes from. Mel, hey, Mel's just trying to play her role better, you know? She's falling into the info initiator archetype for the IGL over the controller.
Yeah, this is an evolution.
Of course, it's a choice for sure. They're testing the waters right before a GC main event, before next VCL. And I don't know if it's a successful test until the score is broken, but converging paths active regardless. They want this round, numbers advantage or not.
Oh, there we go. Yuki not dead yet. We didn't see much impact off of it in the last round, but they may very well find some opportunities. It's the scan. Donut survivability is up a bound. Can it be enough? The answer is no. Yuki falls once again. Vantic has only died once this map. Could this be a second? Surely. Surely it is.
There it is. Honestly, a winnable round now. 2v3, and Donut has the not dead yet, and should have the plant within 15 seconds
Oh, but
now.
Mel's timing.
Oh no, the Annihilation!
Off the hands of the Annihilation. Chrysalis affecting her. It's Dodo not to try to divide it out. They're not dead yet. Squandered. Can't find anything. A 4K for Barrett. Cleans it up. Another healthy half so far for Prosperity.
Oh. And I think I'm more disappointed that I haven't seen more Deadlock out of Barrett, considering this map. Looking fluid on the util there, a nice 4K, but ultimately, if anybody's found success from these experimentations, it's been Prosperity. From the 13-7 over on Sunset now to this, they might have found what works for them coming into this off-season, but for the time being, Shopify buying gold. I need like a Loic cam, an F-East cam, if you will, to see his thoughts. I mean, we're not gonna get timeouts here. I don't think that's just prolonging the game, and they don't want it.
I think we should be happy it's not Qbert, because Qbert would be destroyed.
I want to see F-East
that
slam
poor
a Qbert. What do you
creature
mean?
would not see the end of the light.
Well,
Take flight.
this is interesting. 3 strong B main. And it's just SRG just start default at every round. They look for the opening kill. They find it great. If not, they ball towards the opposite side. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
The one round we don't see the early drone coming out from Mel. It's gonna be the round that they push up. Good trade though.
Can they get the gun?
Yeah, there's no follow through. It could very well be Manny, but the jump peek won't be necessary with smoke in the way.
Nice little anti-flash peek in the market.
Info off of clone.
This is a nasty ult though from Izo.
Okay, I'm liking how Shopify are shaping up here. They still have the hold and can listen to audio for the cross. Barrett's going to be a very difficult problem, though. This late lurk, possibly into mid, could shut down everything.
Ooh, huge reveal.
That's right. Izo can't go anywhere either. There is Manny to help out. However, on the other side, scan goes through. A shot on one. A trade goes through. Izo again. Trades on trades on trades. It is a Christmas tree in the feed. And through it all, it's a late lurk through Barrett. But there's only 2 left alive. One of which is only an op holder. And the shorty was too far range. Everyone's shoved backside. A KO. The null command is out. Goes for the plant. Noya not watching top. It's going to be Alexis instead of 3K. Vantic is trapped. No idea about the side. A second round for Shopify Gold.
Off of Mel's initial trade opens up the entire mid avenue, and the B players get jarbled. Nice cross setup there, but ultimately it's that KO, right? It's Alexis, not just in terms of the 2 kills she found, but the information off that 0 point too. That framed that B exec, that streamlined path through market. So again, Alexis, our MVP, 9-7. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Has picked up so many roles. She's probably happy to be back on Flash Initiator. She's flexed her mice now, the deadlock. This is her returning to roots. She's the one in the zone, in her element right now with this composition. It's the Ascent of old, right?
That's true, that's true.
Alright. Mid-space, they've got this for free every time. They just walk out. This time, Vantic does get ahead of it with that market peak, but all in all, doesn't deter Shopify Rebellion at all.
But Manny, even then, Noya too late for the draw. It's Sarah to try to follow up. Already got TP back out. Everyone's disengaged completely, except for Barrett. Barrett waits for the flash and backs away. The free fire does not connect. But this second one, dry swing, Sarah falls. Knowing full well there's a second, Yuki attempts to push forwards, but the smoke dissipates, and so does the life of Manny. Alexis is trapped inside of mid, nowhere to go and nowhere to run. 8 rounds for Prosperity.
Heck, there's no way this ends as an 8-4 half. I cannot have it. Like, again, the number of 8-4 Shopify Rebellion Gold has had this promo relegation and come back from. It would be too perfect, even in the chaos of these agreed upon compositions and their shifts. And honestly,
sure, we can say they agreed. Sure.
We'll see. I mean, it would have to be a thrifty to get this round, or I mean, they're just forcing every single round at this rate. I wholeheartedly believe it's just get these rounds done fast. If we win the gunfights, we win the gunfights. And now you're running a double sensor setup and a Vantikov. This is not good.
Well, immediately it's chaos once again. And something to expect. Barrett for 2. Can that be a third? The KO peeks out and Alexis is primed and ready. Like you said, Zobi, in her element, continues to destroy A site. And now, PRS, they very well may be facing the 8-4 half that you could have predicted. Manny and Izo are the last 2 left alive. Clone comes through, not falling for anybody. Manny does have that dimensional drift available. Could be a good reposition tool, but the drone instead will be the bait through the teleport. Noya falls, perfect timing off of Manny. Pushed up though, anybody's game. Alexis still hiding and dodging around these Radiant boxes. Manny's at a single HP and still finds the final shot.
Yeah, you cursed their 8-4 curse.
My bad.
Yeah, that's 9-2. We might get another 9-3 in the making, but ultimately, nice draw, nice follow-up. Honestly, that rendezvous at Anoya, that was pure ping diff. I'm gonna call it right now. They should have gotten away, and I mean, even with 1 HP, they have time to funnel the orb towards a last round Hunter's Fury if Izo pops off. But honestly, I will say that round from the get-go, from the openings Barrett found, it would have been a shame if it did go Shopify by Gold Play. I mentioned Barrett, the deadlock has looked so fluid. It's like, you wouldn't be surprised if this isn't his standard role on this match. And if he wasn't the newest member for Prosperity, I mean, that net got like everybody. Look at that. And that just allowed Vantik to play off. Like, it really, really well done there. And this is just unfortunate timing from Alexis.
It's just the individual positioning and gunfights that have been Prosperity's biggest strength in Promotion-Relegation. But, man, I hate to say it. They're at the bottom of the list. It's really their only advantage.
Well, take advantage of what you got.
That's
For
true.
example, last time SRG won a round, it was through this mid space. No trips, no sensors, no nothing, but no corners cleared is a death sentence, Keg.
That's right, death sentence indeed, but not so much. Oh, maybe not so much for this KO. I thought I spoke. Oh, I thought I spoke too soon. As soon as Alexis got up, shot down into pieces.
Still have to worry about this player backside as well. Izo finally shut down. They'll get a spike plane at least secure for the time being, unless the Annihilation has something to say about it. The spike bear ground. Look at that. Broke it out, but the transfer.
Okay, Barrett.
Wow.
Wall out. Noya effectively trapped. Really nowhere to go. Has to watch 2 different angles at the same exact time. Jump peek, a jump peek. Noya needs to grab that spike and plant. Is it
Know where she's
possible?
coming from.
Bring this out to a 1v1. The deadlock, the reposition, hidden away. Still the Radiant Knife box, catching Barrett off guard. The smoke comes out as soon as the fall happens, and Vantik's there for the strike.
Wow.
Switching sides.
Really, really
These guns we use
interesting
are okay, but I love
half Keg.
something
10-2
No
for
offense.
Prosperity. I mean, at this point, again, if I'm PRS, I'm writing down Barrett on the deadlock. Good for the future. Yuki on the clove. Good for the future. I mean, we're just, again, no words for how things have gone. Barrett, even that transfer, just uncharacteristic. Again, he's had his up and downs for Barrett, and he just looks so confident right now.
10-2. We swap sides, Zobi. Shopify.
Hey, SRG won the 9-3 pistol. They can do it again.
That's true. Remember, way back Haven, it was 3-13 as the lasting scoreline. Very poetic. If the same happens for SRG in the final map.
Okay. Mid-space, slow approach, no death balls in sight for Prosperity. They want to close things out in swift fashion, but don't clear a corner. No, they can pull a fast one and TP all the way to market to pick up a new angle. Look at the reclear main too. Ooh.
Sarah with
Guys,
a deep
guys.
swing. Barrett.
First to transfer, now this Keg. They are locked.
Spike down mid.
Mel unfortunately falls the next. 2 left alive for Prosperity.
Okay.
Nowhere near the spike. Everyone on Shopify gathering around it. No information whatsoever, but they've been able to deduce this should be a tiles play. Double swing is out. Barrett the last alive, 20 HP. Shopify are back.
Okay. You said it. They won the 9-3 one. Now they've won the 10-2 one. Little force up comes through. Gotta keep it hefty. Your Guardian, your Bulldog, your Outlaw. So you have a chance of converting the third round bonus, because even if SRG are also having fun, being a little silly, they ultimately do want to win this. It's a match, a rep, as the desks put it. No matter how you spin it. Figure out this didn't work, this worked.
Here.
And I am that tactic bear floating in space right now.
Yeah, that's how you feel.
After this match, yeah. I mean, we said we were along for the ride. Have it along for gravity.
Oh, Noi, unfortunately, though, the shot was out, but did not find much impact. Manny is the next to fall, however. Through the smoke, we could see some impact, and let me tell you, any which way you look, it is pure destruction. Prosperity struggling to find their footing into this attacking side.
Standing ahead.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Wish it was a little bit cleaner here, especially Vantic
Oh,
making it hurt,
Vantic.
making it feasible as well. Alexis fortunate to walk away with full HP, full shield after that shock dart combo came through. We'll have 2 flashes for this 1v2 as well. Vantic though recovered the Outlaw. So 140 and you'd have to get 10 HP against Izo. That's if he doesn't get both shots off. He's gonna peek into CT, isn't he? Or he's holding the pixel angle.
Oh, Alexis will have to wide swing this to avoid it.
Ooh.
Missed shot though, Vantic forced to back away. Smoke comes up immediately, scan util out. Rendezvous, if it was available, does not connect against the flash. Vantic forced to dodge away. Spike goes down. Alexis, what do? Goes catwalk. No one's watching. Both backs are turned. Spray on one. There it is, a shutdown. Classic out. One shot needed. Alexis does it.
Okay. And Alexis has been at the helm of clutch after clutch. I mentioned just if Alexis did not have the full shield there, round is lost. So the fact that she goes for the Spectre full shield, which I feel like Keg, do we even see that on second round buys anymore? I feel like it's always Stinger, Bulldog, Sniper Rifle. I don't know the last time I saw a Spectre at the pro level.
That's a great question, Zobi. I'll get back to you in 3 to 5 business days.
All right, in 3 to 5 business days, no one will be buying or having comps like this, Keg.
Perfect.
It's a one-time occurrence in our
All
casting
part of the
careers.
master plan.
Okay, you won't have to reference it or answer it. All right, let's move on.
I'll send you a letter in the mail.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No peeking.
All right.
Hey, speaking of a slow mail carrier service, it's actually going to be Manny and
Overnight
Barrett
delivery.
to swing their way through. A great delivery, as you mentioned, and let me tell you, it is a big letter because all throughout B, it's Prosperity. Finding victory all over B site. It's up
Spike
to 2
planted.
left now. And they're completely separated again. Noi and Alexis will have to somehow triangulate themselves with only 2 left. 2 points of a line. One scanned out. Noya is hit with the grab net. Double swing. Izo confirms against Noya. And Alexis, she does her best, but unfortunately, Prosperity, they just need 2 more rounds to make themselves champions of this matchup.
I mean, that was a good try. But ultimately, when you have Alexis already having to clutch out a 1v2, you don't carry those bonus weapons over. The odds, the chances at turning around that 3rd round are slim. A little bit of wiggle room here because they did win the pistol in the follow-up. But ultimately, yeah, very slim now. 1 round and it's map point. We did see the comeback. We saw the grit, the determination that SRG has shown thus far in the VCL split, in promo rally. And the weeds of getting reverse sweeped, and my concern coming into this round is, yeah, you have a buy, but you also have the Barrett Annihilation, which has been a menace comboed with this util.
Slow down, Noya can't do much. No contact follow-up. Through mid, however, Dodo not may be facing the entirety of Prosperity -1. Drone is out. Dodo ducks away. Trademark destroyed. Really nothing to
Good
stop
judge.
Dodo not now. Being on top does not save it, though. It's going to be a flash from Manny. Dodo attempted with a judge, does well. Gate crash not available. 2 goes down. Manny and Izo. Noya with the follow-up. Barrett falls. All the while, not a flawless round either from Shopify. They've lost Dodo Nut in the process, but post-mortem smokes will be huge. Vantic's the sole survivor.
Honestly, there was a semblance of strategy that round, right? You flip the site, you take a main space. Vantic's fortunate to have the spike in the situation. He gets the kill here. He can go B. He has a chance of winning this round. A plant will be solidified as long as he doesn't slow down. One off from the Tour de Force as well. That could be deadly in this player's hands. And
Yeah.
Shopify and Gold isn't over-rotating either. They're just going to let it happen.
But Zobi, the plant
30
goes down.
seconds
That
left.
will be Tour de Force. You can
Exactly.
absolutely see it.
He's going to pop it in swing CT.
Does he pop it, though? 7
No.
bullets. No, he doesn't. He chooses to reposition, go in the marketplace instead. Any sort of info will give away this positioning. Although Shopify, it's all of them. But no, they check. Sarah wakes up. The waylay achieves.
Oh. And they will get to 5 here. Off of that play, off that round. Honestly, it came out of Donut and a Judge, and Noya with an operator to shut down the backstab from Barrett that was supposed to clear out a main. So, again, you take this interesting cookie dough of who knows what flavor, and you still have the same cookie cutter molds, right? So it's gonna be the same shape, just a different flavor. And they somehow fit it into this composition. Again, these players, it's Ascent. You know what the standard looks like in terms of positioning, no matter what agents you're on. That's exactly what they just played out on that A anchor mold. So, a 1 round down. 6 more to go. It's looking very similar to Sunset in this aspect.
It's a slow crawl for SRG. You have to be silliness with silliness for the attack and defense. SRG just has to wait it out and see what they can achieve next. The early scan, and Noya really can't do much. Annihilation is out, and even that does not work. Dodo on the Judge has been a monster in the server. Izo, 89 HP, brings out the shock darts. Does it help? No, but Dodo does fall. And once again, start of the round, Prosperity are left with 2 players left.
Wow. Manny.
Scanned.
Yeah. Able to scale up in the lane as a result. The refract now expiring. Stairs to take the engagement.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Last player
what a time for Hinder, and she still gets away with a kill? No way.
Manny
just
with
popped and
the
swung.
wide swing.
Match point.
Wow. Legend says he's still swinging to this day, and Legend says that SRG is still trying to come back on Ascent.
He's gone around the world 4 times. Somebody stop this man.
He's gonna slingshot himself into another solar system, but for the time being, last possible round here. These 2 teams this VCL season. Money, Bolts on the side of Prosperity Esports. Noya won off from the Tour de Force. I think that's a big thing to point out here. She can get that online, pass off the Guardian to the Stinger or Judge user. And there is a world where they get this through, but again, it's been so WK mentality that the attack side, you basically have to wait 30 seconds before going anywhere to diffuse any chaos on the opposing side. I do like this. You actually have a trademark mid. Didn't see that out of Vantic. But all in all, I think this round hinges on this opening. If Noya can get this Guardian kill, because that'll be Tour de Force online. She gets away. Let's see it. Is it going to be util, or are they going to dry swing it too? Are we netting?
Oh, there it is, Dimensional Drift. Noya has been discovered. She's forced to relegate herself away. Dimensional Drift again, checking out for Marketplace. B site has been sparse. Not checking back site. It's going to be Mel. Able to push on forwards, but Manny unlucky though. Could not find the timing. Back of mid. Oh, I like this timing though. Sarah, the timing.
Just clear the corner. Get Crash still active. They have to do it fast.
This could be everything. Possibly the last play of the VCL split for Shopify. They have to make this work. Sarah on the flank, good for 2. Yuki more than not dead yet. Finally achieved something with this ult. Twice over, make that a 3rd, makes up for all the rest. And it's Mel, the last one left, the in-game leader, the lead of Shopify Gold. A poetic potential ending there for Prosperity to bring things back after a devastating map 1 loss.
Now 13-5, Shopify Rebellion Gold fall victims reverse sweep after reverse sweep this promo relegation and go out alongside Prosperity. Again, I think at the end of the day they understood it was a video game. They had fun coming into this last map 3. They wanted to get a little silly and just got out aimed and out-coordinated at times.
It was one of the matches of all time. We got really silly in the 2nd and 3rd maps, and I'm happy we got to see interesting compositions. It's a rare treat to see Shopify not go for their standard compositions.
Wow. And with that, Keg, I mean, that's our round-robin group stage complete, right? We have our matches for tomorrow. We know that this last match was more just, forget the sakes of reps, the sakes of bragging rights, and as I put it, you don't know what's going to happen in the future, and being that 3rd versus that 4th in the round robin out of VCL could be the difference in getting a spot if everything goes wrong with current existing VCL teams. So we'll circle back to that in 5 months. I'm going to clip this and be like, I told you so. But it's just, you wanted to be safe and try to give it your all this happened. At the end of the day, you know, if one team is taking it seriously and you need to throw chaos in the mix, Shopify Rebellion will too.
Man, 5 months from now, it's weird to think that will happen pretty soon. Makes me wonder how many wrinkles I'll have by then.
Oh, no, Keg. You're a handsome looking dude.
Oh, thank you.
You got it.
But unfortunately, I'm not the handsomest here. We have beautiful, beautiful people here on our desk ready for an interview. The thing is, though, we need a small break to get everything set up. So don't go anywhere. We have an interview to see. How did we get the wacky down? No break. Sorry, we're going straight to wacky town. Let's go to the analysts. We have Liz and Dryad.
Well, folks, and I'm not muted this time. What's up, everyone? Welcome back, or welcome to the first time to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Dryad on the desk. And if you are just joining us, you missed it. But we are so glad you're here. Anyways, Prosperity Esports take down Shopify Rebellion Gold 2-1. Dan, we got silly. We got silly again.
Yeah.
And then now we're here.
And I'm glad that we got silly in every way, you know? We got your little
Taro.
card.
It's okay, you'll learn.
And we got a Waylay, and we got some crazy comps in Ascent, so we got a little bit of silliness everywhere. And that's everything that I could ask for in a day like this.
Yeah, I mean, again, guys, if you're just joining us, that game did not have any competitive operational anything, really. It really was just a rep of sorts. I don't want to call it a scrim because there were, match conditions, there use bans, and etc. But, it is what it is. We're here. I think I really appreciated Dan Shopify Rebellion, I think, kind of taking the silly bait at the end, saying, you know what? At the end, we're just going to go for it. That can be, like, really, really freeing and really, really fun just to kind of, do something different and do something not what you're expected to do, which I was wrong, but FA is not letting them do that. But also on the side of Prosperity, same to them, just going for it and just doing whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, both of the teams having a little bit of fun in this map of Ascent that, even though, it's not the same Ascent that we used to see last year and the year before and the year before, it's still, the double Sentinel compositions that are being played. It's still a very standard map as well when it comes to having an understanding of how you want to play it out. But yeah, both of the teams kind of running it down a little bit, having fun with it, having fun with the Waylay, having fun as well with that Yoru too on the other side. And I just feel like it's, again, what you could ask for in a matchup like this one. Both of the teams unfortunately yesterday got eliminated from their chances of getting promoted all the way back to Challengers. So playing this match and having fun with it is a good way to enjoy this last map that we had of the series.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to like the Prosperity folks, I mean, looking at some of their tweets that came across my timeline, they were pretty devastated about being eliminated yesterday. So it makes me happy that they came into this with a smile and just said, you know what, to heck with it, we're gonna do whatever we want, and just kind of finding that like love of the game again within these more silly comps or great comps. If you're looking at this, Josh RT, we have do we have a comp for you for Paris. Joshua retweets. But moving on, I think Shopify Rebellion Gold have game changers, coming up pretty soon. And, I think, get this out of their system, kind of relax a little bit, have fun, and then get right back to work. So it's exciting to see them have these moments and have fun. Maybe, FEs is looking at this and being like, maybe I should put Sarah on the Waylay. Maybe I should put...
Right, that's definitely happening.
Yep, I know. I read that man like a book. Call me the best IG on the world, the way I'm reading him. But it is definitely something exciting to see, especially on days like these. Like we said, we keep on harping on this, that there is no implication for this. The only implication is whatever the players and coaches want to make from this. So it's good to see them having fun. I think also, if you look back at the VOD, Dan, like the way they're like interacting with each other, looking at it, they're definitely having fun with each other.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is good to see from them. But it's tricky because we said goodbye to them yesterday, but we said kind of another hello to them today. Manny on the Yoru. Manny, have you considered always being Yoru, giving extra run for his money? Like I think there is some opportunity here to genuinely learn from these like off-roll things. I mean, in theater we used to do something called fun runs, where we would, if the show wasn't working and like we weren't doing great, we would do a fun run where we would just like add it like a southern accent or do it like as an old woman, and sometimes that would be the ingenuity that we needed, and that's the best time we ever performed it, and that's what we went with. All this to say, is there a chance, Dan, that maybe we take some of this, the lessons we've learned from here, from getting silly, and add them, moving forward in our repertoire?
I think so, for sure. I mean, the side of Prosperity, as they get this last map win, you know, some of the things that they were doing on Sunset, yeah, we talked about, you know, the Clove is a little silly alongside with the Sage and the Chamber, just because it's a combination of the three that we're not used to seeing. But, you know, those individuals by itself, it's something that you can absolutely add to your composition, for example. And on top of that, you know, Manny is very well known for just being really good with the operator, so that's why you see him in Chamber a lot. That's why on this map of Ascent you oftentimes see him on the Jet. So the fact that he was on the Yoru and being able to mix it up just a little bit more, I think it was amazing. And yeah, it's just great that everybody was kind of having fun in this last map and showing that phase that we don't often get to see.
I was visiting some chats and watch parties, and I definitely saw everyone just having a good time with these comps. Being like, wait, they're kind of cooking here. Well, you guys, like, hear me out on this one. Like, maybe we can work with this. Which is definitely a lot of fun to see, like, the understanding between the audience and the players themselves. I'm going to bug Alexis about this nonstop. I need her to know right now, if you're watching this, Lexi, I'm going to bother you. And that's my prerogative. But moving forward tomorrow, just as a reminder, the tomorrow's games, as we get there, we'll get to eventually, those are the games that have, you know, the promotion aspect of it. These two teams have been relegated from Challengers just for now. You know, there's a future and a world where they join us again, right? You know, there's a world maybe they need to pick up teams because some teams weren't able to be filled. You know, they're going to look at these games, etc. I'm not competitive operations. I'm not a fortune teller, despite the tarot cards I have in my hand.
Wait,
But sorry, you had to find out like this. I'm a fraud. But there, you know, this is all still being looked at, which is super duper exciting because, you know, yeah, I know some people again like are calling this meaningless, but there's always weight behind something. You don't know who was watching besides us here on the desk and in production. You don't know who's in the audience having fun. You don't know who you inspired by watching that. I low key, Dan, hear me out on this one.
you're playing Waylay.
No, Chamber. I'm not a Chamber person.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to get better at opping, and I saw the Chambers, and I was like, oh, maybe this is a sign. Maybe this is a sign that
Yeah, go ahead and try.
you
the Chamber
sound
in
like
different
you
ways.
don't believe in me.
No, I do. I encourage it. I think you should try the Chamber.
Okay.
Now, if we're trolling like 5 games in a row, maybe not. But give it 5 games. Give it 5 games.
5 games of Chamber? Okay, you know, I can do that. I can play the Baguette Boy. I can do that. It'll be fun, you know? And if you're in my ranked games coming up, I am so sorry moving forward. But we do have a post-match interview from Prosperity Esports, the winners of the best of 3. I have Manny here with me, the Yoru we were just talking about. Moving forward, Manny, come to the front. You have some explaining to do. Because, well, first, congratulations on the win today. I know, I mean, I saw the tweets and everything, but, you know, the relegation already happening, but honestly, Manny, it was really refreshing and really, really fun to see that those 2 comps and y'all just, like, have an amazing time with it. Talk to me about those comps and that decision-making.
Okay, so after playing the first game, it was a bit iffy, like, the tension in the air, but, like, when we came back from the break, we realized, like, these games are meant to be like really fun for us, like to enjoy these next couple of games with each other and, you know, just play out as a team. So as we started and we loaded up Agent Select, we all just started hovering what we wanted to play. And I'm not sure what exactly caused us to do it, but we just kind of knew like, hey, let's just play any type of game we want right now, just as long as we do it together.
Yeah. And you wanted to play Neon on Haven. Oh, no, sorry, that was Haven. But on Sunset, you wanted to play Chamber specifically.
Yeah. Okay, so the way we came back to that was Vantic locked Yoru.
Okay.
And I was kind of, I wasn't there initially. Like, I had come back, like, I was getting water. But once I saw that, I was like, oh, yeah, I knew I definitely needed to get an op in. And, I mean, thankfully, it worked out for all of us.
Yeah,
so,
and then
I had to go Chamber.
And then third map, you stole the Yoru from Vantic. It looked like you all did a little swap there.
No, I had enough of him. Like, the way he was playing, I was like, no, this is, I could do it better, probably.
You can do better. Do you think you did it better?
Probably. I'm not sure. I mean, let's look at the numbers.
You went 23-11 on Ascent, and then on Sunset, you went 19-12, where he went 20-14 on Sunset, and then went 19-9. So it kind of, you know, sister, come see, come saw. A little bit there, you know. you have each other's backs. I love it. I mean, I just want to go back to that first match. You guys were talking about the tension in the air. I think performing in any aspect is hard, but when you do it in kind of this very odd situation of like you being mathematically eliminated, that can be not only stressful but just incredibly demoralizing. And so you talk about that like tension in the air. Like I would love for you to be a little bit more specific about that. Was it just like lack of comms? Was it just energy? Were you guys maybe a little bit curt with each other?
I don't know. I think it was like us coming off of a loss. Like the break was something we all needed, so that's why I say there was kind of a like tension. It was just pure silence, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm glad everyone took the break really well and we all came back. I mean, I'd like to say excited for the second map.
Yeah, I mean, we on the desk and casters, we were having so much fun watching you guys, and like I think that one where you all walled mid on Sunset all together, like you guys were just having fun with it, and like that is, you know, finding that love of the game again in that way is super important. Why we all started playing the game in the first place. Moving forward, Prosperity Esports obviously they will not be in Challengers thus far. You know, in the future.
This season.
What is your future with Prosperity? What is your future in Challengers? Where do you think you're gonna go?
I don't know. I mean, we are gonna talk about it for sure. It's definitely a conversation that's gonna happen, but I'd like to leave it at that.
That's totally fair. Absolutely. You just literally just finished a match. I don't think you would have any answers. My last question for you is, we were joking about this, but is there in any of the comps you selected, do you think there is any viability in any of them?
Well, I mean, obviously our outlook on picking the characters wasn't necessarily the best, but I'm sure if some people were to really come together and put their minds together, like I'm sure something could work out there.
And actually, I'm going to add one more last question for you. What did you think when you saw Shopify kind of bite the bullet and do the exact same thing? As
they had sent us some messages as well saying that they were going to, I guess, match our energy. So like it was really fun having us like both enjoy the last game. So it was really fun.
Well, I love that.
To say. Yeah.
So thank you so much for joining us, man. I'll let you go. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
I gotta play Chamber, Dan. I gotta get in it. I gotta go. The streets are calling me. The ranked streets are calling me to play the Frenchman. I gotta go. I gotta do it. But
you'll win at least one, surely.
You really think so?
Yeah. You definitely got at least one out of the 5. There's no way you go 0-5 in Chamber. I think you're fine.
Stranger things have happened, Dan.
You'll be fine.
But I mean, if you're gonna join us tomorrow, we are doing our like true promotion relegation games tomorrow. Today we did some seeding and some fun, but we are going towards tomorrow with, you know, clear eyes, full heart, can't lose with tomorrow's games, and I am so excited for tomorrow's games. Promotion relegation is always fun, damn, but especially when you kind of have these heavyweights and a cat joining us on stream. Hi, baby girl.
She's here to say goodbye. Actually, this is not the same one that was in this.
She's like long, Dan. She's like so long.
Yeah, they're long cats. This is Gaia. This is Gaia. Yeah, like the Valorant skin.
Like the Gaia. But it's, I mean, Gaia will be there. You will be there as the audience. So we're all excited for it, but I do think it is one of those things where, you know, the stakes now really ramp up. Sad and Burger Boys had their game today, you know, and there was no stakes involved. But tomorrow's where, you know, the meat and the potatoes really is, because that's where the promotion happens, and that's where, you know, Sad, you heard Sad talking to us. He doesn't even, Sad don't, or at least Style does not believe that Sad should even be in this tournament. We didn't get to speak to Burger Boys. I'm sure they would feel a similar way. But, you know, alas, that's where the cookie crumbles with promotion relegation, challengers points, and all that stuff. And you could not pay me to do competitive operations job, because that is hard, and I'm not good at math. It was my worst scoring subject on the ACT. But did you take the ACT, Dan?
Yeah, I can't remember what I got. I have no idea. Math was not really. I was just putting any answer and hoping for the best. I was not very good.
No, I think I got a 32 overall, but like my math score was like a 24. It was like bad. But you know, and that's okay, because who cares about standardized testing anyways? It's all But moving on, tomorrow we will have our boys, the Burger Boys, and Sad Esports, which stands for, Dan?
Supply and demand.
There we go. Oh,
that took me a minute.
I was a little nervous. I was like, how could you forget? It was a whole bit
I remember.
we did.
Yeah, it's in my head
They'll be joining us again tomorrow. I'm sure they are prepping right now. I'm sure they are watching the VODs back, asking, but they will not be facing each other, to be clear. They'll be facing Team Slat and Alliance, Wasad and Burger, respectively. We spoke to Style. He was pretty confident going into this match and said, I feel sorry that you have to face my team. And which is, that is... True. I mean, I would also be pretty afraid facing Bao, if I'm being super honest.
Yeah.
He is someone who is such a treat to watch. But I think if you can make time for us tomorrow, please join us. But at the very, very least, make time to watch this, not only this VOD, but tomorrow's VOD. This will be so much fun. But it's hard. I think also we should just continue to give commiserations to Prosperity and Shopify Rebellion Gold, because they fought so hard this year, and I think maybe their scoreline doesn't show it, and I think we don't maybe give them enough kudos and credit for fighting the way that they did, especially in kind of the front of like the VLRs and the Reddits, etc. And especially Shopify Rebellion Gold in that way. These are teams that fought for their spot here, unfortunately have lost it, but are part of Challengers, and which we are so glad to have them a part of our little story here. But tomorrow is where the game begins, so I'm gonna go get ready. I have to somehow take off these lashes that I glued to my eyeballs. But on behalf of production, the casters, Dan, and myself, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Insurgents directly onto the site has not gone well for Burger Boys just yet, but of course, I may have yapped the 1v1s. Retro Q is playing for the delay.
Territory. Bonnie trying to clean up the loose ends alongside Tello. This should be done and dusted.
Well, that's hello, Welly, okay. But that's the big question in the calming plays. But I think if you're going against two very brawly teams like this, it's anything but. Break it over towards A site at this time. Everyone's solidified in this position. That should be the entry point. Practo's gone. Don't have to worry about him anymore. But guess
a kill, but then it punished them on the Practo.
Oh, come on.
Spray down. That is
a single Vandal. Welly's at 3 HP with a
barely fight, but very the challenge off that refraction round.
Yes, sure, man. Why not, right? And that's Bao in the pit gone. 5 seconds though.
Take some ones once that poison cloud drops. Confirms the player
left. It's Nanners and Retro. Retro's got that tour de force set up and ready.
Drew and the rotation immediate out of Retro, but it might be too late. The converging pass, then they have to respect this.
He has no HP to work with, and Style is hidden away. The coach may be the one to end it. Waiting off that timing though, a very good choice to shove away there. He needs to know about Barrett's presence. Being the Neon, it's tempting to push a little bit more difficult, especially if you're trying to.
Did through. We'll see if it follows suit.
Shopify, they're playing at a disadvantage, but they're going to attempt to push their way in. That's one off of the recon bolt, but tail and run back over to C site. Alarm bot just below Alexis.
The A site. Now they're hunting Yuki. Again, slowing things down, playing things a little bit more seriously, but it's just Hunter's Fury. Exactly. We are here for the vibes. We are here to settle the garage match once and for all. No press deadlock. Who wasn't even playing on the site? Here we go, man. Now, fighting mid. And spikes down mid. Wait. New angle. What's the reclear? Main too.
Manny is the next to fall, however. He's going to be clear of Manny and Barrett swing their way through. A great delivery as you monster in the server.